Look at all the vultures hanging in the wings, trying to make a buck on the cool kids, but it's snake oil, smoke and a breeze. Back up, give me some headspace. Look at us, ones and zeros in a rat race, yeah. This is a young man's game. Some things, baby, you know. But let me show you how it's done. know I've been holding back, you know I have, but I'ma just let it go. And you're afraid of the past, I know you had it bad, but I want you to know I'll never treat you like the boys you've been wasting your time on. I see the fear in your eyes and all of the trouble that you keep your mind on. You just used to bad love. Oh, you just used to bad love. Oh, you just used to bad. I put my cards on the table, you can see my hand. I've got no tricks up my sleeve. Just take my heart if you're able. I can be the man you want me to be. And I can treat you like the man you've been waiting your life for. I see the fear in your eyes, but trust me, your love could be something you die for. Oh, you just used to bad love. 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 Oh, you just used to bad love.
of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. I'm Frankie Ward, this is Brandon Smith, and before we get into the action, a massive thank you to our sponsors for making all of this possible this weekend. And we have seen so much action so far. Yesterday it was all about the goals, Brandon.
It was, I mean, what a day yesterday. 24 of the best clubs in Spain obviously earned their right to be at the Cup. We went through vigorous rounds of qualification, of course, for the grand finals later on this month in Barcelona. But now only 8 teams remain, and we are really into the nitty-gritty when it comes to the cash as well.
We're really into the nitty-gritty. Talking of cash, again, massive thank you to the sponsors for making this possible, and also San Sebastian for being a fantastic host city. So let's talk about what went down yesterday. We had the return to form of the Iceman, Nicolas FC, Brandon.
We did. I mean, look, Nicolas, 99, has never actually played in a virtual league other than the Champions League, which he won obviously quite some time ago. But he was on fine form yesterday. 2 really difficult games that he had to play, of course, in the competition. Had to play against fellow countryman and Argentinian in Yago from Real Betis. Now he takes on Getafe in the quarterfinals today. But yeah, looked really good, looked really confident. Just typical Nicolas, really. Typical
Nicolas, you say that, but he did have a tough start to the year. He came 3rd in his group stage, but now, as you say, typical Nicolas. And also typical Neat, the 2-time winner, was pulling out every skill move in the book yesterday.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he had to play against Zidane, didn't he, in what was a difficult match. So that you can see some scenes of Zidane qualifying for that round of 16 game. But Neat was just flawless, wasn't he, in terms of the flair he offered in the final third, mechanically so gifted, full of skill moves. And we joked about it yesterday, our top goals of the day could have actually just been Neat's goals because he was flawless.
Absolutely ridiculous. Why defend when you can just keep scoring, getting in the back of your opponent's net? It's okay to let a few in as long as you come out on top, and Neat absolutely did. He's actually going to be performing on the stage right where we're stood in just a few moments, because he's our opening matchup of the day against Marin. But Fernandez, we should also mention, he's actually done pretty well on the international stage recently in the previous season of FC, and he came out on top against his fellow Portuguese man Tuga.
He had a difficult run, didn't he? I mean, his first game went to a penalty shootout, which did come through representing Cadiz, as you said. Then had to play against Tuga of Girona, came through that game. But you're right to say, look, he made the World Championships last year, Fernandez. There's a chance he could also do that again in the FC Pro, with him qualifying for the grand finals later on this month. So another name we've got to keep an eye out for. And obviously he's going to be playing against Daniel Aguilar, who's a seasoned veteran when it comes to the LALIGA FC Pro.
Well, you didn't get to see him performing on this stage yesterday, but you will get to see him today, because he saw through his B-Stream game, and he is coming up later today. He's actually going to be our second match against Portugal's Fernandez. I say Portugal's, he's not playing for Portugal today, of course. Everyone is representing a club from the 2 LALIGA divisions, and they're also competing for €100,000. First place gets a massive €25,000. And we haven't mentioned it yet, but Brandon, some players may be playing without pressure, because everyone who's performing on this stage today has already qualified for Barcelona for the LALIGA finals in a few weeks' time.
Well, that's the one good thing I'd say about this LALIGA FC Pro this year, and you know, kudos to everyone behind the scenes in Spain, because they've made sure that every game this season means so much. Yesterday we were talking about players that were going to qualify for the grand finals, and that's sort of your avenue to qualify for the Champions League and the FC Pro World Championships. But now you look to the prize money. This is the biggest prize pool we've ever seen for the Cup in the 4th year it's run. It went from €50,000 to €100,000 this year. So why not go and get yourself €25,000 and be full of confidence going into Barcelona?
Exactly. These players might act a bit relaxed about it, but actually everyone wants to win. They're competitors at the end of the day. We'll be talking about drafts shortly for our opening matchup between our Neat and Marin. We're literally just talking about it, but before we do, we're going to have a little over with our cast. They are Gravison and Ryan.
Thank you so much, Frankie. I'm here joined by the main man right beside me, Ryan Pessoa. Hello, Ryan. How are you feeling? How was your day? How was your morning?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited to see how the players are doing. Of course, I do have an alliance with one player, Ethan, of course, a fellow countryman, so I'm hoping he does well as well. But the level is very, very high, Gravison.
Do you have any favorite for today, you would say?
Favorite is tough. I feel like from what we saw yesterday, I have to go with, I know we only saw him once. Neat was absolutely incredible.
Neat was incredible, and we're going to see him just in a few minutes, because Real Valladolid is playing against Granada in a really good quarterfinals match, who's coming just in a few seconds. And I did want to talk a little bit about Marin, because if you look at the stats, He's probably the best player in the competition so far because he's the only player who was able to get 10 points in the group stage.
Yeah.
He's the only player in the round of 16 who won by 4-goal difference with a 6-2 result. But the thing is, he hasn't played yet against a player at the caliber as NIT. So that's a good question. Is he going to be able to keep that form against the top of the chain?
Yeah, exactly. I think Marin as well, you mentioned about his performances in the regular season. 6 goals conceded, which is an incredible accomplishment as well, and he's also starting to score a lot more goals as well. But as you mentioned, he's up against NIT, who is unbelievably talented, and we're going to look at the players walking out now. Marin preparing on the stage for his big game. This game is worth an extra €2,500 if you win that, and of course it gives you a huge boost of confidence, Grabison, for the later season.
Yeah, NIT is coming right in with a walkout as well. He's a 2-time La Liga champion, the only player in here who won the title twice, back in 2020 and 2021. So the main question is he going to be able to do it again this year? He's feeling confident. He feels that the last couple of years he grinded the game, but it wasn't enough because his mentality wasn't there. And he feels that this year it's his year. So we'll see in just a few minutes if he's right or not. But again, he's got to play against Marin. Youngster, really, one of those players who burst into the scene a couple of years ago. And I do think this is probably his most important match up to the date. Yeah,
and I think asking around some of the other players in how Marin usually plays anyway, he's very possession heavy, supposedly. He keeps a lot of the ball, frustrates you, and defensively he's very assured. But that's what I spoke about yesterday in the sense that he's still defending well. He's only conceded 2 goals, and it was against Di Sanchez, who was in a hot run of form following his first win yesterday, and he overcome him 6 goals to 2, and it looked easy.
It looked easy because it was just flawless pretty much. I mean, as you said, the possession-based gameplay suits him really well, but then inside the box with the extra passes, he's been really efficient in a way. The thing is, will he be able to stop NIT's attack? Because it was probably the most, I don't know, skillful attack we've seen yet. Do you agree?
Yep, I agree. I think we're going to be seeing one of the best defensive players in this competition up against arguably one of the best attackers, not just in Spain but in Europe as well. NIT, we've seen over the years, he's been someone you know very, very well as well, and you know how well he can perform at the bigger stages.
I do think defensive-wise he was at his best yesterday probably. He did concede 4 goals, which were a lot, but they were coming in from crosses and corners.
Yeah.
But the thing for me is, in the last 10 minutes, against constant pressure, he was passing the ball a little bit too much. I do think you have to dribble a little bit. So from NIT part, the only thing that was more important maybe is to keep the ball. We're going to see the draft now with Frankie and Brandon, so give a hand, guys.
Thank you very much, guys. This is going to be an interesting one because the draft restrictions this year are incredibly tough, Brandon Smith. 20 million coins may sound very generous, but actually it's pretty difficult.
I mean, I wouldn't mind 20 million coins for my team at home. It would certainly change things up completely. But as you can see on screen, these are the requirements that these players at the LALIGA FC Pro Cup have had to go via. A maximum of 3 players per La Liga team, so you can't have more than 3 Real Madrid players, for example. A maximum of 4 icons or heroes. But we're saying it's a lot of coins. It is a lot of coins. You do get that ultimate birthday or icon as a free player. So technically, you could be getting a 5-6 million coin player, Frankie, for free in that budget. But it still makes things ridiculously difficult to try and build your 11-player dream team.
It definitely does. So I'm guessing Stoichkov in Marin's draft, that was his free item.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like it's Stoichkov, Thierry Henry, or maybe Laurent Blanc, but you're not going to waste your free item on Laurent Blanc there. So Stoichkov comes in, really good team. We have to remember it's the first time we've seen Marin on our main stage here in San Sebastian. He's been playing on stage 2, so it's the first time he's played maybe in front of this crowd here. We can see. Aside from that, Sorloth, it goes without saying, won't be playing left back. He'll be quickly moved up the pitch into striker. But aside from that, he's gone big on Bellingham. A lot of coins on him. He'll be coming into probably a full-back position again, as we've seen a lot of the time yesterday. It's a lot of coins for a full-back, but from what we saw yesterday, Frankie, Bellingham is one of the only few players that could maybe contain Sorloth.
What did you think of the Sorloth play we saw yesterday? I actually saw quite a few missed headers in the box.
Well, I think the thing about Sorloth, remember, we are playing into the aerial plus play style meta at the moment, aka anyone that's going to be 6 foot plus, give you the play style. I agree with you. You know, there was headers missed from Soloff, but a lot of the time it's just his involvement. It's just a question mark of what he could do. Didn't always do it, but maybe the flick down, a nod down, and we saw that a few times in a couple of the build-ups for the goals that he was scoring.
And you can definitely see how much it's influenced the way the players approach the draft of their defence. Let's take a look and remind ourselves of what Neat is bringing to the competition this weekend. I want to talk about the fullbacks, the centre-backs here, Brandon, because if Neat does have a weak spot, it is his defence. He obviously wants to aggress, he wants to score as many goals as possible, but do you approve?
I mean, look, it's still a crazy defence. He's got the key staples in there of Araujo and Eder Militao, ultimate birthdays, which are great. He's probably saved a few coins and gone for Balder on the left-hand side. Bellingham, by the looks of it, as we've just said, he'll be coming in as a right-back to Pacho for the aerial plus threats. But we've got to remember, he's got Cruyff in that team and he's got R9. Sacrifices had to be made somewhere when it came to the budget. It's still a ridiculous team. And look, he's still got on the bench Acuna, who came on for Nicolas yesterday, Nico Williams, players that are full of pace, and an Antoine Griezmann item that it's still costing you, what, 1.2 million coins. So, yeah, you can question maybe the fullbacks, but they're still good enough, in his opinion.
Oh, yeah, I'm a fan of the fullbacks. I'm a fan of the pace of Balde. I'm fully on the Balde train, which means I'm kind of on the Neat train too. But let's find out from our casters how they think this matchup is going to go down.
Hugh, Frankie and Brandon. Some interesting drafts. Gravison, of course, some of the best players in the La Liga chosen. If you had one player that was a 100% certainty in the team, who would it be?
Xabi Alonso, the Golazo
Really?
version. I mean, I'm using him in Portugal, in the Portuguese league. He's 500,000 coins, but the playstyles and defensive, he's really good. But with the long ball pass and the interception playstyle, I mean, I think it would be like my main midfielder for sure.
Yeah,
what about you?
I think I always tend to go towards an attacker. I think I'd go Henry. 5-star skills version, of course. We have the two options with the 5-star weak foot as well. But I'd go for the skill moves. I tend to put a lot of my budget into the attackers. But this is the trophy that the players are battling for. Neat up against Marin. Shortly going to be underway. Two fantastic players.
Let's see what happens, really. I'm kind of curious to see what happens because, for starters, and this is a really important thing in a way, because Neat is a player that's used to play at night, and this is probably one of those insights, you know, that people at home maybe don't think it's that important. But him playing this early, I mean 3 p.m. here in Spain, I do think it could unfavor him in a way. And I talked with Marin, and he's used to playing FC at home in the morning. So I don't know, every single thing counts.
Yeah.
And maybe people at home don't realize that. But were you a slow starter? Maybe
An awfully slow start. Terribly slow. Yeah.
Yeah, that happened. Same with me.
Yeah. It's going to be Marin kicking it from left to right, representing Granada, of course, and Neat kicking from right to left. We saw how well Neat started yesterday against Zidane, scoring in the first 3 minutes. I'm hoping he can do it again. He's building up, triggering a lot of runs, and that's the ball over the top, but he tends to look towards, as always.
Rebound? No, not good enough. But yeah, as you mentioned, that's the build-up from Neat. He talked to us after the match, and he spoke about the main thing is his build-up is just passing around the midfielders, but triggering a run to the right back. And when the option for the ball comes in with Xavi and the playstyle plus, it's always on the feet. So it's really impossible to stop in a way, because if you try to cover the run, then he'll go on the inside.
Yep, exactly.
There's not much you can do.
I think that's the most important thing about when you're building up in FC24. You have to have different options to build up with. Just like, not even you have to play the pass all of the time, but it makes your opponent think that he has to track the run, and then it opens up more space.
That's a nice defense by Balde. It's a curious item because I'm sure he's like 20k, 30k, and he's really good. He's fast, maybe defensive-wise he's not that good, but on the attack he's good, and especially if you're using Bellingham Team of the Year as a right back, I think it's a good mixture between both.
Here's Neat building up again. He's got the ball with Xavi into R9. He's going to go back to him again, and it's on the left foot, and it's Neat who takes the lead against Marin. Always seems to make the right choices in the box there, Gravison, and that's a key example again.
Beautiful. He was patient. I do think Marin overcommitted with the two centre-backs, especially with the second-man press. But, I mean, as you can see in the replay, both centre-backs went in to cover the shot from Xavi, which, I mean, the shot was open, but you probably you're not going to shoot with Xavi. And
I think in that situation, you sort of always look to anticipate an extra pass back to R9. I think that's what you have to do. And especially if you're going to second man press, that leaves the striker in R9 in this case anyway in a lot of space in the box.
1-0 to Nid, and he's feeling confident as he did yesterday, because yesterday he started the game in a good fashion. He's doing the same today. Good defense.
Yeah, that's a great step forward there from Neat to get possession back and start another attack again, just triggering the run. Sorloth on the overlap. Manages to bring it down just about.
He's building up slowly with Frankie de Jong. He doesn't need to rush. Now the danger comes in to R9. Reverse Elastico wasn't good enough, but again, he's patient. And when the ball gets to Xavi, especially with a ping pass, straight to a striker with a driven pass. He did it yesterday. He's working out, and there seems like there's not really an answer to Xavi on the defense. Nice defense by Valde. And now possible long ball to Sorloth. He's building up slowly, and he's just flowing, really.
Yep, every time he goes forward, he looks dangerous, menacing again. Jude Bellingham in possession, running towards the byline. Sorloth at the back post. Going to be played to Stoichkov. Just pay attention to the striker. That's what he wants to do. Just get the ball to his striker's feet and try and work the magic. That's going to be offside.
Yeah. But again, he's triggering the runs, in this case to Frankie de Jong. It was a possible decoy because the ball didn't get to him with Xavi, but again, that's a beautiful player lock. Cruyff into the box, step overing, passing it back to Bellingham. This is where Marin is dangerous at. De Jong decides to twist and turn, pass it again to Stoichkov. He's taking his time. He doesn't need to rush. Bellingham again with the ball, step overing. He finds De Jong, finds Gundogan. This is dangerous. Nice defense by Araujo.
For me, over years of playing Gravison, I was always taught in those situations, there could be a mistake actually. Hold on a second, I'll hold that thought, and it's given straight back. In those situations, I feel as if you want to try and get the ball to your striker's feet as soon as possible there. 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak for R9 is so important in the area, and so is this person. Sorloth doesn't have the skill moves or the weak foot.
That's a beautiful pass, was intercepted by Militao, but the pass is going to come in again, because really when you trigger a run and you have the long ball playstyle plus, it's just going to keep coming, as we're going to see in a second.
Great ball. Again, it's snappy from Neat. It's the roulette again.
It's amazing what he can do in those 1v1 situations. The variation of that roulette, I mean, it's the first time we've seen him in the whole tournament.
He's so good, Gravison. Neat is so technical in the box.
Nice press by R9. Araujo takes his time. And I like Marin. I mean, he could be panicking in this situation because he doesn't have a clear pass. But he doesn't panic. He just keeps the ball, switches up to Cafu, and now the build-up starts. Bellingham controls the ball. He has time. He's finding Cruyff on the outside. He's finding Stoichkov now on the inside. Again, pass to De Jong. Pass to Ronaldo. This could be dangerous. Ronaldo twisting and turning. Another pass intercepted by Araujo, but now Sorloth comes in. R9 decides to take his time, get outside of the box, find Bellingham on the outside. And this is dangerous again. Pass to Sorloth. Sorloth twisting and turning.
It just seems a little bit too much, Gravison.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do think, as you said before, when you find those strikers, 5-star skills, you have to do something. Reverse Elastico. You just gotta find the right space to shoot.
Here's Xavi again with the ball over the top. Jude Bellingham, the speed boost down towards the byline. Good defending there from Marin. If you could defend against Xavi, what would be your point? Would you try and press him as soon as he touches the ball, or do you track the run and then just not give up and keep following the player off the ball?
For example, for people at home that watch the English League, I think Matias' defense was perfect. You have to offside trap, but you have to second man press and press as well with both midfielders. So the moment the ball gets to Xavi, you gotta press and second man press with both midfielders, and then he'll have to turn because there's no other chance. And when he turns, offside trap. I do think that's the only possible thing you can do, because if you remember Brighton, that was the only answer really to the player lock.
I mean, Marin building up again. We see now patient, could argue overly patient he's been. Cruyff in possession, whipped into the box. It's going to go straight to the keeper there.
Yeah. But I'm liking Marin so far. He's not panicking on the defense, which could be a thing, especially playing against NIT, and this could be dangerous.
Yeah, he could be panicking here. Jude Bellingham in behind, into R9. A ball roll wasn't enough to take it under control fully, and NIT, that is a chance missed.
I don't like this year the first touch ball roll. The ball doesn't get controlled as it should be. Nice pass. Nice build up.
A lot more direct from Marin. It's beautiful step over, near post finish. And that is a great goal, Gravison. The first time he's been properly direct in this game, and it's led to a goal.
I think I agree with you 100%. NIT pull out the center back a little bit too aggressive into the wings, and Marin saw the opening. I think he gets dangerous when he finds those first time passes into a striker. In this case it was Cruyff, so he found Cruyff open, and then again he was direct with the step overs, and he didn't panic with the goalkeeper movement. 1-1.
Great touch from Bellingham, and Marin running up towards the byline again. Plays it inside. Stoichkov, De Jong is going to be there. He's going to look to try and find just space to get the ball to his attacker. It's good defending from NIT.
But again, he's been dangerous in those areas. He's overloading a little bit the side with Bellingham, with the midfielders, and I do think NIT hasn't found an answer to that yet.
And here we go again, a ball over the top. Jude Bellingham takes it in his stride. You see R9 just waiting there. Here we go, a fake shot, a turn, elastical, but good defending from Marin.
So last time, as you said before, he panicked with the centre back with the second man press.
He learned his lesson.
And this was, he learned his lesson, and now the second man press was in, and when the ball didn't get the control it needed, bam, switched, tackle, recovered ball. This might be, Valdez ball, and this is going to be the last attack of the first half. That ball is always finding Bellingham.
Oh, that's beautiful from NIT. And Ronaldo, roulette finish. Oh my goodness.
Get out of here. Come on, what is this golazo we've just seen? I mean, McGiddy cancel into a roulette. And not only that roulette, in that angle, that specific angle, I mean, it worked out fine against Zidane yesterday. It's working out against Marin today. NIT. Come on.
It's an unbelievable goal. Just before half-time as well. Perfect time to take the lead in this game with no response from Marin. The whistle blows for half-time, and that's a great, great goal, Gravison.
I mean, there's not much you can do, really. I mean, you can defend outside of the box, but when it goes to when it gets to those 1v1 situations, and then it's just that McGiddy is being cancelled, that roulette. I mean, what can you do, really? Yeah,
the skill move was perfect. The stats as well. Spoke about possession from Marin. He loves it. 63%. He's only had 3 shots in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the build-up from Marin has been really good, especially overloading the right side of the pitch, but then he needs to be quicker inside the box.
Yeah, I feel as if there were spaces where he could have been direct, played a driven pass into his attacker, but then he's gone back to De Jong or someone else and tried to recycle possession, and just it allows NIT to just get back more players behind the ball.
Yeah, especially because I don't think this year, I mean, in previous years, you could just get into a clear shot just by passing the ball. But I do think sometimes when you gotta work an angle, you gotta step over, you gotta speed boost a little bit, because you need to put your opponent in a difficult situation with the center backs. And I don't think Marin, he did it once with Cruyff, and that's why he scored the goal.
He scored.
So he needs to do it more. But the defense has been really good. Just 2 goals conceded in one half. I mean, the first goal could have been defended better, definitely, but the second one, I think we could have done. And this is the second half, starting with Real Valladolid keeping the ball with the center backs, but not for much, because he's going to find Bellingham, he's going to trigger a run, and that's it, the ball to Bellingham. Nice ball into Cruyff. Cruyff won't be stopped. Oh,
So skillful.
so skillful. I don't even know how to do half of the things he does inside the box. He has to be careful now with the keeper. Yeah. He's been patient with the build-up. I don't think I remember him losing the ball. And especially against the high pressure of Nip, that's not an easy thing to do. Nice ball.
Just offside.
Oh. Thought that was through and onside.
Would have been well worked there from Marin. Again, triggered run from Neat. Doesn't end up playing it, but you can just see he always utilizes the left back and the right back bombing forward. Gives him the overloads when building up, and he's got the ball. Or has he? Just kept it on. Oh, just off actually.
Yeah, that was a through ball instead of, say, a normal ball. The control wasn't good enough. Stoikov passing the ball to Cruyff, Cruyff to De Jong. He's been quicker now. He's not finding the spaces. Ball gets to the side.
Yeah, Stoichkov. Oh, sorry, Sorloth.
I think it's Bellingham paired with Sorloth. Has been not a mismatch yet. Nice defense. I mean, he has been really aggressive when the ball gets into the box, and that's why Marin hasn't been able to just find the space pretty much inside the box. Do you think an answer to this aggression from Nid could be the finesse shots from Gundogan?
I think it could be an option, of course. You have to make your opponent scared of when you're on the edge of the box, whether you're going to driven it to a striker or look for a long shot. And he's got the ball here. Elastikov with Stoichkov couldn't get the space there. Well defended from Marin. But I agree with you. I think long shots are very important in this game. It's something that you can just make your opponent cautious of. It's a great player. Look down the line as well. You see there, it's just very passive. Here we go. He's got the ball with striker. That's what he looks for.
Oh, nice tackle.
It's a great challenge.
Yeah. Player switch was on time. I mean, the timing could have been better by the defender. But yeah, I mean, sometimes you just open up the space with a possible finesse. Nice press by Cafu. This could be a danger. Sorloth on the counter-attack. Maybe a flare nutmeg coming in. I think that was a mistake. I mean, the ball roll sometimes works, but I do think the flare nutmeg is just quicker in a way.
Oh, it's the first time he's given it away in build-up like that this half. Marin goes back and slows the game down. Just tries to be a lot more relaxed.
But he doesn't have, I mean, he has 30 minutes, but he needs to be a little bit more aggressive inside the box pretty much. And when the ball gets to Gundogan, sometimes he has the chance to open up angles. But I do think he's concentrated a little bit too much with getting the ball to the midfielders and then a driven pass to the strikers, which could work. But you got to do something else when you're playing in the quarterfinals of the La Liga Cup.
Again, Xavi spreading the play. Familiar theme is what he's been doing. The triggered run with De Jong. Just wants to get the ball to a striker or someone in the area that has skill moves and is unable to because of the lane cutting there from Marin when defending. Ball switched into Bellingham. Again, well defended there from Neat.
Yeah, but the now he's starting to make mistakes because he's been pressuring a little bit much, Marin I mean, with the strikers against the midfielders. He's finding a way to stop the Xavi long ball passes, so he needs to be careful. I mean, Cafu's running by the byline. A possible cross coming in.
Get the ball to Cruyff there. Cruyff just drifted offside now. De Jong spreading it out wide again from Marin.
Corner. This could be dangerous. Let's see what Marin has to offer. I don't think he scored at a corner yesterday, but as we know and as we saw yesterday, Sorloth is a menace inside the area. That's a weird corner.
Yeah, and it's a wasted one as well. We've seen how important corners are this year, especially if you manage to refine your game with then. Oh, R9 was in on goal. I thought he was going to play it then with Javi.
I thought that was coming in. Oh. Xavi twisting and turning, passing to Bellingham, and this is where the danger comes in. Possible cross to R9. Araujo wins the header. And we need Marin to be a little bit more offensive, more aggressive.
He needs to be a lot more aggressive, especially as the clock ticks on. The further you get into the game, the more comfortable Neat will be, and then of course we'll start to keep, well, for Neat's perspective anyway, we'll start to keep possession a lot more Gravison. They can just change up a little bit of tactics and be a bit more risk averse, and then you're forced to go all bodies forward and go constant press. And a pause is cued now. 15 minutes left to go in our first quarter-final of the day.
Yesterday Neat was a little bit too aggressive with the passes against the constant press yesterday. Do you think today we're going to see a little bit more of dribbling from him?
I think, well, you'd hope anyway that he's learnt his lesson in that sense anyway. It's, of course, he didn't end up conceding late on from in extra time specifically anyway against Zidane, but there were a few mistakes when he gave possession just because of the passing. And we both know with constant press this year, you kind of want to be positive with that. The moment you turn back or try to pass it quick, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, you're in big trouble. Let's see if Neat learn from yesterday's mistakes. And Marin, he needs to be direct, as you said before. I mean, it's just one shot on target, one total shot, one goal, obviously.
Yep.
But if you don't have a volume of shots, then you're not going to win the game. We're going to see some substitutions coming in, and someone is coming in because I need to do an interview. So,
yeah, speaking
Brandon,
of substitutions,
all to you.
Still subs being made. Alterations to the squad there on the screen of Marin. He needs to make a difference in these last 15 minutes. He needs to impose himself in this game, and talking about imposing themselves into a game, Brandon Smith has just walked in and taken Gravison off.
I've just taken over, haven't I? Yeah. I've just done what I want. I mean, what a game. I've been watching this from the back room, and it has remained so nip and tuck between these two. Keep in mind as well for Neat, this is a tournament that he really wants to add on to his tally. Speaking of Neat now, looks to try and outsmart Eder Militao. But I mean, have you been impressed by this performance from Neat? I mean, we saw yesterday a really flary, different style of FC that I don't think we saw from any other Spanish player in the competition.
Yeah, definitely. I think today obviously it's not been to the same amount. He hasn't had as many chances as he did in the Zidane game, but defensively I've been very confident with the way Neat has been playing, and I feel as if he seems comfortable. It seems as if because of the way Marin is playing, it's falling into his own hands, where Neat doesn't have to do anything drastic and major to see out this game.
Well, here's Marin, who sort of is a bit of an unknown quantity at the moment here in Spain. He was actually with a chance of representing Spain at the Euros not so long ago. Playing headers and volleys in the box into R9. It's Griezmann on sides. No, he is not. It was a really tight call. But that's what Marin will offer, Uriah Pessoa. Just out of nowhere will create a chance. And very nearly finding himself all square at 2-2. Massive switch of play. Does about keep it in. Yuri. Ball around. It's Sorloff who, I'm not sure what he was looking for there, but didn't really play out. It's difficult now. 7 minutes left in the game to try and play as well. Whipped all the way across on to R9. Little fake shot inside. Eder Militao. He's got to score from there.
Yeah, I think it's too much, Brandon. I'll be honest. I think you could even go direct just off the volley with R9 there. I don't think he needed to bring it down, and when he did, I don't think he needed the extra fake shot again.
He could have concluded the game there and then and booked himself a spot in the semi-finals.
Great high press from Neat again.
Doesn't need to score again, but certainly we'll continue piling the pressure into a pause menu. We go 5 minutes now, and we are really seeing a inside look at the changes that are being made for both of these two players. Offensively on the one side for Marin of Granada, who had quite a strong performance yesterday. He was one of the top performers from the group stages, was Marin. He gave him an auto buy and also qualification into the grand finals of the La Liga FC Pro. Came up against David Sanchez in the round of 16 yesterday and just eased past him in the nicest way possible. It was a massive 6-2 win. Before he came on stage, actually, I saw him play Flippercito in a friendly, Ryan.
Yep.
And at 2-0 down, Marin just rage quit the game and walked out.
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
That was only about 20 minutes into their game as well, between the two of them. On the other side of things for Real Valladolid, and remember, Nick did win this tournament, not the cup, but the league 2 years in a row, back in 2020 and 2021. The only player to do that consistently across 2 years, and he was only 17 at the time also. Back underway for the last 4.5 minutes. Tuga, one of the famous picks that Nicolas took yesterday, also in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup.
Oh, it's a huge mistake.
A massive win. Has to make the most of this one now, Ryan. It's 89 minutes on the clock. Araujo pulled out of position from that right-hand side as he just reworks the chance again. It has to go now for Granada. Wins a free kick in what is a really dangerous area. Does he fancy a direct shot?
This is incredibly dangerous.
21 metres out. He plays short instead. Griezmann. I mean, was that another free kick, or was that?
You have to go direct. I'm sorry, you have to.
Especially with the success we've seen, Ryan.
You have to. No, that's just on the edge of the box there.
And what a chance it was squandered. It will be Real Valladolid and neat the book of spots in the semi-finals of this year's LALIGA FC Pro Cup. And by any means, it wasn't an easy game, Ryan. He just about got through it by the skin of his teeth. And he is enjoying the crowds here in San Sebastian. Massive win there. That's one quarter-final done and dusted. But right at the end there, from that free kick, I think you're right. From what we've seen across this weekend, Ryan, have a direct shot because they go in.
Yeah, I think that free kick had to be direct, I'll be honest. I think Marin won't be happy. Of course, losing, he won't be happy regarding the result, of course. But with the way he played, I feel as if he let the game get away from him completely.
Absolutely. Well, look, Neat goes through again. He is looking so confident at the moment in terms of his performances in this competition, certainly in Spain. He's peaking at the right time at the moment, you could argue, and he's now joined by our very own Jaime Alvarez, who's jumped from the commentary booth onto the stage. He's with Neat now.
Thank you so much, Brandon. We're here with Need, and the first thing I wanted to ask him is Marin might be an underdog in this match, but he did get the best of the group stage with 10 out of 12 points, and then on the round of 16 he won 6-2. Did you feel overconfident in this match, or you knew it was a tough match? Vale, te comento, Need, probablemente eras el favorito para este partido, pero Marin fue el mejor jugador de la fase de grupos y en octavos de final también ganó 6-2, que fue la derrota más abultada, la victoria más abultada. ¿Crees que era un partido más difícil de lo que la gente pensaba?
Bueno, yo al menos sabía que iba a ser difícil, no sé si la gente pensaba lo mismo o no, pero sabía que iba a ser un partido parecido, de que él iba a tener la posesión, ya sabíamos cómo jugaba él, de que iba a haber muy pocas ocasiones y al final yo he defendido muy bien y las que yo he tenido las he marcado, así que eso es lo que me ha dado la victoria y bueno, muy contento por ese pase a semifinales.
I thought it was a tougher match that people thought. I don't know what people thought, but for me it was a tougher match. Anyways, the defense was there, the attack was there. I didn't feel like I was overconfident, but then I won, so I'm in the semifinals. Okay, Nid, the second thing I want to ask you is, you won the Super Cup, you won the La Liga Finals, you haven't won the Cup yet. Do you think this is the tournament to win it, the treble? Vale, Nid, no ganaste ganaste la Copa, ganaste la Supercopa y ganaste las finales, pero todavía no has ganado la Copa. ¿Crees que esta es tu chance de ganar la Copa?
Sí, ¿por qué no? Creo que este es el año, estoy a tan solo 2 partidos, ya estamos en semifinal. ¿Por qué no? Me hace especialmente ilusión esta copa. Al final lo más importante pues, es la Liga, además da plaza, Champions, Mundial, pero bueno, me hace ilusión y espero poder llevármela a Pucela.
I think this is really the time to win the treble. I've won the Super Cup, I've won the LALIGA Finals, but I think I'm playing at my best and this is my chance to win the whole thing. So I'm feeling confident and I want to bring the cup back to Pucela. Thank you guys, thank you Nid as well, and throwing it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, our very own Jaime Alvarez, a player that actually won the La Liga back in 2019. It still blows my mind that we can just speak 2 languages. Look, just like that.
Yep.
Just like it's nothing. You heard from Nate, though, confident, Ryan. He said he wants to bring this trophy back to Real Valladolid. And look, it's the only trophy that he hasn't won here in Spain because he's won everything else.
Yep, he's won everything else, and he's on course if he follows on with his performances that we've seen from the 2 games so far. That was his goal with the roulette for me already. We've got a contender for goal of the day without even seeing the remaining games or remaining goals from the games coming up already. It's a fantastic goal.
Well, could you argue that's a bit of trademark Nate as well? Because he did it yesterday. That simple little spin in the box. Thank you very much. See you later. Sent him packing. This was some more of his chances. Again, he's always trying to be creative around the box, Nate. It's a little elastico here. It's a ball roll here. It's another skill move wherever he can try and squeeze one in, which... There was a moment in the game where you could argue he slightly overworked the chance, Ryan, because he had a chance to make it 3-1.
Yeah, absolutely. He had a couple chances, I felt, as if to try and get the goal back. This was another chance from Marin that he thought he would have scored. And this was it. This is the overplay, the fake shot there. I just thought it was a little bit too much there, Brandon. But to be fair, it doesn't matter. He ended up seeing out the result anyway.
I think originally that ball goes over to R9. You think he's just got so much more time than he has. Took the fake shot inside. And again, Neat is through. It doesn't matter. This is our play of the match from the game. I'm expecting it to probably be a certain goal, Ryan.
Yeah, I think it has to be. This was the goal to make it 2-1 just before half-time. The McGeady cancel with Stoichkov. The roulette with Ronaldo, the 3-touch. And it's just into the corner there perfectly from Neat.
Just sends the defender packing, isn't it there? Lovely roulette in the box from R9 and no way anywhere the defender to get near. Let's have a look at the bracket now to see what that does for Real Valladolid in this competition. Well, it puts them in the semi-finals, and now we've got 3 more quarterfinals coming your way today. We've got Cadiz against Huesca, we've got Real Viena against Real Sporting, which is a real-life footballing derby as well, which will be unfolding here on FC24. And of course, last but not least, that big game at the bottom of the bracket, Nicolas up against Flippercito, Getafe up against Sevilla. Loads of great games coming up, Ryan.
Yep, loads of great games. I'm looking forward, as I mentioned, to see Ethan, how he fares out today in his game against Nacho Abella. And yeah, the other games are great as well.
Absolutely. Well, look, there's more action to come here from San Sebastian. Don't go nowhere. We'll be back in a few minutes' time for our second quarter-final. Welcome back once again here to San Sebastian for our LALIGA FC Pro Cup Grand Finals. Myself, Brandon Smith and Jaime Alvarez guiding you through our second quarter-final, which will be coming up in just a few moments' time. Grav, I mean, you spoke to Neat. We've already kicked off with a bang, but we're already getting a small, I guess, inside look of how tight some of these games could be today. Because Neat only did win by 2-1, and at the end there, it could have been a very different storyline, and we could have been going to extra time.
I mean, especially with the free kick. I mean, that free kick could have went in like easily. He decided to take it short, but yeah, he was through. Neat.
Well, let's turn our attentions then, Gravison, to our second quarter-final here. Fernandez, a player that has come over from the Portuguese league for this adventure here in the LALIGA FC Pro. And look, at the moment, it's going pretty well for him, Grav, because he's qualified for the Grand Finals in a couple of weeks. He had some very nervy games yesterday. One of the penalty shootout against Andrew Dominic of Osasuna. That was a really, really nail-biting 4-4 game. Then had to play against Tuga, but who stands in his way? A seasoned veteran, someone you know very well, former teammate of yours as well, Gravison, Daniel Aguilar of Huesca. How is he feeling coming into this one today?
He's feeling confident. I had just the chance to speak with Toño, his coach, and he said if he just plays the way he played the warm-up, I'm really chill because he's going to destroy him. I mean, he was using that word, destroy him.
He said the words destroy him.
Destroy him.
What is it about this LALIGA FC Pro that Daniel Aguilar loves? Because, you know, in the kindest way possible, his biggest moments really have come, obviously, outside of 2v2. He's had some great runs in 2v2 as well of yourself, but in a 1v1 environment, his best achievements have come in this league format.
Definitely. I mean, he hasn't qualified to playoffs yet. He's competing in FC. He played the Champions League once, but it wasn't really a successful one. And here in the LALIGA, I mean, he did finish third one year, but the Cup, he hasn't played that well during the Cup in the last few years. So I do think he's playing well, but he hasn't been championship material yet.
Yeah.
So I do think this could be the day for him.
Absolutely. Look, he was one of the people as well that came out early this year on social media and said, look, I need to make sure that these opportunities that I have got in the FC Pro ecosystem, I make the most of them, because he still, remember, could qualify for the E-Champions League. He still could be at the FC Pro World Championships if he performs well in a couple of weeks' time. But why not kick it off with some momentum here at the Cup? I believe it is time to go and check out our drafts with the fantastic Frankie and Ryan. We're excited to see these drafts heading in to our second quarter-final.
Thank you very much. You just thought it was fantastic. I love that. Yep. I love it. Love to start with a compliment. We'll have to think of one for those guys when we send back to them in a moment. First of all, though, we want to take a closer look at one of the newest items in the game, Ultimate Birthday Henri. This came out about a month ago, Ryan Pessoa, and it's had a big impact, particularly on the English competition we saw recently, but maybe not as much impact here in Spain.
I feel like, of course, this version is the one with the 5-star skill moves. For me, it would be my preferred option compared to the one with the 5-star weak foot. But the finesse shot plus playstyle is incredibly effective in-game. We've seen the amount of goals scored from it. He's got technical for a regular playstyle, quick step, rapid plus as well. I think it offers a lot going forward.
We've been talking, though, about players not going that direct, particularly in the last match. We saw Marin miss out on some opportunities. Is that how you get the most out of this player?
I'd say you get the most out of Thierry Henry or any player in the game that has finesse shot plus. It's just being sort of unpredictable on either foot. Maybe that then ties into the one with the 5-star weak foot a lot more than this one, but they're both very effective.
Well, let's take a look at a draft that is going to be featuring Henri. It's Daniel Aguilar. He's making his debut here on the main stage in San Sebastian. You can see him up top. Talk to me about this Griezmann pick, though, in the centre-forward position. Yeah,
Griezmann wouldn't be a player that I would personally select to start in my attacking lineup. Of course, he has the skill moves, he has the finesse shot as well, so he's very effective, but I feel as if he just wouldn't be the person. He doesn't have the pace that I would like in my forward line. And we actually got the lowdown from Gravison, who spoke about Daniel's team, saying that Griezmann comes up at half-time for Nico Williams, so yeah, that ping plus play style from Nico Williams helps him a lot in build-up.
Is that what Nico offers, just the ping plus, or is there anything else?
The pace is unbelievable. It's blistering, especially off the bench as well. Defenders start to get a little bit tired. I feel as if he's a perfect option off the bench.
And we do have quite a lot of pace, actually, in our fullbacks as well.
Yeah, Balde, having been one of the fastest players that you can select in the squad as well. Uribe Chiche is relatively slow for a fullback. He personally wouldn't be my option as a fullback. I would say he's probably the weak point in this team.
Talk to me about the Vinicius Junior as well, the Thunderstruck item. We're actually going to see Team of the Year honourable mention Vinny in just a moment, but why would you pick the Thunderstruck? Is that just simply a budget thing?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't think there's too much to separate them. You can maybe argue the budget might have come into play, maybe slightly cheaper or slightly more expensive, but for me, I don't think there's too much to differ them in terms of stats.
And what he offers you, again, this is just pace, right?
Skill moves. You can sort of trust him in the area as well. His finishing's high enough to trust him. So yeah, he's an option that's very good going forward.
He's just so fabulously fluid to dribble with as well.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at their opponent then. This is Fernandez, and we know that this is a player that just likes to attack.
Yeah, Fernandez, he holds himself to a high standard. One of the best attackers in this competition. He's got Buchiguena with a 5-star skill moves, 5-star weak foot. Ronaldinho as well, which takes up a large portion of his budget.
Yeah, and if we look, we've also, talking of taking up a large portion of the budget, we've got Fantasy FC Mendy.
Yeah, I believe it's at least 5.5 million
Over 5,
points.
yeah. So therefore, it's probably not surprising that we're not seeing Team of the Year Jude Bellingham, because that's also about 5.7, I think.
Yeah, I think most players will use Jude Bellingham as a left back or a right back, and if you're already having Cafu at right back, Mendy at left back, to put that coins into it, you could use it further up the pitch.
So who would you rather have as your left back then, Mendy or Bellingham?
I'm taking Mendy personally. Again, I just like the pace. I just want to feel more comfortable with that pace in the back line.
And to be honest, with this item, that's no stranger to scoring in a national competition. So you've definitely got a lot of flexibility there. Thinking then about these two drafts, Ryan, which one would you rather be playing with?
Oh, I actually prefer this one a little bit more. I think the Ronaldinho here, the Mendy, I think I favour this one.
So you're not going to have to sub off forward at half time?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That's why I like this one. I think I like it a bit more.
All right, well, we'll see who comes out on top very soon as we're ready to get this match underway with Brandon and Gravison.
Thank you so much, guys. Great to see both those teams heading into the draft. Remember, there are requirements we are following here at the LALIGA FC Pro, which just shakes things up and keeps things interesting. And more importantly, I feel like this is the first year in a while in FC where there is small little things which can, strategically make a huge play, especially those play styles and how to stop aerial plus or the finesse, which we've seen flying into the back of the net. Just while we had a minute there as well, Gravison, I was just having a little look. This is Daniel Algola's 5th season in the La Liga. I mean, bearing in mind the competition's been running for 7 seasons now. It's his 3rd time in the Cup, but you're right to say he's never really had a performance that's blown us away at the Cup. No. This could be that performance if he was to go far.
This could be the one. I remember back in 2022 he got destroyed by Adriman for Real Oviedo in the first round, quarterfinals, and that was pretty much. I mean, last year he played the 2v2 and got destroyed again by Atletico de Madrid, Tuga and Andoni. And this is probably
though, Gravison, who's a player that was at the World Championships last year. He was in the best 32 players in the world, and he's not doing it this year. But last year at the playoffs, in last year's FC season, he used to play without any shoes on.
Did he?
I don't think he is today, but he used to literally take his shoes off and then sit with his legs crossed in the gaming chair. That was his good luck charm last year, which took him to the World Finals. I don't think we're seeing it on display this time round, but just a really random story, Gravison, that it made me chuckle when I saw it last year.
What's your favourite position to play FC at home?
What? Just in a chair, Grav. Just in a chair? Where else am I? Am I laying on the bed? Am I laying on the floor?
Maybe you're on the sofa, something like that.
No, I mean, you're on about the hunchback. You're on about the hunchback, aren't you? Where you're in your gaming chair, you go 1-0 down, you just get an extra couple of centimetres closer to the TV, and it just goes on and on and on. But yeah, I can't say I've got I can't say I play barefoot to say this. What about yourself?
I like to play barefoot.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I mean,
don't sit legs crossed, though, do you?
No. I'm not that flexible. I mean, but I did like to play barefoot in competitions.
Really?
Yeah, I like that. Or maybe with flip-flops on, The
typical FC Pro player stance there of just wearing sliders everywhere. Again, we are waiting to get our quarter-final underway. We won't be talking about feet for any longer, I can assure you of that. We are just loading into the lobbies now between these two. Remember that we have still got 2 quarterfinals also coming up today after this one. Real Oviedo against Real Sporting, which sees Nacho Abad take on Ethan Higgins, the second player from the UK to have ever only have played in the Liga, following on from Paps. Obviously, he played for Levante a couple of seasons back. Then we see Getafe's Flippercito against Sevilla's Nicolas 99, which I cannot wait for as well, because the Iceman has been looking deadly. I believe we are loading into the game right now for you. 9-minute halves, remember, the games are longer, but if we need extra time and penalties, we will go there, such as Fernandez did yesterday in his opening game in round 1. A 4-4 game against Andrew Dominic took him to penalties, and he was able to hold his nerve. This is the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, a €100,000 competition, and it's Cadiz against Huesca. Fernandez against Daniel Aguilar. We are into the game live now. There must be a part in Daniel Aguilar's mind as well, and I'd love to know, the thoughts in it from the hardcore Spanish community. I guess the thoughts on the players that are coming from outside of Spain into the competition, and I guess in the nicest way, taking spots away from Spanish players.
Oh, we just had the chance to speak about that actually in the hotel lobby. Danny said that he loves people from other countries to come and play here in Spain. But
as long as they don't take his spot.
Yeah, pretty much. And he would like them to stay the whole year. So maybe we'll have some players moving on to Spain the whole year. Yes, next year. Nice defense by Blanc. We're going to see a lot of tackles from Dan Aguilar. He's a player that likes to tackle.
Well, if Fernandez does win €25,000, I mean, he could treat himself to a couple of weeks here in San Sebastian. Cafu in at left back. And fell on Mendy in a right back. We seem like we've just switched the roles ever so slightly between the two full-backs. Laurent Blanc as a starter in there as well, his ultimate birthday icon.
One thing to mention is Danny's first time playing on the stage 1. He was playing the round of 32 and round of 16 on the secondary stage, and sometimes it's hard to play here when you haven't played yet.
Omri dinks it into Sorloff. That's the first shot off target from Daniel Aguilar. But back to your point, I mean, look, he had 2 difficult games yesterday against Hugo Sanchez and Rene Easter. Both games were on stage 2, and we didn't really see much of him on the show, did we? He was just going about his business, which he did do very well. Big 4-2 win, 3-2 win. Was enough to get him into the top 8 and also qualify himself for the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals in a couple of weeks' time, where the best 16 clubs battle it out for a €250,000 prize pot. Speaking of Daniel Aguilar, he comes down the byline, lofted it in. He knows what he's looking for. But at the moment, Sorloff can't get it on target, Gravison.
No, and that's Danny's fault, because when you head, it's basically manual. So you gotta aim better. I mean, 2 chances. I don't think he'll be wasting the 3rd one, but Fernandez hasn't found a way to stop Bellingham attacking on the right back yet.
Fernandez trying to conjure up his first attack at goal as the ball just switches from side to side. You're already seeing a small snippet of the meta at the moment on FC24, aka it's in the air, the ball is being switched from side to side. And that's why we are really speaking about the same subjects again and again of right backs, who's stopping Sorloff. Ronaldinho now coming forward, just goes on his own. Does win a corner.
Let's see what Danny does from the corner.
Well, keep an eye on number 11 of your screen and number 9. You can see the defensive Sorloff marking the offensive Sorloff. 3 yellow shirts around him. I bet he still wins the header. In it comes, Sorloff at the front post.
Well defended by Sorloff as well. Number 9 Sorloff.
Ronaldinho, his future stars, into Antoine Griezmann.
Poor touch by Griezmann. I know I was speaking with Danny before the game. He told me he wasn't feeling confident with Griezmann. He wasn't liking him so much.
What was he in the team then?
I have no idea. I mean, he was liking it so far this past week, but sometimes you get into the stage and he doesn't perform. So maybe we'll see a substitution at halftime.
Well, he's still about 1 million coins, isn't he? His fantasy item of Antoine Griezmann. Big chance here for Sorloff.
Nice tackle.
And Araujo just does enough to push the Norwegian striker off balance. And possession will change hands back again inside for Wesker, who's still 0-0, 20 minutes into this game.
Xabi Alonso passing the ball back and forth. The long ball pass. Danger coming in as well.
Who would be your two centre midfielders in this draft, Grav?
Probably Gundogan because of the finesse and Xabi Alonso because of the long ball pass. It's all about play styles, pretty much.
Hence why Xavi often ticks that box as well. You're looking for, so you're basically looking for long ball play style plus finesse in your midfield. And it's whatever concoction that looks like between the items that are on offer. I mean, Frankie de Jong also has been instrumental in a lot of these teams. His ultimate birthday item. But I guess it just depends who fits your budget and what play style you're looking to try and play. Henry does get fortunate there. Sorloth able to win the flick on Yuri Bacerci. Does remain on side. It's Wesker. They've had the better of the chances so far. They win a corner.
Second one.
I mean, what we're looking for here. Sorloth towards the front post will be the method of attack, no doubt. He's being man-marked by Sorloth. He's being pushed by Laurent Blanc in there. You can just see he tries to move away and create his own customised run towards that post. Sorloth still! And he's just demanding more from him because it's 3 headers now.
Yeah, he said in Spanish, ¿Qué pasa, tío? With me. What is it, man? What's happening with me? I mean, he's missed the header 3 times now. Which, if you're playing at the highest level, you cannot afford to do those mistakes 3 times in a row.
What more can he do? Time the header?
Time the header. The power bar might be a little bit too much as well.
Oh, that's a gift. That's an absolute gift for Ronaldinho. And just like that, if you don't take your chances, you're going to get punished here. Fernandez. Yes, it was a fortunate bounce back, but it's what he did from there. Vinicius Jr. into his fellow Brazilian counterpart, Ronaldinho. And it is Cadiz that lead by a goal to 0.
It was a wrong tackle by Daniel Aguilar. I think it was Blanc with the missed tackle. I mean, he was a little bit over-aggressive in a way. Sometimes inside the box, you just need to hold all two, kind of wait for your opponent to do something. He was over-aggressive in just a word.
He's had 3 headers, Grav.
Yep.
3 huge opportunities with Sorloth. And none of them have been on target. None of them have pulled a save out from the goalkeeper. And it was only going to be a matter of time until you potentially might get punished. Wesker now 1-0 down. In possession with Xabi Alonso, but will look to switch the play. Goes out instead to Bellingham, who dinks it in there. Sorloth for header number 4. I mean, it's time green, but the header's just terrible.
Maybe you need to knock it down next time into another
He hasn't
striker.
done that yet, has he? He hasn't done that. It's not been part of his play style yet, but you're right. Sorloth, even me and Frankie were speaking about at the start of the show today. You know, offensively in the final third, he hasn't been amazing.
He hasn't been that good yet. Yeah, I think I agree with you. 100%.
But in the same conversation as well, the flick downs is a key way that you use Sorloth in the final third.
Yeah.
Especially when you're heading it down to, look, what, Thierry Henry?
Ronaldinho, Griezmann. Possible finesse coming in from Gundogan. Nice save by Courtois. The time finishing wasn't right again. Don't think it was even timed. Sometimes when it's that far away from the box, you need to time it green. As Nico did yesterday. What, 20 times? 25 times?
Everything was time green, wasn't it, for Nicolas in that ridiculous game, as possession then goes back to Courtois.
Building up from the back, Daniel Aguilar. I mean, the build-up has been pretty much perfect in a way. Don't think I remember him losing the ball. Building up from the back, but in the last third he needs something else. I mean, he's tried the finesse, he's tried the crosses into Sorloth. So maybe next time a driven pass into striker. Guess we'll see.
Well, at the moment, it's all been very obvious to the play style that we've been seeing from Daniel Agula. Nothing needs to change now! I mean, there's the finesse from Antoine Griezmann. He said he wasn't getting on with him too well, but very nearly. It was the French striker that pretty much brought him back into the game. Wins a corner. And the Sorloth battle continues in the box on the 6-yard. Last chance potentially of the first 45 minutes. He tries to peel away from him. There's just so much traffic in that box. Sorloth is there. Tips it round. And wins another corner.
He's taking his time. Maybe near post next time with the first post. Cross.
Well, he peels him out there. You can just see Sorloth comes in, then comes out, goes for a new player instead. It's time green for Marajo, but again it's off target. 6-7 headers now that Daniel Agula has had in these first 45 minutes. And he's had nothing to show from it other than one shot on target.
And this is the last chance of the first half. Let's see if Danny can build up from the back. He needs to be quicker because there's not much time left. Just a few seconds left. No, Sorloth wins the header, so this is the end of the first half. Di Fernandez is winning the game 1-0, and I guess we'll see the stats in just a second.
We've got to see the stats quickly on screen if we can. Oh, we can't. We can't.
Come on, guys. We need those stats.
We'd love to see the stats half-time between the two. Here we go, right. 8 shots to 2. An XG of 1.4. That's mainly because a lot of the shots have been off target. Possession's been even, of course, it has, but 8 chances around the box. I think one of those was a finesse, and the other 7 must have been headers.
I'm kind of...
Can you translate?
Yeah, I was listening to Danny because Danny was saying, when speaking to a referee, about something with the settings. So Danny is thinking there is something wrong
with the controller. Is he actually?
No, he thinks there's something wrong with the headers.
Do you think he's playing on alternate?
The thing is, there is no setting from the headers. It's just manual, you know. But Danny seems to be thinking there's something wrong, you know. I mean, I'm doing things right. I'm missing 6 headers, so something has to be wrong, right, within the game. No, Danny, this is all you. I'm sorry, man.
I'm not sure the admin can help too much either.
I mean, look at the face of the referee. I mean, there's not much you can do, really. You gotta aim better.
I'm surprised the ref didn't say maybe just sub someone else on. sub off Sorloth and sub someone else on. The one thing we haven't seen, though, Grav, from Daniel Agula's gameplay, he hasn't attempted the knockdown from Sorloth, has he? It's always been a direct shot. Maybe that's something we can see in the next 45 minutes. But so far for Di Fernandez, I mean, he's riding his luck. He's had 2 chances. One was a gift, and at the end of the day, it's the scoreline that counts, and it leads by a goal to 0. If he can on for 45 more minutes in his first ever season in the LALIGA FC Pro, he is on for a top 4 semi-final finish in the Cup, and also a guaranteed spot in the Grand Finals in a couple of weeks' time. Let's see if Daniel Agula can try and find the back of the net now. Ronaldinho.
Poor control by Ronaldinho, but again, the build-up has been really good from Danny. He's been patient, he's been building up from the wings, and then when the ball gets to the strikers, he just needs a little bit more efficiency with the skills, probably with the ball control.
In your opinion, why are we seeing Cafu out on the left and Mendy out on the right?
I do think it's because of the crosses, because Mendy can probably stop the crosses coming into Sorloth, but I mean, the crosses hasn't been stopped yet, really, but maybe he's been doing enough for the ball to not go inside the net. I don't know. I guess we'll see in a second. I would love to ask him.
We know they could both play in both sides of the fullback position, but you're just so used to seeing Mendy on the left and Cafu normally on the right, unless you flip a seat and you play him as a centre midfielder.
Flipper is something else. It's a different topic.
He's got a big game. Ronaldinho, Daniel Agula, is he looking for that dink into the box? No, he's not. He's still going on his own! Has he just put that through the goalkeeper's legs?
pass. I mean, with the outside of the boot, I mean, you just gotta tap it a little bit power and you'll do a driven shot. If you remember back in 2018, 2019, it was really OP, but now it's different. You don't really need the driven shot to be for the penalty kick. You just need it to be really near the keeper for the ball to be between the legs.
And of all finishing techniques that we see in this game, all the headers that have been missed, that's the goal that brings Daniel Aguilar back into this one. He's just tucked it through the goalkeeper's legs there.
I think it's a deserved goal because I don't like what I've seen from Fernandez yet, especially with the possession losses he's been having. And now the press coming in from Butragueño.
Butragueño. Fernandez on the hunt. He's yet to create anything so far in these first 15 minutes. And again, I mean, we have to give plaudits, Grab, to how well Daniel Aguilar's done just to contain any sort of real pressure. That he hasn't dealt with anything. He's dealt with 2 shots.
Just 2 shots. One was badly defended with the tackle. But I mean, he's been defended really good, especially with Yuri Berchiche, an item that only costs, what, 20k, 15k?
Yeah, it's Team of the Week in-game item, which a lot of these players have deemed good enough as a left-back. I mean, if you don't want to spend X amount of million coins on a fantasy Furlong Mendy, get yourself an informed Yuri. Cafu, finesse maybe, good ball roll. Does De Jong fancy a finesse or a Trivela on the edge of the box? No, he doesn't. He's still waiting patiently. Ronaldinho, see you later. Oh, Fernandez!
When he gets into the box, he's magic. He knows Danny tackles too much, so he has to skill. He did that right with the croqueta, with the twisting and turning. That was a poor defense by Daniel Aguilar, if we are being fair, but that was magic from Di Fernandez as well. We've not seen the croqueta really much this year, but if you use it correctly, you score goals.
Well, we know what Ronaldinho can offer you, Grav. And look how good he was in that moment there. He just took all the time he needed just to spin with the defender. As you said, the La Croqueta just angled up the finish into the top corner. And again, we're into the custom tactics that you can see now. Player instructions play such a key part for these players. As we see a substitution there as well. As Williams looks to come on of Atletico Bilbao just to spice up some pace in the final third. Is it Griezmann that's been subbed off, potentially?
I think it's Griezmann subbed off and Nico Williams with the bullet pass that has been subbed on. Nico Williams, a player that won the LALIGA Cup yesterday. In football, I mean, not FC. FC, we still have to find out today, the Championship Sunday. Possible cross coming in. Nice defense.
Gives away a corner. Di Fernandez not happy about that, because he knows what's coming his way. Another battle. You see the kick change has been changed just to quickly try and give Sorloth a half extra second to pull away from a defender. There we go. There's Sorloth there. Trying to be matched up. Sorloth at the front post.
That was a good one.
He did time it green, but was just missing the connection. Arajo, player lock. Does he want to use it? You just see Omri peeling away. Xabi Alonso again. He's not going to be the player to take a shot. Dinks it into Ronaldinho. It's a great idea, but it's defended well by Cafu.
And now the counter-attack coming in. As we can see, Sorloth is running. Well defended by Gundogan. Just with the tip of the head.
Yeah, I don't think he knew much about that one, Graham.
No, not really.
But he's going to take all plaudits for it.
Switch of play, yeah, comes. But now he's isolated. Bellingham, team of the year. Really brilliant touch. Now the play style's coming in.
Alonso into Henry. Big chance at Daniel Aguilar, and it's off target. I mean, you can see the coach behind him saying, look, you're creating chances. Be positive, you're creating chances. But for Daniel Aguilar, he's had more shots off target than on in this game.
The thing he knows, it wasn't timed perfectly, and sometimes you need to perfectly time those chances to score. But yeah, again, Antonio just telling him to be patient. But I don't think Danny is really a patient person. Oh, that's a big mistake.
Win. Nico Williams, show us your pace. You've just come on. Can he pull away from Ilkay Gundogan? He's done a great job there of just shuffling it over.
Nice.
Through ball into Ronaldinho. Where's the overlap? Couple of step overs. The idea was there. Big win for Araujo.
Nice interception by Araujo. That's the way to tackle, right?
And it just allows Fernandez to take a few more minutes out of the game. Remember, the winner of this game will of course be playing against Neat in the semi-finals of this year's LALIGA FC Pro Cup.
I'm gonna give you a little something from Neat. He said he preferred to play against Danny. Didn't like to play against Fernandez, so doesn't seem like that's gonna happen.
Massive chance. Nico Williams, can he get a fine? Ah, what's happened there? He went for a play lock and he should have had a cutback pass to Ronaldinho, but that is not what happened at all.
Maybe a flared nutmeg, maybe a ball into a driven pass. I don't think the player lock was necessary.
Mendy, there's Sorloff in for Fernandez! And you can understand the frustration. Because for Daniel Aguilar, he's had about 7 of them.
I've had it 7 times. This doesn't make sense. I'm just translating what Danny is saying. 7 times I've had it. This doesn't make sense. Antonio seems to be calming him down. You're still in the game. Still 10 minutes left. It's just 2 goals. You gotta get back on the game. That's why the coach is so important. Not only helping you with tactical adjustments, because the mental side of things is a huge part of the game as well.
Well, you can just see also how irritated he is feeling. But on the other side for Fernandez, you speak about composure, Grav. I mean, look, he has been composed throughout all of this, where, let's be honest, he is not, in terms of match stats, he's not been on top at all.
I don't think he has played well at all. I mean, he's been efficient, really, because he had, what, 4 chances? He scored 3.
I think that's definitely the word to use, efficient in all areas. When he's had a chance, he's taken it. Daniel Aguilar has had double the chances, if not more. But it doesn't mean much, because Khadif for 10 minutes away from a 3-1 win.
And it doesn't seem like Neat's wishes are fulfilled.
No, certainly not. As it stands, it will be Neat against Fernandez in the semi-finals on the top half of the bracket. Unless Daniel Aguilar can show us a comeback of all comebacks. Vinicius Junior. Nice little step over exit. Laurent Blanc does enough again, trying to take more time out of the game. This could be a big win.
Fault with it. He did tackle a little bit too much. And now I think this is going to be
another big win. He's got to make the most of this for Daniel Aguilar. Bellingham, Alonso taking their time. He tries to squeeze it through, gets the ball back again, does the Spanish icon. Still being patient, Acuna. Can he turn? Vinicius Junior! Big goal! Big goal! And that Croqueta, which sends the goalkeeper packing. Courtois slides away. And as Vinicius Junior will bring Huesca back into this one. There is time in this, and by all means, Fernandez has got, what, 5 in-game minutes of constant pressure.
He just needs to dribble a little bit more. He passed the ball to Sorloff a little bit too quick, in my opinion. He just needs to dribble a little bit more, because if not, the press is going to come in, and that's the way you got to handle the pressure. Dribbling and step overing. That's brilliant from Di Fernandez. Really a good way to start the last 6 minutes of the game.
Well, how about going one step further and bagging yourself a goal? He's taking more time out of the game. 4 players pressing, trying to win the ball back. Just needs to get one more touch of the ball is what he's saying. But Di Fernandez is doing so well just to ride these last couple of minutes out of the game. Big win back for Balder. Is this the chance for Daniel Aguilar? Goes out for a free kick. I mean, it's possession back.
I mean, he has time. He has still one chance left. He needs to build up slowly from the back. He can do it. But Di Fernandez has been really good with the player switching to Lauren Black and tackling. Let's see what happens in the last kick of the game.
Well, Daniel Aguilar, we know we can create chances. This is the moment to create the chance. And in time to come in probably just a minute if he's lucky. Can Di Fernandez defend this pressure?
Nice
Push
tackle.
to the ground, he's crying out for a free kick. And in time of 2 minutes, all he needs to do is run. Ferland Mendy just needs to run. There's 1 minute already gone on the game. He's around the corner. Is he about to conclude the game? He doesn't want to. The keeper's off the line.
He doesn't need
but
to.
He's not falling into the bait. And instead just looking after possession. It looks as if it will be Cadiz into the semi-finals. It's heartbreak for Huesca and Daniel Aguilar. And that's the full-time result. Di Fernandez will play neat in this year's semi-finals of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup.
I mean, he has been played perfectly FC the last 5 minutes. I do think the performance overall could have been better, but sometimes you just need to be efficient. He was efficient, he got the job done. He's through to the semi-finals, play against NIT.
I think you're right. There was times in that game, Gravison, we're sitting there and we're thinking, look, you see the stats there on screen. 11 shots to the 4 that we saw from Cadiz and Di Fernandez. You're right, 3 goals from 4 shots. Efficient, that's the word, efficient. And there was a time in that game when Daniel Aguilar was missing chance after chance after chance, and we sat there and we thought, when's this going to catch up on him?
I mean, it's just a matter of time, right? You know when you're missing chances, when you have 3 headers, 4 headers, and you're missing them, you know it's a matter of time before your opponent scores. I do think inside of both boxes, Di Fernandez has been better. Yeah, definitely. I think that's a fair opinion on my side because, I mean, when he got inside the box, he knew what to do. He knew when Danny was about to tackle. He knew when he had to skill. He just knew what to do. And I do think Danny inside the box, he wasn't as good as Di Fernandez was.
Well, here are the highlights from the game in case you missed it. It was a big 3-2 win in the end. That was the goal that came from a mistake from Daniel Aguilar. And as you can see, a very frustrated Spaniard of Huesca. R9 not on the pitch this time. It's all about R10 who was able to put that to the back of the net. This was the finesse, one of the many chances that Daniel Aguilar was able to create. Big save from Courtois. This was the goal back, which was really an interesting one. He put it through the legs of Courtois.
Just that little touch to shot button for the driven shot to be in. This was a brilliant goal, but a poor defense. Unnecessary tackle.
I would say
captain.
Play of the day. That one, play of the day, play of the game, that one. Definitely that second goal. Big goal. And again, I think that will really hurt Daniel Aguilar because he had 7 headers to the 1 that he had with Sorloth. Massive goal that was from Daniel Aguilar. That gave us 6 minutes of intense pressure. But unfortunately, 6 minutes wasn't enough for Danny to get back into that one. I mean, you know him better than me. You can understand how he's going to be feeling right now. He has to
be frustrated, but we'll see the play of the match in just a second. I don't know if it's going to be the one you asked for. I do think that was the best goal of the game. Yeah, I think it's the best one.
Look at this, just to take the time of Ronaldinho into the La Croqueta and a little cheeky celebration as well. He loved it. He absolutely loved it.
It was really good. I mean, he faked to go one way, he went the other way, and then when he knew the tackle was coming in, hit Croqueta. I mean, that was pretty... That's the difference in the game. Inside the box, he knew what to do.
I thought you were about to La Croqueta pass me there, Brad. You were really working out the chance. Let's have a look at the bracket if we can to give you the update of this LALIGA FC Pro Cup, of where we currently are right now. As we said, 2 quarterfinals down. We've got 2 more to go. Real Oviedo against Real Sporting, and it's Getafe against Sevilla. Still 2 more big games to come.
I mean, Real Oviedo against Real Sporting, the Asturias derby. I mean, that's going to be a special match for Nacho Abella, being a lifelong support of Real Oviedo, and then playing against Ethan and Real Sporting for a chance to get to the
someone else who
semifinals.
supports Real Oviedo here as well.
There's someone here, and that's not you, right?
It's not me. It's definitely not me. Anyway, enough of us talking. I believe we're going to go to a quick break now. When we are back, we'll have our next quarter-final coming your way. It is the derby, though, the big derby game, and we can't wait for it all to unfold. We'll see you shortly.
Tut, it looks like rain, you think too much, be glad I came. All is fair in love and war, you talk too much, let's hit the floor. Feet on the ground and heart in my sleeve, don't think I'm gonna let you leave. It's last orders at the bar, we drink a drink, walk to your car. You wanna level up, come on and fill your cup. Scissor kicks, getting licks, and we'll never stop. You wanna get with me, I don't come easily. Bring all your friends and we'll party like it's 93. Getting down, making out, getting stupid, getting loud. I feel dumb, get it on, sipping Jaeger, sipping rum. You wanna level up, come on and fill your cup. Scissor kicks, getting licks, and we'll never stop. You wanna get with me, I don't come easily. Bring all your friends and we'll party like it's 93.
You shine like a mile-high neon light. We got moments left till the world goes wild. and I can't calm down anymore. I may be wrong, but I want more. All I want is everything, with all the words and life between. Hey, all I want is everything. Ho. Forgive me if I'm out of time. I can't control myself sometimes. Maybe wrong, but I want more. All this time I should have known. You shine like a neon light. All I want is everything, but all the words and life between. All I want is everything, with all the words and life between.
Back to San Sebastian, where we are live here for this year's 2024 LALIGA FC Pro Cup final. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Ryan Pessoa will be guiding you through our next quarter-final matchup, and it's not a local derby, it's a big derby between these two football clubs. And what's more important is the storyline here as well. Real Oviedo, played by a long life fan of Nacho Bayer, and on the other side, Real Sporting. I mean, it's a UK player, it's Ethan Higgins, who's come onto the sticks this year, and for them, it's been a great signing because at the moment everything he's done it's been great. He topped his group. Yep. He's into the grand finals in a couple of weeks' time, and he's in this top competition still for a chance to get a top four and even maybe go and win the whole thing. Yeah, absolutely. He's got a target on his back. Maybe to take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. Nacho Bayer, of course, had to come through the first and the second round to get to the stage. Ethan already was placed in round two based off his regular season performances. Nacho Bayer played extremely well yesterday. I want to pinpoint his second game specifically, Brandon. Some of the skill moves, the intricacies going forward. He created a lot of chances as well, and I'm sure he'll be having a lot of confidence coming into it. Absolutely. You can see some of the highlights yesterday from their really difficult games. 68 minutes on the clock in that one. That made it 2-1 in the end. As we said, it was a disappointing day for a handful of players. Did crash out the tournament. Previous winners such as Zidane of Real Sociedad, Kone, David Sanchez, all names that fell in the competition yesterday. We had 24 teams here in yesterday's tournament. Now we've only got 8 that remain, or I should say potentially only 6, because we've still got 2 more quarter-finals to come. Ethan Higgins, I mean, it was a win for him yesterday for Real Sporting. It was on stage 2. It's his first time on the main stage. It wasn't the most biggest of performances from him. He came out on social media and said, look, I got over the line there just about, and I'm into a top 8 and I'm over the moon with it. Yeah, I think that's the aim in it. When it comes to Ethan and his goals, you'll notice he plays the meta heavily. So the crosses with Soloff, the corners as well, he's not afraid to stick the ball in the air and hope his striker can get a head onto it. This was at 1-1. This was the last kick before the 45th. You mentioned he plays in the meta, Ryan. Yeah. I think he might be the meta. Yeah, that goal from the corner is quite lucky because his player selected Soloff and it's actually gone to someone else at the near post. So we did get fortunate, but this wasn't fortunate. This builder here sort of the turn, the pass, the green time finish to the corner as well. And after that, there wasn't too many chances in that game. Yeah, he had about 33 minutes, didn't he, to try and see that one out, and he was... He did enough, just about, to try and see that one out in the end. The problem is he comes up against Nacho Bayer, who is going to be roaring. Yeah. I mean, I don't think even Higgins is going to be Vamos in, is he, on stage? But Nacho Bayer certainly will be, and especially after the games that he had yesterday. Had some really tough matches, obviously, on his bracket run to get to this stage in the competition. It was a big win over Kone, an experienced player here in Spain. And he had to play against Jacita, who we were hyping up yesterday and said, look, top of his group, scoring loads of goals, hasn't lost a game. We learned that meant nothing yesterday. Yeah, exactly. He played against the player that scored the most goals in the competition in the regular season and dispatched him. Yeah. I wouldn't say easily, but he nullified him a lot in terms of the chances created for Jacita. Didn't really lay a glove on him. He didn't. He couldn't get near him at all. I think we're going to welcome out our players any second now. I mean, as I said, it's his first time on the big stage here since coming over to Spain for Ethan of Real Sporting. Going to be a great game, this one. As we said, the winner will be playing either Nicolas or Flippercito in the bottom side of our semi-final bracket. Yeah, you heard that right. Nicolas is in this competition still, and he has been looking very, very dangerous indeed. I mean, for Flippercito in that one, Ryan, when we get to it, he's going to have to bring out a really strong performance. Yeah, absolutely. And so this man right here, Nacho Bayer, walking out on stage for his first game of the day. He's played 2 yesterday.
won both of them, of course, to reach this stage. But of course, the loser, Brandon, is eliminated from the LALIGA FC Pro Cup.
Runner-up as well in 2021 of the regular season, lost to the hands of Neat in the grand final in a last-minute goal. Here's Ethan. As we said, the second English player to have ever played in the LALIGA FC Pro, following on from Pamps, who once upon a time represented Levante. For him, it's a huge opportunity for him to come and play in, if not one of the biggest leagues in the FC Pro ecosystem. There's his stats for Nacho Abella. This is from the group stages. For the tournament overall, I should say. 2 wins, 2 draws so far in the competition. 15 goals scored, 11 against him on that side. For Ethan Higgins, for his results, as we said, he topped the group. He looked really convincing. And from that, he qualified himself for the grand finals in Barcelona without having to go through the extra round that a lot of players and a lot of clubs did after yesterday.
Yeah, the pressure was sort of off in that sense. Of course, qualification secured based on your regular season performance. So he's just coming in just to gain the reps in person to play against his fellow competitors. And of course, seeding from this tournament is very important as well.
What are we expecting from this?
Crosses. I'll be honest. A lot of switches of play, a lot of crosses from Ethan. I think Nacho Abella as well, just those little dink balls into Soloff where you can knock it down for the headers and the plays in the box. I think that's going to be a lot of the ways both players will attack this game.
Absolutely, as we said, it's 9-minute halves, no 2 legs. We might need extra time. We will go there. But for now, let's head to the draft and let's see what these players are using. Over to Frankie and Grabs.
Thank you very much. This might be a little bit personal for you though, Graf, because Nacho is a good friend and obviously supports the same team as you.
It is a professional. I'm a professional. I mean, Ethan, you know this, Demon, you know this. I'm a professional before a Real Madrid fan, so...
No, it's okay. I'm completely unprofessional. He's English, mate. I'm going for Ethan. Anyway, let's talk about the draft. We haven't seen Ethan perform on this stage yet, so hopefully we can see his draft first. And this is a winner. Actually, we're going to see Ethan's. We're saving the best till last. Let's talk about Nacho's first. We saw this played twice yesterday. I mean, it's solid. It's working out for him.
Yeah, for me, the main thing has to be the fullbacks. He's happy with both Team of the Year Bellingham and Yuri Berchiche. And probably the second thing we got to talk about is Xabi Alonso Golazo and Cruyff Golazo as well. Cruyff has been really good for Nacho, especially in that game against Choucita. And then Xabi Alonso seems to be holding the midfield, and then as well with the long ball pass, he seems to be finding both Stoikov and Butragueño as well.
So one of the things that I did notice watching Nacho play yesterday is he's not a fan of crossing, and sometimes it seems like he's getting stuck right up in the corner of the pitch and he's not able to cross it into the box and he's not able to switch up the play in a different way either. Do you think that's going to get the better of him? Is that anything to do with this draft?
I don't think it needs to be with his draft. I think it seems to be his game style in a way. He doesn't like to cross. He likes to find the inside with the passes to Butragueño and Stoikov, especially with Butragueño playing as a midfielder. I don't know. It seems like he needs to cross in this match if he wants to win. Sometimes you got to put your principles aside and just cross.
The Spanish principles also of not taking finesse shots, because actually that is something that we know Nacho can do, because we saw a cracking shot with him with Gundogan yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he scored some beautiful goals. He was lacking the finesse, in my opinion. I mean, we saw Zidane with the left foot.
Oh, it was Zidane. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
they both wear blue. Ignore my ignorant English brain.
No, it's fine.
But yes, we know that that's a potential that he could go, option he could go for. It's just whether he actually tries to do it today. And he's up against Ethan. Ethan does have a lot of international experience, his first time in the Spanish competition. So that's what he's bringing to the draft today. Now, apparently about 15 million coins were spent on this draft. So we're going to take a look at it now. And Denman said, his coach who sat beside him, that they didn't go for R10. That's one of the big components that's missing. But they did go for Zidane, which cost about 3.7 million coins.
I mean, you have 20 million coins, and I think there's always a chance for you to, you know, try to analyze. Denman, is there something with the draft?
This is not his draft.
he said no, but he was looking at Nacho's draft to kind of see what was cooking behind.
Coach has been coaching over here. So as you can see, they're splashed out on the Mendy. That's understandable, that's respectable. So the Mendy and the Zidane alone, you're looking at about 9k.
Yeah, I mean, Zidane...
Or 9 million.
I don't think we've seen Zidane so far a lot, but I remember JRI playing against Nico with that McGeady into a left foot shot, which was really good. And I do think it's compact. It's a really compact team. We know Ethan likes to cross to shorten a lot, and I do think overall you cannot get a better team. I think it is my favorite one so far.
and he's not Spanish, so he has no fear of taking shots from that centre midfield, and he's got a really strong lineup there.
I mean, he's going to finesse with Zidane, he's going to finesse with Gundogan, he's going to cross to Sorloth. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be one to remember. We're not friends anymore. We'll be amigas later on. Let's find out who is going to take the W in this quarterfinal between Ethan and Nacho as we head back to Brian.
Thank you very much. It's getting loud. It's getting very loud here in San Sebastian with our live crowd for this year's LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Brian, 16 miles between these two football clubs. This is a big footballing derby. It's the first ever time we've seen it, though, on the virtual pitch. I mean, this one plans to be absolute fireworks. We saw the drafts. I mean, you teased me. I say teased me. It's probably a necessary. We're going to see it. Crosses. We're going to see a lot of crosses.
Yep.
This game between the two players. I mean, I'm excited to see how it plays out. This is the stats so far we've seen. Keep in mind that Ethan's only had to play one game because he did so well in the league format. He obviously got like a bye into the second round, which only 8 players could do yesterday. For Nacho Bea, he's had to go the long way round in his qualification journey to get to this stage in the tournament. We're jumping into the game right now. Let's get it underway. It's our third quarter-final. Winner of this place, Pito or Nicolas in the semi-finals for this year's LALIGA FC Pro Cup. And here we go now. Oviedo against Real Sporting. Just from the get-go there. We're just seeing Nacho Bea start to get his footing in this game.
That's a good ball.
Yuri Pacherchi looking for a cutback, finds Johan Cruyff. Couple of step-overs, will get past 1 or 2, 3 players. Oh, he's happy to take them all on! Nacho!
Oh my goodness.
He couldn't get near him! Talk to me about that goal, Ryan Passard, because the ball just didn't leave the feet of Cruyff.
Mechanically there, technically there's just everything going forward. From the player lock initially just to get down the line as well, from the L1 stop into an elastico, reverse elastico is just sensational from Nacho Bea in the box there.
Well, it is Real Oviedo that lead by a goal to 0. And it all came from Cruyff, really. From his brilliant build-up. And already for Ethan Higgins, he's on the back foot. Well, he's been in tougher games than this before. Made a huge decision to come over and play in the LALIGA FC Pro this year after, what, 3 really strong finishes in the English Virtual League over there. Lofted in deep. There's that flick down from Sorloth, as we come to expect. There's Arno, back to Stoichkov! His first shot on target! We'll bring him straight back into the game.
That's what I was talking about, Brandon, before the game started. They're the moments Ethan will be looking for, just the knockdowns of Sorloth, the mismatch at the back post. Yuri up against Sorloth in the air. Always going to be one winner.
If I'm being honest, Ryan, there was nothing fancy about the goal. It wasn't time green or anything on those lines. It was just, I'm going to have a shot from here.
Yep. You don't need to be fancy in some situations. It's just about getting the ball in the air, really and truly, and just playing for the knockdowns.
Well, I guess also having the power of an ultimate birthday Stoichkov. To Bellingham it goes, switched all the way back across again. Sorloth using his aerial presence. This is where Nacho just turns it up a gear or two. Still in possession. Came out on social media yesterday and said it's his 5th consecutive time where he's qualified for the LALIGA FC Pro Finals, aka being in the best 16 in the league. Always seems to peak during the regular Spanish competition. As we do go back for a free kick there, which looks slightly interesting. Ethan looking to get his second chance in a goal. Be careful there, Fernandez could be going in the book.
Didn't mean that.
Maybe a little slip of the button there, Ryan.
I think he thought Nacho Bale was going to watch the cutback, and he didn't. He just followed him down towards the corner flag there. I don't think he even expected it.
Well, known seemingly at Bellingham in the side of Ethan. He is a strong part of the team. For everybody else in this conversation, I mean, Zinedine Zidane, Ryan, thoughts on him? I mean, he's pricey. He's one of the centre midfielders that obviously offers you so much as well going forwards. Does he do enough to get in your team? Flick down, back to Stoichkov for another one.
I think Zidane is an interesting choice. I don't blame Ethan for choosing him. I think, of course, a lot of other players will look towards their attackers. Very unorthodox way to try and...
Well, it's sort of like Ethan's playing like a like a flat midfield three.
Yeah, it is, because obviously Zidane, he's still going forward, of course, has the 5-star skill with the 5-star weak foot, the dribbling. He's relatively fast as well. You can shoot with him. Defensively, he has the interceptions that in-game, which is effective. The play style of intercept as well is very, very important in that position. But from other teams, you'd notice that they play with 4 attackers rather than the 3.
I think that's what you're right in saying, though. I mean, every team, it seems like, is built around the fact of having two really good box-to-box midfielders. As you said, one that will give you a long ball pass, one that might give you a finesse play style. But for Ethan, he wants just 3 dogs in the midfield that will just run up and down. And he's happy to back. I mean, you would be R9 Stoichkov. And the aerial ability of Alexander Sorloth. 25 minutes gone on this one, 1-1. After an early start, just minutes in from Nacho Bale. Ethan looking to find another one onto his tally. Araujo just taking off the legs of Stoichkov. In the end, happy to recycle possession all the way back round. Again, do you think there's more pressure on Ethan's shoulders coming over into the Spanish league? Get an opportunity to play for Real Sporting. Speaking of that, he may have just heard me because he could be on to find a second in this game. No.
Do you know what? You can look at it 2 ways.
Is there a level of expectation?
You can look at it 2 ways, in the sense that the pressure will be on the players that obviously compete domestically in this competition year in, year out, to sort of show their dominance and win against somebody that's coming in from overseas. But then again, you could say Ethan's done a lot in other competitions internationally, so maybe that pressure will be on his shoulders from that.
Richard Bueno, Stoichkov, Gundogan, all involved in this attack for Nacho.
The danger here comes when the ball falls to Johan Cruyff in the area. 5-star skill means 5-star weak foot. Once he recycles, he just tries to get the ball to Cruyff.
Could fancy a finesse. You've got to be careful of. We keep speaking about crosses. Next thing you know, you give your opponent a couple of inches, the finesse comes flying at you from 30 plus yards out. Ethan's turn to loft in. Oh, it's clever. Thought for a second there we might have just seen Zidane spin off round the corner there. Nacho. Start up his attack again.
A lot of space.
Cruyff into Buchagueno is what can the Spanish icon do here? Can he pull away from Militao? Fancies the finesse, maybe punched into Gundogan, who didn't really want it there.
I see the idea with the passing, the first time pass with Sorloth and Gundogan there. I understand it. I think it's just the two players you would want someone a little bit more nimble in that position.
There's the famous switch of play. It really is the case of when are we crossing into the box, and now we're getting down the bottom of a quick 1-2. Mendy. Is he lofting it in deep? He is. Sorloth, will he get there still? It was just not really.
Good goalkeeper movement there from Nacho. He sort of predicted the cross from early on, moved him. Ethan went further towards the byline. He still moved him to the back post where Sorloth was. Could maybe argue, Brandon, if that happens again, maybe Ethan could even look to go directly to goal.
Well, it seems like the common occurrence here, Ryan, that happens every single time. And in your opinion, it's an overload on the far-hand side or on the near-hand side with a full-back and a winger. And you've just got to guess every time when it's the right time to intercept, because other than that, you know what's coming at you. It's a lofted ball into the box.
Yeah, you have to pay attention to the runs off the ball. You have to pay attention to the back post cross. You also have to pay attention to the person in possession.
And what can you do when the ball is just constantly being switched like this? You're just being stretched every time.
You have to just move your players back into position. You don't want to overcommit and drag a centre-back out like we've seen in other games today, where we saw, I think it was Daniel who dragged the defender out of position and got punished for it. You don't want to do that. The moment you do it, you put the strength all in your opponent's hands.
Well, half-time between these two in what is a football derby between Real Oviedo and Real Sporting. The game started with fireworks from Nacho Abella, who gave us a goal to remember, but it's been pretty tame over the night. It's been a match of switches, to be honest.
Yeah. As I said before the game, Brandon, we knew what we were coming in for.
It hasn't been the most enthralling game by any means. I mean, look at the XG between the two. I think that says enough, Ryan.
Yep, 0.5 and 0.3, 2 shots apiece. 55% possession in favour of Nacho Abella as well.
Just listening to Denman there. I mean, he's a fan of how he's been playing so far, and since he has been involved, Denman, outside of the La Liga, obviously with the esports team, they have had some great success as well, especially last year in those World Championships. Heads it back on, and he's locking back in for the second half for the side of Nacho Abella. After that goal in 3 minutes, didn't really give us too much. As we said, it's not been the most entertaining of quarterfinals, but you can understand these two don't want to make any rash decisions or mistakes. 25,000 euros to the winner that will be picking up the trophy in a few hours' time here in San Sebastian. What awaits you, though, is potentially a date against Pito or Nicolas in the semi-finals. Saddam.
Great triggered run.
Is he onside? Stoichkov, yes he is. We'll find R9, who was a huge lump of cash in this 20 million coin budget. Gundogan step over, still in possession. Real Sporting building and building, and eventually Sorloth comes back to defend again, only for so long. It's really good press.
It's great press from Ethan. Also good defending initially there from Nacho. See if he can suppress his attack again.
Mendy lofted in towards that back post, and it was matched up, and there was a red time finish in there from Zidane if he was to make any connection. When those crosses do come in, Ryan, is it a case of you often look to do a bit of goalkeeper movement there? This could be a big chance. Bellingham, one-on-one against the goalkeeper, ball rolls around him, fake shots back inside, delays the chance! And for what nearly was a wasted chance by Nacho Abaya, he's recovered that so well. So composed, Timothy Bellingham. He's more than a right back. He's the player that will put him in front by 2-1.
That attack just generated almost from nothing. It was almost in on goal. I think it was a reckless step there with Mendy from Ethan. But you said the goalkeeper movement initially was good, just to sort of nullify him a little bit, just delay it as much as he could. But then Nacho done extremely well with Jude Bellingham to find the back of the net.
I thought the chance may have been wasted there at one point, Ryan, because you saw the goalkeeper movement come out from Ethan to try and tease a shot coming in, but Nacho just stayed very composed and was happy just to rework the chance. It looked like it was, oh my, this could be another one. Ethan needs to defend this one. Yes, he does, with Ethan Militao. Eder Militao wins the ball back nicely. Again, big wins from Nacho. Ethan. Varnon and Mendy linking up well. It doesn't get him any further up the pitch, though. Pause has come in from one of these two. I'm imagining it's been Ethan that's made the pause. As you see, Timothy Bellingham
Could have run.
Go down that right-hand side again. Look at the space he has, even if he just wants to be an option. There he is. Acres of space. And every time he gets that, Ryan, you're just forced to make a decision of do you press him and do you pull out Furlong Mendy? As soon as you do that, if you don't win the ball, you're looking at a 2v1 for your centre-back, and you start asking questions of how on earth do you stop Alexander Sorloth?
Space.
Sorloth's onside. R9's in the box, player lock, just teased, didn't need it. It's just all extra elements to try and throw off your opponent. Big switch from Araujo. Is he going to keep it in play? Yes, he is. Furlong Mendy now creates a 2-on-1 with Stoichkov and Bellingham out of the game. Lofted in deep. Is he onside? Sorloth is offside. Time yellow shot, which still pulled out a save from the goalkeeper, but it will be pulled back for a free kick. Positive build-up, though.
Yeah, I think for Ethan, he's sort of playing one way. I think Nacho is comfortable in the way that he knows Ethan is looking for that cross to the back post every single time without fail. Even if he's on the right side of the pitch, he will build up again and recycle possession, go to the left and cross the ball back into where Sorloth was. So I think if he keeps doing that, it becomes a little bit too predictable. I think that the addition of Sorloth shouldn't be something where you directly build up your play every single time. It should be just an addition to your attack.
I mean, it's nice to listen to a couple of conversations here on our English broadcast, because normally it's in Spanish, and unless you're Gravison, I don't understand what's being said. They've only had 5 shots in the game. Jumping back into it. He's right on that as well, Dan, but there is plenty of time left in this game. Loads of it, especially in 9-minute halves. "25 minutes for Nacho Abaya to try and see this one out, Ryan, and to book a spot in the Final Four. Back from the pause straight away. Is it going to be an instant opportunity for Ethan? Potentially so. Does he fancy finesse on the edge of the box? Gundogan dinks it in. Well, Frankie de Jong dinks it into Gundogan, and that little triggered run there, Ryan, could have caused some problems.
It was well triggered there. Just a little bit too powerful, but the idea is well from Ethan.
Nacho. Player lock finds Cruyff. As he gets down the byline again, cut back, it's in the air to the wrong player. If that's Sorloff in that scenario, you might be looking at a very different outcome.
Oh.
What a ball that is. What a ball that is from Furlong Mendy. Into Cafu from left back to right back. Can he make something happen here? Ethan Stoichkov skills around, goes for a shot, will fall back again.
Oh.
Penalty! And it could be a red card.
Oh.
Gets away with that one, it's a yellow.
Oh.
And this is an absolute gift for Real Sporting. Up steps Arlo from the spot. Saved by Nacho Abeo. And the chance goes begging. I mean, first and foremost, I'm not even sure how that penalty came about. It was a coming together in the box, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just the bundling in the area. The skill moves with Stoichkov. Tried to get a shot off, and I think it was... I honestly don't even know if Nacho Abeo's pressed tackle there. I don't know, but he's building up straight down the other end. Sorloff, keepers come out, managed to claim it.
I've seen it a couple of times to run. How important is it to get the goalie out?
Extremely. It's something you have to commit to, and I think the moment you start to move your keeper out, you can't really be half-hearted. You have to make a decision. If you're a bit tentative and then you bring him halfway, you don't come close enough to the ball, and then it's an open goal.
Well, you're often scared because sometimes the animation's just a punch, isn't it?
Yeah.
He would not get a better chance than he just had there, for the penalty that was missed.
That's sloppy.
Big win again, Gundogan. Does enough to bypass a handful of players. Remember, winner of this goes into our semi-finals here at the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, and we'll play the winner of Nicolas or Flippercita, which comes up next. Mendy does well around the byline. At the back post, Sorloff is waiting for a lofted cross if it... Must to eventually come his way. Mendy's completely out of position now. Look at the space. If he wants to, on the far hand side of your screen now. Big switch of play goes to the right back. This team in here, Bellingham does showcase his aerial ability again. Into our final 9 minutes. There will be time, there will be one good chance at least, or two. And into the pause we go again. Let's see if we can have a little listen in. In this scenario, Ryan, what would you change from a losing standpoint? Looking at that bench and looking at your options, does Nico Williams do enough to replace an icon?
I don't think he does. I don't think he comes on for R9 Ronaldo. But then again, if you're bringing on Larin, you really have two players in Sorloff and Larin that aren't really nimble in possession. They can't twist and turn. They're brought on for one reason and one reason only, and that's to cross the ball in the air. And it's not been incredibly successful so far for Ethan. We say, of course, he scored his goal from the knockdown, but
you still, would you say it's not worth backing that play style?
You can back it because all it takes is one. Again, that's the thing about when you're crossing the ball. It just takes that one opportunity where your defender misses the header, your goalkeeper, you commit him and he just misses the ball in the air, or it's gone past him. That's all it takes, and I think that's what Ethan's going to play for.
Well, the one thing he has now is he has an option at both sides of the pitch, doesn't he?
You can see from when he's been building up, he's been too scared on one side, on the right-hand side, and he just recycles possession, goes all the way back round again. And you got to think, when building up, the clock ticks on. You don't have a lot of time. You've got 9 minutes. You don't want to build up on one side and then be scared to cross the ball in.
Well, substitutions made. We see Larin come on, his ultimate birthday item. We see Nico Williams come as a left back. I mean, we know he doesn't play there, but he's going to offer enough pace. For even these last 7 in-game minutes as he picks up the ball now, wearing number 5. You're absolutely right in saying that. He's got an aerial plus play style option on both sides now. If he wants to whip it from the left, if he wants to whip it from the right.
Oh, I don't think he expected the ball to go through there. I'm not sure. He could have turned and gone with Nico Williams. The pace in behind could have been effective. 5 minutes left of normal time, Brandon.
Gundogan, De Jong.
Oh, that's
Cafu, it's a
sloppy.
poor pass. For Nacho, it's a case of game management now. One of the most consistent players here in Spain. Yesterday just qualified for his 5th consecutive LALIGA FC Pro Grand Final. But wants to back it up with a big performance in the cup. 2 minutes plus additional time. He's looking for one more goal to seal the deal. Big win back for Ethan.
Look at the space. If you looked at the minimap there, the radar, you could have seen there was so much space in the middle. Nacho Bea had both his fullbacks forward. He committed to track the run himself. It left just one defender with R9.
And now he has ample time. This is that cross, maybe. That one-on-one battle, he's been aiming to try and get Griezmann. Punched into a Kuna, possession lost, Orlov pressing there as well. Courtois panics, gets rid of it, gives possession back again to Ethan.
Has to go forward.
And inside of 1 minute, this is the chance to get an equaliser. He can't twist, he can't turn. Nacho Bea and Real Oviedo are in a semi-final. Not just a win for him, but a win for that football club there. Which means so much to him.
Yep. You can tell it means more, Brandon, when you support the club as well, you're representing. The celebrations. It's a tough one for Ethan. That penalty miss, of course, proving crucial, but from the grand scheme of things, I think there wasn't too many chances, Brandon, I'll be honest.
You're absolutely right. Look, we have to be honest. We came in at half-time, and it wasn't the most entertaining of quarter-finals there. But that penalty could have changed the game completely. Nacho Bea guessed the right way, saved the penalty, and then we saw Ethan having to go back to the drawing board and just try and pick something out. But we expected crosses.
Yeah.
But we didn't really see many headers from Sorf. We saw one that was offside.
Yeah, I think, Ethan had one shot in that second half, and it came from the penalty. So there weren't really too much to try and break down the defence of Nacho Bea. He sort of set up in his shape, was comfortable moving the goalkeeper and defending well. Yeah, there really
Why do you think that was the case, that Ethan couldn't cross?
I honestly don't know. I'd be interested to talk to him after the replay. This is the goal, the McGeady cancel, reverse elastico, turn back inside, green across goal. That is disgusting. That might... I keep saying this every time I'm on. That's my favourite goal. That is my favourite goal.
I mean, it's got to be play of the game, that goal. I mean, it's 3 minutes in and a really big quarter-final for him. That was the goal back, 10 minutes on the clock. Didn't even need to time it. I mean, you don't need to. It's Stoichkov. He's got the stats to do it. Have a shot from there. Why not? That made it 1-1. Bellingham here does so well, Ryan, because at this point he could have wasted the chance.
Yeah, I thought he did. He done well with the controlled sprint to turn back onto the favoured right foot of Jude Bellingham, and that was the goal that separated the two players, the big goal, the winner. And this was the penalty that was given. He tried to go for a shot. I don't even know what happened. It's just a crossing of legs then, and that was the same penalty, Brandon.
And that was the reaction when he won the game as well. Nacho Bea has come out on top in that local football derby for a club that he loves so much. He's in the top 4 and he's speaking to Frankie now.
About the penalty that happened. Nacho, you don't think the ref should have granted that penalty?
No, because I blocked the shot, and then I don't know what does Araujo and Stoichkov. They fight in 1 second, and the ref just said, pen to Sporting. I said, no. But I got lucky that I stopped.
You say you got lucky, but actually I feel like the trend when we're seeing penalties right now is people going to the left. How did you know he was going right?
Honestly, I don't know. It was inspiration at the moment that right and up, and I just saved the penalty. It was the most important moment in the match, I think.
Well, it was inspiration from you in the first few minutes of the game. Was that always the plan, come out fighting?
Yeah, I always try to play fast in the first part of the match, just to feel comfortable and try to do my opponent to don't feel comfortable at defense, and I just make this goal and it was good.
And you're definitely looking a lot more confident in your first 20 minutes yesterday on this stage, but you do have to keep the confidence.
Big difference.
Nicolas FC is coming up next.
Nicolas or Flippercito, we don't know.
Oh, true. Nicolas is playing Flippercito next.
You kill Flippercito until they play.
True. Oh, okay. Do you think it's going to be Flippercito then?
No, I mean, I think in this type of matches everything can happen. I think it will be Nicolas, but I don't know. To win the tournament, you need to win the best. So whatever he wants to play against me, I will be waiting for him.
Well, Nacho, fantastic performance today. You also proved you're better at doing my job than I am. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
So much.
See you in the semi-final as we head back to our commentators.
Thank you, Frankie. Look, he's right to say it. If he wants to win this tournament, he has to beat the best. And potentially, who could be standing in his way is Nicolas. I mean, it's nothing against Flippercito. It's the fact of Nicolas has looked ridiculous so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I like that interview from Nacho. He's very humble. He deserves the win as well. He's celebrating the off screen right here, right next to us as well. But yeah, you have to give credit to Flippercito as well. He could easily beat Nicolas. You never know what could happen. But let's take a look at the play of the match in that previous game between the aforementioned Nacho Abella and Ethan. It has to be this one moment here, which is Jude Bellingham, the twisting and turning. That's the goal that separated them. The controlled sprint, the touch inside, and then the arrowed into the top corner finish there from Nacho Abella. And the game ended 2-1 from that goal.
Good goal, that one for sure. But that goal number one for me.
It's goal of the day. They're saving it for later. They have to be. They have to be saving it for later. But let's take a look at some of the stats, Brandon, as well.
Between the two players. Now, that's their live stats. This is in the knockouts. This doesn't include the group stages. So remember, Nacho Abella has been in this since round one. He's had to go the long way, but 9 goals scored, 8 on target. I'm presuming that's average per game. And look, he has been consistent in this tournament. It's the 5th year in a row he's qualified for the LALIGA FC Pro Finals. He loves this competition, and he's in a semi-final.
Yeah, I'll be hoping he can go an extra step, of course. He will be having to overcome the winner of the Getafe and Sevilla game at the bottom of your screen there, which will be coming up next. Is of course Flippercito up against the Iceman at Nicolas. A lot of expectation on his shoulder from previous accomplishments in the years gone by, but this year it's fair to say he's definitely performed below expectation, Brandon.
He has. I mean, look, but anything can happen by any means. Nicolas has been looking good. Flippercito's been looking very good in this competition. We're going to go to a quick break now. When we get back, it'll be time for our 4th quarter-final before we move into our semi-finals here. Live from San Sebastian. We'll see you in a few minutes' time.
Playing now Nicolas against Flippercito, the last quarterfinal of the day.
Yep.
We're going to see Sevilla and Getafe playing, and the Iceman is back, pretty much.
Yeah, the Iceman is back. We saw him yesterday, winning out at the bottom of the bracket. You can see against Real Betis, 3-1. Pito scoring 6 goals in his previous game as well against Elche Jotava. He was 4-0 up, Gravison, in that game. He was scoring a lot of goals, free-flowing as well. And I'm sure he'll be having a lot of confidence, but he's up against somebody that has pedigree in not only this country, of course, it's his first time playing a domestic league, but internationally, he's arguably one of the best players we've seen.
I mean, we could argue he's probably top 5 greatest of all time. But Pito, he's drinking a mate. Come on, the cameraman, please. He's drinking a mate. Oh man, I love him so much. Pito drinking an Argentinian mate before matching up against Nicolas, as we were talking about. Arguably one of the best FC players of all time, who has been not playing at his best this last year, but it doesn't matter because the Nicolas we saw yesterday, I believe it was the best player we've seen.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, but you could sort of pin it down to maybe motivation for Nicolas. Of course, this year the setup is different in the season. He's sort of just thinking, if he could just get to these stages now where the qualification for the finals was secured yesterday, once he gets to the finals as well, he could qualify for the World Championships later on in the season and the E-Champions League, which he's already won before. But for Pito, he's sort of an unknown quantity in international competitions, competing this year, of course, for Getafe, and he played extremely well yesterday, Gravison.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those players. I think you'll find I think it reminds me in a way same as Stokes, and let me explain to you. Stokes may seem like a player who streams a lot, a player who's funny, and sometimes you don't see the quality of the player behind me.
Yeah.
Pito, in a way, as you saw, he just walked out with a mate, drinking an Argentinian drink. Sometimes he do some promo stuff. And sometimes you consider him a meme, let's say. But he's a really good player. So in a way, you don't have to underestimate him, because if you do, what happened to Jotava or Ronnie can happen. Really. Yeah. I don't think Nicolas is going to underestimate me, because Nicolas doesn't underestimate anyone pretty much. But I think it's a beautiful match.
Yeah, I spoke to Pito's coach as well earlier, and he seems to be having a lot of confidence. Let's take a look at some of the drafts between these two opponents. Let's head over to Frankie and Brandon.
Thank you very much, guys. Before we get into the individual drafts, we want to take a closer look at one of the items you'll be seeing on the pitch in just a few moments. So let's bring up Cruyff. Now this, Brandon, is one of the most expensive items we're being seen picked this weekend. We're thinking over 7 million coins here.
He's expensive. I mean, look, he's newish into the game. He only came out a couple of weeks ago in the new Golazo promo, and the man that's about 10 yards away from us, Nicolas, he's in his team at the moment. It's a lot of money out of your budget, but what he offers you, as you can see from the play styles, the quick step, the power shot, and overall, a player's got a 5-star weak foot and 5-star skill moves, which is so important around the box in those big match moments.
You get so much bang for your buck. I was chatting to Gravison earlier about the Spanish style, and he said to me 2 words, tiki-taka. And actually, most of the play styles we're seeing on this pitch have not got that. Does that offer anything right now for Nicolas?
I mean, it's Nicolas, so potentially.
Yeah, he might go old school on us. He's been playing, I think, professionally since about 2016. He's definitely got the most tenured career of everyone we're seeing on this stage this weekend. So let's actually take a look at Nicolas's draft in more detail. What we've seen so far from him on this stage is a Nicolas who's being able to enjoy himself, play without pressure, despite placing 3rd in the group stage.
Absolutely. I was working out earlier, Frankie. He's 24 years of age, this guy, and he's won $629,000. At 24. At 24, ridiculous. This is his team that he's got, which unfortunately, he's got 20 million coins to spend on the team. Overall, a really strong team. We know what's happening in terms of who's playing where. Acuna has been his wild card player in the team. Goes into the midfield in the midfield 3. Does exceptionally well there. We see Bellingham coming as a fullback. And overall, it's been a really strong team. We haven't seen the bronze come off on the bench yet. I doubt we'll see him come on the bench, but what was you going to say about the subs?
I was just going to say, is this Nicolas's only weak spot?
It is, but I think for him, he knows what he wants to do. In his mindset, he really knows, right, if I need to make the subs, Ilkay Gundogan might come on in the midfield, offer me something in there. I might bring on Jimenez to patch up, Jan Kutu as a fullback. I think he already knows in his mindset what he needs, if he needs a plan B or a plan C late into a game.
Yeah, this is a player who's going to high press his opponents. If he wants that ball, he's just going to come and take it, but he might have to make some exhausted substitutions towards the end of the, actually going into that second half. Let's take a look, though, at his opponents. draft. And this is definitely incredibly interesting. Pito, first time he's playing on this stage this weekend, and he's playing Cafu in the midfield.
He's the only player from all 24, I'm pretty sure, that's been using that Galazzo Cafu as a centre midfielder. I mean, it's interesting, it's different. Remember, obviously, he doesn't play there chemistry-wise, but that's why he starts in a 4-4-2, because he can play as a right midfielder, so he gets those chemistry links that he needs. But comes as a centre midfielder, and believe it or not, he hasn't only just been playing there, Frankie, he's been actually scoring a couple of goals, which has been a key part to why Pito finds himself in the quarterfinals.
That doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, base icon Cafu is king, so Galazzo Cafu is emperor. Bellingham we're actually seeing in the midfield as well, despite the fact that this fullback centre-back situation seems pretty set to me.
Absolutely. I mean, you're right. I mean, the fullbacks are already sorted, already pre-planned. So for Bellingham, again, not many players do it. He's actually playing in his normal position as a centre midfielder and not as a right back. So yeah, he's got lots of options in there. He's gone big, obviously, on the money for R9 because we know what he can offer you. And on the bench, it's a bit better. It's a different Griezmann. It's not a fantasy Griezmann he's got on there. He's got the Champions League variant. João Cancelo to pace up the fullbacks if he needs to, and he's got that Marin.
Trailblazer as well, we've seen. Sorry, I did not mean to interrupt you then. I got very excited. I got very nostalgic for the end of 2023 when I saw that item, Brandon.
I mean, look, coins were running out, I think, Frankie. Coins were running out, so we had to make a decision, but it should be a really great game, and it's nice to see a slightly different draft from Pito.
I have to say, I'm obviously a layman, I'm not an expert like you guys, but actually I think this is my favourite draft of the weekend.
I mean, Cafu is a centre midfielder. It's just unordinary.
What's not to love? What's not to love about seeing Bellingham in his so-called comfort zone? We are ready, though, to go into our final quarter-final. It's the relative rookie versus a former king of the world. Let's head to our casters, Ryan and Gravison, to take this one on the road.
Thank you, Frankie. Again, I'm, of course, joined by Gravison for this incredible matchup. It's Frankie's favourite team. How do you rate that team, Gravison? Cafu in midfield.
I don't know. I would say I don't like that team because Cafu, I think, is a pretty solid fullback, but I don't like him in the midfield. But then he scored a couple of goals with him, so who am I to say?
Yeah, he's been doing the job, and you can see the stats on the screen there. 2 wins apiece for both of these players. One player has to lose. The loser is, of course, eliminated. Winner progresses into the semi-finals later on. They'll be playing against Nacho Abeo, so they obviously would have just seen him play in his game. Do you like watching your opponents playing or not?
I like it. I think it's always a good thing to just watch your opponent with your coach. Sometimes you can just chill and let your coach do the job.
Yeah.
But I think it's always good to, have some prep before the game.
Yeah, and let's get into that game we are referring to. Pito kicking from left to right. Nicolas kicking from right to left as well. It's a huge game. Pito has been starting off games extremely well. We saw him go 4-0 up in a matter of no time in his game yesterday. But if he's going to do that, he'll be doing it against one of the greatest players we've ever seen compete. And this year in FC24, Nicolas, he's got a reputation to uphold. He's got something that he wants to achieve, and that is qualification to the finals, the World Championships later on this year, and he needs to perform well to do that.
I had the chance to speak to Flippercito this morning, and he knows he has a game plan, which is this.
And here it is, the cross in, headed down. Javi in the box, green time finish was blocked in the area. We're going to be seeing a lot more of those. Those little knockdowns in the area are very effective.
Yeah, especially when you're just on the midfield and you don't have to be on the wing, really. I think it's the only player in the competition who does that specific cross to Sorloth on the middle, and it's working out well for him. But my question is, will it work out for him against Nicolas, which is really good. Second man press is really good. Offside trapping, I guess we'll see in a second.
Here we go, Nicolas Acuna, edge of the box, De Jong. He's trying to find space to get the ball to Cruyff or to Sorloth. He tried it there with the little dink pass in, wasn't able to reach his intended target. I really like the addition of Javi. I think Javi's passing is unbelievable in game. It's sort of course, representative of how incredible he was in real life as well. He's one of the most effective La Liga midfielders you could choose in this game.
Yeah, for me it's a mixture between the passing and the dribbling. It's really hard to get the ball off him. So I think it's probably almost necessary to use him besides Xabi Alonso. It depends on how many strikers you want as icons, really.
Yeah, but here we have Nicolas building up again. Acuna into the box to Sorloth. Oh my God, Elastico green. Not Elastico, sorry. Roulette into the green time shot across goal from Nicolas. Did not expect that from Sorloth. He's taken it out of the locker there, Gravison. The roulette was perfect in that situation.
Did not expect that from Sorloth. Did not expect that from Nicolas. I mean,
Yeah.
it's really a difficult angle for the people at home when you're facing the goal and you're just at the penalty kick. It's easy to do a roulette because it's a natural flow with the finger, but in the other direction,
Yeah,
it's
when
really
you're turning
hard.
the opposite way, it is difficult to execute the roulette there. And it's a great start from Nicolas. He started as he means to go on there. Extremely efficient in front of goal. And we always say, Gravison, when we both played Nicolas in a number of years consecutively in practice games or in tournaments, and he's somebody that you don't want to go a goal down to.
No,
because he just dictates the tempo of the game. He frustrates you. It's very difficult to break him down, and you then have to push more bodies forward. He picks you up, and before you know it, you're down by 2 or 3. So Flippercito has to keep composed here. He has to keep sticking to his game plan coming into it.
For me, the main thing against Nicolas is always being just 1 goal behind, or at the most 2 goals, because when you're 3 goals behind, there's no chance of you coming back.
Yeah, Flippercito in the area. Eder Militao stepping forward for Nicolas to retrieve possession.
That's a beautiful pass into Stoikov, who then passes it to Araujo. She's being used as a right back. It's curious because we've not seen Araujo as a right back as much as we thought we would see. I mean, I would say we've seen more of Militao as a right back throughout the whole competition, but it doesn't matter really which one to use because both of them have aerial plus, which is the main thing.
Yeah, the aerial plus is the key there, and if people wondering why would you play a centre back there? Surely that nullifies you going forward. A lot of players play a 4-3-2-1 formation. One fullback is the attacking one, the other one is more defensively minded, just to stop Sorloth. And here we go, Nicolas, 2 against 1. Cruyff shoots across goal. Wasn't green time. It's fallen back to him. That is green time though, and that is the 2-goal lead for Nicolas in this game against Flippercito.
It's really curious to see how in both chances he had, in both goals he scored, he did have the chance for an extra pass,
yeah,
but he didn't do it because Flippercito was covering it. And sometimes you don't need to make it hard. Sometimes you just gotta keep it simple, try to face the goal and just green time it. He didn't do it the first time, but he got lucky with the rebound and he did it the second time. And now Flippercito is in a tough position because you're losing 2-0 to Nicolas. He's gonna keep possession pretty much throughout the first half. And we've not seen anything from Flippercito pretty much.
Not since the start of the game.
Not since the start, yeah.
Yeah, not since the start of the game. He still has a long way to go in this to try and revive it. But against Nicolas, who seems to be on incredible form, defeating Yago in the previous round. Sevilla up against Real Betis is now Sevilla against Getafe. So he's hoping to get his spot in the semi-finals to secure him an extra €2,500 just for winning this game, all the way up to €7,500 in total.
I do think the pause is just to compose himself. I mean, he was checking the instructions and stuff, but I think that was a routinary thing. I mean,
yeah,
it was already right, but he just wanted to compose himself for a bit, which I think is a great tactical pause.
Yeah, I think it's very important. Talk to us, Gravison, about tactical pauses, where you might pause the game, not necessarily to change anything, but just to reset and compose yourself.
Sometimes you need a tactical pause just to speak to yourself, just to take a breath, just to calm yourself. Sometimes you need to speak to your coach because something is not working, and sometimes you want the opinion of a person watching the game. Or sometimes you just gotta change things up because the tactic is not there, and maybe you're gonna, I don't know, change the width, the depth, something.
Would that more so be if you're losing the game? Do you have a tactical pause if you're winning?
I don't, but maybe I should. Have you ever done it?
No. Here we go again. Flippercito trying to build up there. Xavi in possession, was tackled from Nicolas. There's the ball to Araujo. Laurent Blanc in at defense. You can have 4 icon or hero items in the team. Laurent Blanc is one of them. One of the very few players, Nicolas, to choose an icon in at centre back.
Nicolas has been patient. He's just switching up the play. This could be a typical match you'd see Nicolas playing in 2019, 18, 20. It seems to be his kind of game style that's you don't have an answer to.
Yeah, it's very difficult to stop him when he's flowing like this. Jude Bellingham retrieves the ball again. Look at the step overs there, the speed boost from it with Jude Bellingham, who's looking for that, just trying to find the space to Sorloth. He ended up getting it. The pass should have found Johan Cruyff there. It's very unlucky that it went just behind him.
Do you think it was because of the double tap, maybe?
It's a tricky one. I don't know if it's down to like the way the player was running, like the momentum, and it just being a bit behind him. Maybe if it was a regular pass, I think it could have found Cruyff.
I think the build-up from Pito has been quite good, but once you get to the midfielders, you got to attack.
You've got to make Nicolas afraid of your attack, and you have to make him be cautious.
Yeah, of the crosses, of something, because if not, he'll just keep pressing, and you'll be in a tough situation.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's building up well from the defense, but then you gotta pass it to the strikers, you gotta speed boost, you gotta do something, because Nico, if not, it will be comfortable. As he is at the moment, especially with the team of the year Bellingham, which might be his best item on the team because he's using it so good. The ball to Frankie de Jong, who tries the outside of the foot, but it's tackled from Araujo, and Gazzaniga recovers the ball. It's interesting to see Gazzaniga as a goalkeeper, because we probably would have expected Thibaut Courtois to be playing on those instances, but he's been playing well. Possible cross coming in. There it is, the ball to Mendy. That's
a heavy touch. It's falling back to him again. The rebound and a touch again heavy from Pito. Was fortunate to get the ball back to him, just couldn't make it count. 36 minutes have been played now in this game. Nicolas still dictating the tempo of it, just keeping possession, just waiting for Pito to pull someone out of play so we can capitalize on it.
It really reminds, the way Nico is playing reminds me of Tex in the English League a couple of weeks ago, because he's building up the play in the wing in which Sorloth is playing. And Tex used to do the same with Haaland, which shouldn't be what you should do, because you should have the potential cross into Sorloth or Haaland.
Yep.
But then with the overload of that many players, you just find the inside of the pitch really easy in a way.
Yeah, both of these players finished third in their respective groups in the regular season. 1 win, 2 draws and a loss between them, of course, in separate groups. And here is Nicolas again. Xabi Alonso to the edge of the box. Acuna to Sorloth. Green timed finish. Again, he can't find a way out. Johan Cruyff, Acuna again. It's well played from Nicolas. Stoichkov didn't green time it, but he gets a corner, and Nicolas from corners, Gravison. With his coach behind him, instructing him. We've seen him score a multitude of ways, and he's whipped it into Sorloth here. He's going to get on the end of it. The keeper manages to tap it over the bar.
It's going to be ball coming to Sorloth, or maybe Araujo. As yesterday we saw this coming to Sorloth, but he clears it. Another Militao seems to find the ball, and now he has the chance to kind of catch a breath in a way, because he's been suffering. I like the way Nicolas is playing, because he's not thinking much. When he gets to a clear position, he just shoots.
Yeah.
Sometimes, maybe if you overwork the build-up, sometimes you get the chance to have a better chance of shooting, but sometimes you just gotta shoot.
Yeah,
really.
We saw it earlier in the first game. Marin was trying to look for the perfect chance. Sometimes you get the option to shoot, you can shoot. And Pito, here we go. Whipped in Mendy. Araujo heads it out, still gets possession. I think that's just onside. Sorloth tries to get it at the near post, thinking Nicolas would move the goalkeeper. A corner just before half-time. This could be the perfect recipe for success for Pito to try and get a goal back in this game. Selected Sorloth, he dragged him to the near post. It's gone towards the middle, he's green-timed it, and it's a huge save from Courtois. One last corner again.
You're going to be taking exactly the same direction, same power bar into Sorloth as well.
It's going to land on his head. The keeper's out, and he's green-timed it, and that's it. A calm-down celebration.
Oh, man. Brandon, I'm sure Brandon is loving this. On the backstage, Pito seems to be playing the match of his life, pretty much. I mean,
yeah, he's telling the crowd to stop talking.
Keep talking, keep talking. Is this Anders Bergen kind of attitude? But yeah, he's alive in the game, because he didn't do much in the first half, if we're being honest. He did have a chance with Sorloth, which was saved by the keeper, but then corners, I mean.
Yeah, that's all it takes. All it takes is one chance, one corner. You commit the goalkeeper, as I mentioned before, and you don't fully commit, as Nicolas did there. Goalkeeper comes out and he's in no man's land. And look at the stats as well. 5 shots for Flippercito, 7 for Nicolas. So a lot more shots in this game than in the previous one we saw. Flippercito having the fair more bits of possession in this game.
What do you think is the chatting between Fer and Nico? Seems to be pointing at some part of the pitch.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I think for Nicolas, he played a very strong first half. There's not much he could have done to stop the corner. We know, again, he could have moved the goalkeeper out a little bit more, but then that could have changed the direction that Flippercito took the corner. He could have whipped it more to the near post. Still could have conceded, so you never know. But for Flippercito, I think that's a perfect way to end the half. He's only losing now by 1 goal, and he hasn't really played well at all.
Yeah, you're getting, I wouldn't say destroyed because you're not getting destroyed, but you're playing worse than your opponent. You're conceding a couple of goals, and then out of something, you get a corner, you score a goal, and then it's 2-1 against Nicolas. You're alive.
It's game on.
It's game on.
Genuinely game on. In any moment, when you try and get that goal to claw back a 2-goal deficit, it gives you that lifeline, that boost of energy and morale, and you can go into the second half thinking again, another goal, and the momentum completely shifts. The mentality changes, and the pressure falls straight back onto Nicolas' shoulders again.
I think we need to see something more from Flippercito in the second half, especially in the last third of the pitch. And Nicolas has to keep playing the same in a way. I mean, he's pressing well, he's defending well, he's tackling well. But this is a mistake.
Yeah, that's a huge win there from Flippercito. The press high up straight away from kickoff. It's Balde. Not anyone in the box he would want to cross the ball to. It was okay, played directly to the byline, tried to driven it across. The idea was there, but the execution unfortunately wasn't, as he ran out of play.
He's got to be careful of the switch of play into the other fullback, which is coming in here. Araujo might not attack really well, but he'll defend Sorloth in every single aerial battle they have. And Flippercito is pressing high. He's not afraid of Nicolas at all. This is a beautiful player lock. The pass coming into Cruyff in a second. That was a really worked angle for a pass into Cruyff, but it wasn't successful. And I mean, the offside trapping of Nicolas is just something to study, because he just puts the pressure on you. Balde will find the pass back to Militao. He'll switch up the play to the right back, and now it's time to attack.
Yeah, Mendy in possession here. Tries to go forward. Javi Alonso running back to cut the passing lane there. Nicolas defending resolutely. It's gone to Acuna again. Sorloth on the run, and he's tried that pass. If that managed to find its way through, that's a poor offside trap. He's in. Arnhem Ronaldo in on goal. Flippercito.
That's a mistake you cannot afford to make. He had all the time in the world with R9.
So much time there. I didn't actually see if he mistimed it.
He mistimed
it. That's a shocking mistake there.
Yellow timed. And this is
going to get punished. Here we go, Cruyff Green, and that's the difference. That is the difference right there. Nicolas ruthless in front of goal. Green timed finish. That's what we needed from Flippercito down the other end, and just how painful FC can be. You make a mistake, you get punished in a matter of moments, Gravison.
And this is what happens when you play in FC at the highest level and you're wasting chances. I mean, I do think he got a chance to maybe, I don't know, shot cancel the keeper. Maybe he could finesse into the far post. He could have croqueta as well.
He could have done 3, 4, 5 different ways to get the back of the net.
I mean, he went for the easiest one, which is just to keep running and try to green time shot it.
I respect the effort in this. I respect the decisiveness that he made the decision. He stuck to it, but it's just the execution just wasn't there. And here we go. Flippercito trying to respond quickly. Does. German pass straight in. Arnhem Ronaldo again telling the crowd to calm down. They're all supporting Nicolas here.
I'm pretty sure they're not supporting anyone, but he just like to pick a fight with the crowd.
Now they're supporting Nicolas.
Now they are. Now they are. It was, if you remember, it was the same chance to try to do before with the cutback.
Yeah, I mean, he ran off the pitch. That time he learned his lesson. He done it a little bit more earlier, Gravison.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful goal. And Flippercito is putting up a fight against Nicolas, something we probably wouldn't have expected before the game. But this is LALIGA FC Pro. Anything can happen in here. You cannot underestimate any opponents. It's interesting to see Cafu in the midfield, using him as a winger in the 4-4-2 defense as well. I mean, it's working out well for him with Mendy, Sorloth and Cafu, which, I don't know, it's kind of weird choice. But if it works out for him, that's fine. Sorloth running up the pitch. This could be huge for Nicolas.
Here we go, Cruyff. Just behind Stoichkov there. Still has possession though. Step over down the line. It's going to be a corner for Nicolas.
He wasted 2 chances, but I don't think Nico's going to waste a third one. Let's see what he does now.
Yeah, goalkeeper's moved slightly off of the line. He selected Sorloth to try and defend it.
Yeah, that was the one he tried yesterday as well. Trying to decoy Sorloth and then a cross into Araujo. It wasn't good enough.
Oh, here we go, the space. Sorloth across goal. You can see that goal mapped out from the moment it found De Jong on the edge of the box there. You just knew what was going to happen there, Gravison. And that is Nicolas restoring his 2-goal lead in this matchup against Pito.
This is a weird one because I don't know if it was poorly defended because the centre-back wasn't meant to be there, really, but I don't know if he misplaced it or maybe he tried to intercept the path with the centre-back and then the other one, the one that was being controlled by the AI, changed positions.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's a difficult one to defend, of course. We had the pleasure to look back at that chance at the end of the game. But it's a key moment. 64 minutes have been played. And Nicolas again restoring his 2-goal lead.
Okay, so this is interesting. He's not using direct passing at the moment, so he switched Nicolas, into balance, and then he's using 72 depth on defensive tactic, which is offside trapping, automatic.
Traps, yep.
That's interesting from Nicolas. I mean, you would have probably expected from Nicolas to offside trap manually, but he's doing automatically, and that's maybe the reason why that sort of chance into R9 happened in a way.
I think these moments, those little differences of tactical variations in game, it's what separates Nicolas in a lot of competitions, as well as having a great coach behind him, someone that they've had experience of success in international tournaments together.
I mean, they played World Championship final together. Okay, so it's now 26 minutes left, Pito still has a chance to be alive on this game, but he has to be better defensively. And he cannot afford to miss another chance like the one he had with R9 after that offside trap. Let's see what happens. The ball gets to Mendy. Fake player lock. He's trying to do the same thing again, but it doesn't work this time.
It's a lot more compact from Nicolas. Good player lock as well, just to force Pito to have to change cursor and watch that ball over the top to Sorloth.
Nice passing to Militao as well. And the build-up is there. Oh, amazing play. Sorloth seems to be controlling the ball. Oh, that's a beautiful cancel as well. He'll pass into Bellingham.
Xabi Alonso. I think he looked for Xabi Alonso. It's fallen to Acuna. The space opened up back to Cruyff. A shot across goal there. Blocked from Araujo.
I have a question for you, Ryan. Between R9, the 95 rated version, and Cruyff Golafo, which one would you choose? It's a hard one, I know.
I think I'm taking R9. I think I am.
I'm taking Cruyff Golafo. That's so that's.
Oh, finesse. Green's time. It was blocked. Xabi again. It's going to fall perfectly. I think he didn't want to look to play the pass to R9. Maybe that was the obvious thing there. But Nicolas didn't commit. He defended very well, Gravison. Instead of committing, he just sort of jockeyed backwards, and then the chance was gone there.
That's a nice press. And Reed manages to take the ball. Seems to be running at the byline. Looks for a pass into Xabi, another pass into Bellingham. Cafu. Nah, it was yellow time, but he gets a corner. He scored one in the first half. Let's see what happens now. Tactical pause coming in. And also a chance to take a breath. I mean, the expected goals, they're kind of similar. 2.2 against 2.6.
Yep. I think a lot of that would be that chance in on goal there from Pito. So
yeah, that has to be a 1.0, you're right?
It's a massive chance, but he's still in this game. He's in the conversation to try and redeem himself and get a goal back into it.
I would love to ask Nicolas why he's using Bellingham as a left back attacking with Sorloth on there as well. Like, I don't think he cares about crossing.
Yeah.
He just cares about not conceding crosses.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Because if not, that doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, because obviously you'd rather have Sorloth on the other side of the attacking fullback.
Acuna is a weird choice as well. He's the only player that's been using Acuna in the starting 11.
Yep.
But it's been working out good for him with the driven passes into the strikers, with the defense. I think Nico cares about defense a lot because Acuna, Bellingham, and De Jong, that's pretty defensive.
Yeah, and Acuna, of course, does offer ping pass plus play style, whip pass plus as well. He's got defensive play styles.
I think that was too much. Yep. Whoa, again, another one. I thought that was too much of the power bar, but it worked out fine for him. And now the constant press comes in.
Yeah, Nicolas does just enough to get a throw on, from that block high up the pitch. The press has been activated, and of course you'll be able to see a lot more spaces for Nicolas to try and exploit, but Flippercito is just going to try and push the initiative on Nicolas. He's going to force him to have to defend. Look at the switch of play that could be open there. Mendy. Sorloth is all the way at the back post.
The ball gets to Balde now. He has to find the inside into Sorloth. He does it well. Passes it to Henry. Twists and turns. Griezmann as well. A bit too much. I do think he had a clear chance with Henry on the open.
Yeah.
But he decided to pass it to... And now, De Jong on the counter-attack. Seems to take his time. Acuna just takes another poor touch. Now Sevilla's on the attack. That's a poor pass. He has to be dribbling a little bit more. That was a great tackle by Bellingham. And now Nico has to be a little bit more patient with the passing, with the dribbling. Because if not, he'll get Flippercito another chance to attack. But he's doing it well.
Yeah, Nicolas is just trying to see this game out, being more possession-based. Cruyff to Bellingham, the step overs just to get how the pitch, get the speed boost.
I mean, the clock is ticking, really. So he doesn't need to score.
He doesn't, and then Flippercito trying to keep the ball in play there, does give it away to Nicolas, and then he can go forward here. Jude Bellingham knocks it down in the box. He's going to turn back and just keep killing moments, killing the minutes in this game. Every second counts for Nicolas. He's got 6 minutes of regulation time for Flippercito to get 2 goals.
He has to score in this attack. If not, this is going to be GG. Another poor... That was another poor offside trap. I don't know if automatically or manually. But now the ball gets to
great ball.
Bellingham, and that seems to be the match.
Great ball in behind there. Jude Bellingham been one of the key factors for Nicolas today. Could be a mistake here. Militao's obviously going to get there. Back to the goalkeeper.
Doesn't get locked onto Balde, and that's going to be GG. Soikov manages to control the ball. Just wasting time pretty much because he doesn't need anything to happen. The ball to De Jong, and this is going to be the match. De Jong is twisting and turning. He doesn't need to score, as we remind people again, because he's leading by 2 goals. But he just does score another one. This is going to be the end of the match. Sevilla is going through the final. Nicolas is going through the final with a 5-2 result. And Flippercito, sadly, is going to be out of the competition.
Yeah, he will be eliminated. Nicolas doing what he does best, capitalising on open spaces in the area as well. That you saw just an easy finish across goal. 5 goals to 2. It's been a vintage Nicolas performance. Flippercito, he had his chances. Of course, we can factor in the R9 one in on goal. That was the key moment for me. If he equalised to make it 2-2 there, the game could have been completely different. And what makes it even worse, Gravison, is conceding down the other end straight away.
For me, it's a matter of efficiency. I mean, he had his chances, but there's a reason why there's levels to this. And Nico didn't miss a single chance.
Yeah, Nicolas advances into the semi-finals of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. He'll be playing Nacho Abella later on today. Commiserations to Flipperzito being eliminated in this stage of the tournament. He's had a great run. He finished third in the regular season. Managed to get his spot in the La Liga finals later on this month, and of course securing himself 5,000 euros in the process. Gravison, the stats were relatively even in terms of shots and possession in the end. Of course, the XG did favour Nicolas, so he did end up scoring more goals. But yeah, how do you think that game went?
I think Flipperzito did have that clear chance. I mean, he was just one goal behind. And as we're going to see in a few seconds with the highlights, because we're going to see some replays of the match coming in through. I mean, Nicolas scored this. Oh,
beautiful roulette. The green time finish as well, just showing how mechanically gifted he is in front of goal. That gave him the 1-goal lead 10 minutes in. And of course, he kept on scoring. Another chance here. Mistimed it, funnily enough. Comes off the post, fallen perfectly back to him 10 minutes later. Again, 20 minutes played, he was 2-0 up. And just before half-time, Gravison, this is where Flipperzito got back into the game.
Yeah, it was a brilliant corner into sort of set. He did score this 2-1, and then he had the clearest chance with the R9 against the keeper situation. We can see Flipperzito celebrating. But he missed it. And you know who doesn't miss? Nicolas.
Yeah, doesn't miss. Green times it with Cruyff there on the 5-star weak foot of the left foot into the corner. 3-1 lead. A response straight away from Flipperzito. We tried to look for this a number of times. Just those little passes to the near post. Arnan Ronaldo brought him back into the game. 3-2 at this moment in time. You thought maybe Flipperzito could have done enough to keep on pushing. But almost instantly, again, Nicolas responded. And from there on out, it was one-way traffic.
It was one-way traffic, really, because then he had this last chance. And he managed to secure his place in the semi-final, because as we can see, he'll be matching up against Real Oviedo and Nacho. Both of the players are on the stage right now talking to each other. But yeah, semi-finals, Real Oviedo against Sevilla, that's Nicolas against Nacho Abella, and then on the upper half of the bracket we're going to see Real Valladolid against Cádiz, which is Nit against Di Fernandez. It's interesting how we're going to see two Spaniards in Nacho and in Nit, and then two foreign players in the semi-finals as well. I think it just speaks about the level of the competition, especially of the players who are not born in Spain, are coming to play here, and they're delivering.
Yep, exactly. They're delivering, of course, two players in Nicolas and Di Fernandez, we'll see shortly in their respective games. We've got the play of the match from that game between Nicolas and Flipperzito. There was a number of goals between them. To be interesting to see. It's going to be the first goal. It's the roulette finish, no other than Sorloth. And it's a great finish there, Gravison.
I mean, this is the first time we've seen a roulette coming in from Sorloth. We would have expected Nit to probably do that roulette, but Nico did manage to get the angle right and did manage to score with that beautiful goal to open the score. So this is everything from us in the quarterfinal side of things. We're going to get into a quick break, and then we'll be back with the first semi-final of the day.
the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. We're wandering off there where we were in our semi-finals. From 24 down to our final 4 grab. I mean, it's been some journey, and more importantly, that last game as well. Nicolas is looking very good indeed. He's in our top 4. He's not involved in this semi-final, but we'll have a look at the bracket now of how this has all been played out, because we are here into our final 4 now, and only 4 clubs remain. We're in for a fantastic couple of semi-finals.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how all of the teams that are left started in round 1, apart from Real Valladolid in it, because I do think those first 2 matches really did make a difference for people to just start to get going in a way. But Nid didn't need that, because he did a really good performance against Zidane in Real Sociedad, the home team here in San Sebastian. And I do think he's been playing better than their opponents, but now he's playing against Fernandez, and I think game style wise it doesn't favor him at all.
Why?
Because Fernandez likes to keep possession, he likes to press high up the pitch, he likes to cross as well, and I do think when Nid is not finding those end-to-end matches, he's not feeling comfortable. I don't think he's going to find here an end-to-end match against Fernandez.
Well, he did say, Nid, didn't he, of who he would rather have played. It was Daniel Aguilar, wasn't it, in terms of the match he would have rather have come up against. I mean, so Fernandez will be a bit of a surprise package. Here's the highlights from his quarter-final match that we saw from Nid. That was certainly our play of the game, that Ronaldinho roulette. See you later, is what Nid said. And that was the goal that was able to send him through with a very narrow scoreline. He was able to add more pressure on in the second half of proceedings there. Was trying to knock on the door of Granada, couldn't find a way through. In a difficult game against Marin, didn't he? Yeah,
I mean, it was a tough game, especially with the last free kick that Marin had in the last minute of the game. But this was an offside. I didn't remember this goal actually, because he did have a lot of options.
Well, it did end 2-1 in the end, if you remember rightly so. But with 3 plays and it being a long time ago, those chances look like he should have scored from them. And as we said, it could have been a very different scenario. For Nid, though, remember, this guy's history in this La Liga tournament is phenomenal. 2020, he won the competition a year after you won it. I mean, what was you thinking back then in 2020 when you saw this young, I believe, 16-year-old player come from the woodworks, come out and win the league, not just once, but twice?
I mean, he was 16, so at that moment it was like, who's this kid really? I mean, he's 16, he's unknown. We didn't know who Nid was, but he was playing in 2020 at his best. I mean, he wasn't playing meta-wise at his best, but I mean, the way he skilled, the way he saw the openings inside the box, it was really astonishing. And yeah, I mean, he's won twice the Super Cup, he's won twice the La Liga finals, but he's never won the Cup, so this might be the chance for him.
It's the trophy that's missing in the cabinet, isn't it? He's won the Super Cup, he's won the league 2 times, where he won over 150,000 euros in the process with that. We're seeing some of the highlights from Fernandez. That goal was ridiculous, the La Croqueta into the finish. That was a frustrating day for Daniel Aguilar. We were commentating on that game, Gravison. He had doubled the chances that Fernandez had, but one thing that we said, he was just very efficient with the
a lot, but when he did, he scored 3 beautiful goals, especially in the second one, as you said before, with the croqueta. But we're gonna see the players coming in just a few seconds. We'll see if they're feeling comfortable, we'll see if they are stressed. But it's interesting, and we gotta give credit where credit is due, because Fernandez is his first time playing here in Spain.
Yeah.
First time playing with these items. First time playing in this venue, and he's playing really good at the moment.
And again, look, there's 38 clubs that take part in the LALIGA FC Pro. Again, if you're not familiar with the format, there was a couple of group stages, 8 groups, as we said, of 4 to 5 teams here. Only 24 of the 38 made it to the Cup, and only 16 of them will be playing in Barcelona in a few weeks' time in the Grand Final. That is the route to get to the FC Pro World Championships, E-Champions League, and so forth. And if you are a player that's come from outside of Spain, where the likes of Ethan have done that, obviously Nicolas has come in this year, Fernandez, Tuga last year did that as well. It's a big commitment to make, especially when Fernandez's track record, he was doing very well in the Portuguese league. I mean, you're now playing in the Portuguese league, Gravison, so you know what it's like moving and playing into a different league. It's big shoes to fill.
It's a hard thing to do, actually, because I mean, you're moving from your home, you're going to a place in which you don't speak the language that's been spoken there.
I mean, if he's going to Cadiz, he's in the corner of Spain, isn't he? He's in the bottom of Spain.
You really like Cadiz, right?
I do like it, yeah. I mean, it's by the sea, Gravison. It's by the sea, but it's a long way from San Sebastian. A very long way. It's pretty much the opposite, isn't it?
Did you drive the whole way?
No, I didn't. I took the plane this time. But you're right. It is big shoes to fill. It's a big. The club's taken a big risk on you as well because, you know, naturally before it was just Spanish players playing in this competition. Now we've got players from England. We've had players obviously from Portugal, Argentina, all taking part in this competition in past years. It's getting bigger and bigger, and with a €350,000 prize pool every year, it's no surprise.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, it reminds me of PH moving from South America to Holland. And we got the chance to speak to him. It's really hard being away from your family, being in another continent, in this case, being in another country as well. I don't know, it's really hard, but we're going to have the chance to look at this item in just a few seconds because he's probably one of the best players we've seen throughout this whole weekend.
Absolutely. Again, we've spoken a lot about individual items that are featured in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, and again, it's a 20 million coin budget you're allowed. You are allowed up to 4 icons, and those icon slots for that position there, that central midfielder of a player that's got the long ball plus play style, it's going to be switching it from left to right. Xavi will take that, or Xavi Alonso. Confused with them for a second. Those have been the two main players, haven't they? They've been taking that sort of role in the team of just being the player that gets the ball and just shifts it from left to right. We know the play style.
And we know the game, the way Nid builds up, and it's with Xavi every single time. He just triggers the run to the right back, to Bellingham, and he switches up the play to him. And on another instant, Fernandez is using kind of different choices, but as he said right there, it's going to be difficult to beat him. He's proven it so far with 3 wins, but now it's probably the hardest win now for him playing against Nid in the semifinals, because there is something about Nid on a knockout format in the LALIGA FC Pro. I mean, he's a great online player, but when it comes to playing at venues with live crowd, with commentators, with cameras, with everything, he just seems to step it up a notch.
He's someone that you know very well as well, Neat, in terms of his practice. I know sometimes you practice in the same offices together. He seems like this moment in his season, he's really getting into a good patch of form.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when he did try to qualify for the FC Pro, I don't think he was playing at his best. Diego, his coach, which just appears right behind him, was living in Argentina at the moment, so he couldn't practice with him in Spain. And now with Diego moving in from Argentina to Spain, with Nid training for 4 months now, he's been living in Madrid for 6 months now. I do think he's picking. I do think he's picking at the moment. I do think it's his time to win the treble in a way with the Super Cup, the Cup, and the LALIGA Finals.
And look, he's been pretty quiet for a couple of seasons as well. Since 2021, when he won the trophy 2 times in a row, I think he had to find the love for it again.
Yeah, in a way, I mean, it's really hard to be at your best every single year. For example, Nid did play at his best for a couple of years. He then got laid back for a bit, and now he's at best again. So let's see from the draft what he has to say, Frankie and Ryan, about Nid's draft.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's take a look, first of all, at a player who has a 100% draft rate this weekend. It is Araujo. We were seeing him as a fullback, we're seeing him as a centre-back, and we're definitely going to see him in this match, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think his play styles are very important. There's a reason why he's the most selected player in all of the drafts selected so far. Of course, aerial plus play style is effective. You can use him at right-back, at centre-back, block plus as well. He's also got anticipate and jockey, which are very, very good defensive play styles.
That's particularly important when we're seeing those corners.
Yeah, of course. Of the aerial plus is to sort of help nullify it sort of as much as possible.
Well, let's take a look at the drafts. We're going to be taking a look at Neat's draft first. We've seen him use it to great effect on this stage, obviously, a couple of times already. And I mean, the attacker's textbook, right? The boys on the commentary corner were talking about Xavi earlier. Really suits the way that he likes to play. Yeah, we saw earlier just the way Neat builds up his attacks. A lot of it is based around long balls over the top, triggered passes and or triggered players, and you play the pass over to them. And Xavi, for me, with a long ball plus play style, he sort of fits into his play style perfectly well. And tell me about the creativity that we see from Neat in terms of the box. I mean, these are all players with 5-star skill moves, right? Yeah, every player in his attack has 5-star skill moves and 5-star weak foot, other than Sorloth. Of course, Sorloth will be used as a player that you just use just to target
the knockdowns in the box, but everything else is intricacies, the skill moves, reverse elasticos, for example, as we've seen earlier, and Neat is fantastic at it.
Yeah, so we're not going to see any reverse elasticos from Solov,
No,
but we are going
no.
to see him in the air
Yep.
quite frequently. Let's take a look at his opponent's lineup then. What's D. Fernandez bringing to the pitch? And I mean, we've talked about this a few times already. He's got an incredibly fast lineup in his fullbacks. The
Yep.
Gundogan can pull off something spectacular potentially. And the Vinny was great for him earlier.
Yeah, of course, his attack is weaker, in my opinion, than Neat's. I think he spent a lot of money on his fullbacks, but then you could say the same for Neat because Jude Bellingham will be slotting in at right back, so technically he still counts as a defensive
What does
spending.
it tell us about his defence, though, from his earlier game against Daniel Aguila? Because Daniel Aguila missed probably more shots than I have ever seen on a professional stage before, and we don't know why that was. Only Daniel will hopefully work out why that was. But did Di Fernandez give him too much space? What was happening?
A lot of the chances from Daniel was from crosses, from headers, from corners, and headers this year have a manual, so you need to make sure you put the right power, the right aim and everything onto it. He did get unlucky in some cases, but I think he'd go back to the drawing board and think, okay, I could have done something maybe slightly different. Maybe he could have underpowered some corners a little bit more. But yeah, I think for Di Fernandez, maybe he could brush up a little bit more defending those corners.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking, because I have a feeling that if Neat gets the chances that Daniel Aguila did earlier, then Di Fernandez is not going to get quite so lucky.
Yeah, he's in for a world of trouble. If you allow Neat to have that many shots at goal, that many chances to score, he's definitely going to score. But Di Fernandez is a fantastic player for sure.
Do you think he's got a chance?
Of course he has a chance, absolutely. You don't reach the semi-finals of this cup by luck. You have to have the talent available, and of course he has that.
This is definitely true. Thank you very much, Ryan. So let's head over to Brandon and Gravison for our first semi-final.
Thank you very much. And look, you're right. I mean, he does have a chance, Gravison. He was in the World Championships last year. He was in the best 32 players in the world in Riyadh. So to get there for him by his own standards just goes to show the level that he wants to be playing at.
I mean, the last couple of tournaments we've seen, it's World Championship. Qualifying just for that, I'm telling you guys at home, I've tried it a lot of times. It is really hard. And then top 4 here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, which is a good performance as well. And he could get a top 2, top 1 still, so I guess we'll see.
It's roughly, I think, in about 19 days we're going to be off to Barcelona for the grand finals of this competition. So, yes, there's no link from this cup into the FC Pro World Championships or an E-Champions League, but there's a huge confidence booster and a decent chunk of money there as well. For these two players, they make a grand final. They get so close to maybe lifting a bit of silverware. And we saw it with Zidane. We saw the effects of Zidane a couple of years ago when he won the cup of course, in Zaragoza, and then went on to go and become champion of the league. It's only happened once before in the LALIGA FC Pro, but by any means. But looking at those final 4 players in the competition, Gravison, it could happen again.
It could happen again, especially with the level of FC we've seen so far. I mean, we could talk about game styles. I mean, Neat really has an awkward way of attacking, of searching and looking for those 1v1 situations and the skillful skills he has. And then Di Fernandez with a much more use of the play styles, I think, with the use of the long ball, the use of the aerial class, the use of the
maybe finesse in there.
Of the finesse, yeah, as well, with Gundogan, for sure, and with Zidane. But then, in the other half, Nacho. I think Nacho is probably most complete player we're going to see today in the semi-finals. And then Nicolas, it's kind of interesting, Nicolas, because he doesn't cross, he doesn't player lock a lot, but he finds the openings and he finds the inside in the box, the passes into Sorloth, and I mean, he's effective.
Well, let's see who's going to be the more effective in this one. We're jumping into it now. It's our semi-final number 1 here at the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. It's Neat against Di Fernandez. Real Valladolid up against Cadiz. Winner of this one will go into our grand final, and then shortly after we'll be in for a cracker as Nicolas takes on Nacho Abaya. As we get this one officially underway. Kicking from left to right with his first chance of the game. Gets down the bottom of Johan Cruyff into Stoichkov. Fake shots. For a split second there, I thought he was going to go the other way. It's that left bottom corner, pulled out a great save. Corner comes in. The Stoichkov fancy a shot. Roulette into the finish. It's relentless already, 2 minutes in.
Yeah, he did have the chance with the roulette and the outside short foot, but then he had the chance with Stoikov as well. I mean, Stoikov has been working out really good for Nid. He hasn't been using Henry, and it worked out fine for him because Stoikov has been a menace at the moment.
Fernandez, as we said, was able to stop Daniel Aguilar in the past matchup. 3 goals to 2 he won. He only had 4 shots in the whole game, but he scored 3 of them. He is very efficient in the final third, and one of the few players as well to start Vinicius Junior and his team. They mentioned it. It goes to Sorloff, and it's matched up well. The big save by Courtois, because that could have easily been the breakthrough goal in this game. Corner played in to the edge of the box. Briciguedo on the finesse, again blocked up well by Araujo. It's still not fully dealt with. Cadiz looking to again recreate another chance. Possession just sticks to the feet of Fernandez, and eventually there was a breakthrough, but that could have also been 1-0 on the opposite end.
This could be a nice counter-attack by R9. He finds the pass into Sorloff. He controls really well. He's going to find the flare nutmeg into R9 again. He's twisting and turning, passing it back to De Jong. That's a beautiful ball, but not good enough.
I mean, this is the pace of game that we want.
They don't let you commentate.
End to end. And we are certainly fans of it. Keep it coming. Ronaldinho from distance. And it's the Portuguese player that strikes first.
He found the opening with the ball to Ronaldinho. He did have a possible open pass into the other striker, but he decided it was time for a shot. He green timed it, and it's 1-0 for Cadiz. Brilliant goal by Ronaldinho. I mean, it was a clear chance. He didn't misplace it, and now he's leading the game.
And we can assure you that will not be the last one either. There will be plenty more to come in this one. This is a €10,000 game of FIFA. You win this, you're guaranteed €10,000 in the grand final. And a shot of lifting the trophy.
He's going to have a chance now with the corner. Just taking short. Pass it to R9. Pass it to Xavi as well. That's time to look at
Stoikov, which he has 2 or 3 shirts around him. Has to go back and then try and recreate another right. A lovely step over inside. It's getting even quicker in the final third from the reverse elastico. You can't get near him.
Come on. What can you do defensive-wise against that? I mean, he found the opening. He took his time. He worked for a reverse elastico. He tried to move the keeper as well. But it wasn't enough. 1-1. And it just seems to be flowing today. Really.
He seems like one of the only players as well, Gravison, that in the final third is just so confident in his ability just to use skill moves to that level.
100%.
We haven't seen really anyone else do as many skills as he does in those final areas. Ronaldinho is just pickpocketing the defender. That's Vinicius Junior. That's a huge interception by Araujo.
Huge tackle. That's a poor pass by Frankie de Jong. Chance for a finesse.
Briciguedo, Vinicius Junior is the onside. Fake shot. Oh, that's clever. We really are watching a semi-final of absolute class. Both players just outsmarting each other in the final third.
It all started with that Frankie de Jong pass, which was pretty poor by Nid, and then Di Fernandez is able to capitalize on a mistake, because the fake shot, sometimes you don't need to complicate yourself against the keeper. Sometimes a fake shot is enough, and now Vini has another chance. Nid is not playing good at the moment.
Sorloff.
Penalty?
No way. Free kick. I'll tell you what though, this is a very good chance it's going to go in. Take it direct and you could be on for a free one. Sorloff is on the line. Ronaldinho fancy this one maybe?
I think he will.
You see Di Fernandez's coach over his shoulder. Ronaldinho from direct. Wins a corner. Buchagueno dinks it towards the back post where
He didn't find Militao, but that was close.
certainly was danger there. This has been a crazy first 22 minutes. Big switch of play could be on if he wants to use Xavi. There's a chip over the top into Bordeaux. There's the cutback. R9, great block from Araujo.
Especially while moving the keeper. Moving the keeper and defending with the centre back as well is a thing that only a few can do at the world. Di Fernandez is one of them. Ooh. Poor dribbling by Cafu. It's interesting how Di Fernandez uses Cafu as a left back and Mendy as a right back. But it's working out well for him. Now possible cross to Sorloth.
Bellingham. It's in the air to Cruyff.
Maybe flick it down to the striker. We were asking that about Dani Aguilar sometimes. The flick downs, as we saw with Ethan, they work really well. Nice switch of play to Cafu. Nice defense by the team of the year, Bellingham. In my opinion, the best right back in the LALIGA FC Pro you can pick. But he's costly. 6 million coins.
He's very, very expensive, isn't it? Stoichkov back to R9. This is neat. There's the one more pass into Sorloth. Great block again, Araujo. 2 or 3 times has just been throwing his body on the line.
What a tackle. Woo. Good step over.
De Jong,
Nice.
flick it. For the flick on to Ronaldinho, maybe.
This can
He's
be
playing such a high line at times, though. Look at the gap.
nice defense. That's not an easy thing to do. Defending against Cruyff and R9. He was aggressive enough to recover the ball. Now he's on the attack.
Vinicius can drive. Ronaldinho in dangerous territory.
We asked for an end-to-end match. They delivered. Nice ball.
It's a brilliant ball. Xavi just proving why that sort of role is so pivotal for him. Sorloth. Again, Araujo makes the right decision there, Gravison.
I think he went for an elastico. He misplaced the skill. Now Butragueño on the attack. Nice defense by Balde. One of the cheapest items we can see on the league now. Just 30k. Taking it to Sorloth, maybe? This is interesting.
Keep an eye out from this far. De Jong does well, very nearly. Just got round Araujo there. Oh, Xavi is feeling himself out there, isn't he? Ball over the top, is he onside? Power shot. Cruyff might get a second chance at it. Cruyff still neat. Finds an equaliser.
It really was a lucky rebound, but still a goal, nevertheless. 2-2.
It's how he recovered, though, because the power shot was blocked. But he recovered the chance as best as he could. Well, we have to speak about Xavi, Gravison. He's loving it out there. He keeps getting the ball near, just switching it and pinging it and rouletting it.
Everything, pretty much. I mean, can't you imagine? Just, let's just say 3 weeks time, possibly 5-star skills. Xavi, for example. I mean, what Need could do with that item. Oh.
Speaking of Xavi. Oh, through the legs of the defender. Still R9.
Stop it.
Where's he going? Neat. Looking for the perfect build-up, Cruyff. He's just... I don't think we've seen many players like him that in those areas, it's just like, come at me. He'll get a defender and say, 1v1 me now.
The thing is, he's quicker passing the ball than you players switching. So when he gets to the inside of the box, there's not much you can do defensive-wise, because he just keep passing the ball, he's killing, and for you to player switch as much as you have to do defending against him, It's nearly impossible. I would love to see, for example, Nicolas against Nit final. Like best defense against best offense. I don't know what could happen in that final. But first, you gotta win against Di Fernandez. Cafu. Nice press. That's a fault. And last kick of the game for Cádiz.
Added time of 1 minute, 2-2, we're all square here. Last kick. As you're right to say, Gravison for Di Fernandez. That will do it for the halfway point. What an entertaining 45 in-game minutes that was between the two of them.
I do think this is a 50-50 battle. I don't think either of them has been better than their opponent. Nit hasn't been comfortable throughout probably 10 to 25 minutes of the game. Di Fernandez hasn't been comfortable as well through 20 to 25 minutes of the game. But still, I don't know if you... I think I was commentating with Ryan the game between Di Fernandez and Tuga, the game between Cádiz and Girona. They were 2-2 at half-time. Di Fernandez had his moments in the game, and then in the second half, he came on swinging. 5-2, he was playing at his best. That could potentially happen in a few seconds.
13 shots by half-time as well, Gravison. We've not been sort of quiet of chances. It really has been, as we keep on saying, because you don't often see games like this. I attack, you attack. You see Armando there. He was actually coaching Jafonzo not that long ago over in the United States of America, where he won a tournament and a really important league there. That allowed him to qualify for the FC Pro World Championships. And Diogo Jota, he does run an esports team, believe it or not, and Di Fernandez is one of those players that does represent the Portuguese footballer. I'm sure maybe you'll be watching from afar later on this evening after a very important game at the moment. Long ball forward into Ronaldinho, can't quite get there. The red time, yeah, that wasn't quite what he was looking for. Keep in mind, after this one we will be seeing Nicolas playing against Nacho Abeo in our other semi-final. Long ball forward, it's a big switch of play. Timothy Bellingham does enough just to gain a few extra yards. He loves a little chip pass from Xavi, where he's constantly making these ongoing runs from his strikers. Lofted in there, Sorloth headed down, perfect from Needs. He's offside, but the process there of building up the chance.
We asked for Need to flick it down one time at least. He did it, and he was offside, but by just a centimeter. So I think he'll do it again in a few seconds, because it worked out fine for him. Sorloth, no, rushed into the pass into Vini.
Who do you think is the most important player in these teams? Individual?
Sorloth.
I mean, because we could say Sorloth, which is, I guess, the boring answer.
Yeah, but maybe...
But you have to look at Bellingham, don't you? Bellingham, or whoever that centre midfielder is, whether it's Xavi. Because they really just glue it all together. Cruyff, reverse elastico, comes back nicely back to Xavi again. This is neat. Looking for a third. I'm looking for a couple of skill moves, I can assure you. Xavi de Jong, Sorloth.
Nice defense.
Eventually, thanks to the help of Di Fernandez, is Frankie de Jong can get back on possession.
Takes his time to reach out the play, but now many players from Cádiz in here. That's a nice ball. This is dangerous.
Butragueno, it's going to come back as a gift. Butragueno still.
No.
Tried to cricketer it through the gap, couldn't do that. Still, this one is on for Di Fernandez. Gundogan punches it into Sorloth.
Now, that's a
what a win.
It was a poor pass by Butragueño. And now Nit has time to pass it to De Jong, pass it into Cruyff, switch up the play into Balde. Now the build-up is good. This is good.
There's Xavi again. He's been instrumental in this game for Nick.
Nice defense. Fernandez is defending really well at the moment. He just lacks something in the last third of the pitch, but apart from that, he's playing probably the best he's played throughout the whole competition. Nice switch of play. Nice defense by Nit.
As you said, Fernandez at right back. I mean, he can play there, but so used to seeing him normally on the left-hand side of the pitch. Referee pulls that one back for a free kick. Otherwise, that would have been a huge opportunity for Sorloth. There's Xavi. Thought for a second he could be looking for Bellingham. Finds R9. Couple of step overs, couple of skill moves. Down to ground. Referee waves it away. I mean, that's another thing as well, Gravison. When you've got Neat coming at you, giving you all sorts of skill move combinations, you've got to do your best not to dive into the tackle. Vinicius might be the only player that has chosen to start him in his draft. Advantage played from the referee.
And corner.
Corner. Indeed, Fernandez could really punish Neat here. I don't think he's going to be playing short. I think you know where he's going to be playing. No, he does play short.
Cross.
Ruchagueno, Sorloth is there again. Huge save from Courtois. Twice in the game he's done that from green time headers, where normally they'll just fly into the back of the net.
There's a reason why Thibaut Courtois is the third most used item, I think.
Yeah, and he's only about 35k.
So people at home, buy him.
Yeah, if you're struggling to work out who should be in goal for your Ultimate Team Champions games this weekend, get Courtois. Very cheap as well.
Oh, mistake.
Still in possession though. Xavi. De Jong, Xavi into R9. Which way is he going? Courtois!
What a save. Again.
Tips it round the post and in comes a corner. Looked like a destined goal for Nick. Look how quick he's moving there. With Cruyff not giving any chance to even defend, let alone move.
Good second man press. The ball gets to Cruyff. Let's see what happens now.
Working and working and working, lofted into Sorloth. Courtois should have two hands on that, which he does.
Now he has time, catch a breath. Both fullbacks on the attack. This is interesting from Di Fernandez.
Offside, yeah.
Cross coming in, yeah. That makes sense.
Let's jump into this pause now and see what changes are going to be made. I mean, we've had a goalless second half between the two of them after what was a jam-packed first 45 minutes.
Griezmann comes in, Stoikov comes off, and then seems like Armando is talking to Di Fernandez at the moment, trying to see what can be changed in and off the pitch. It seems like there's not going to be any substitutions on Cadiz's side. Nope. He's happy with his players.
That pause isn't always to make changes, though, is it, Gravison?
No, not really. Sometimes you gotta listen to your coach, take a few deep breaths, and just play.
Just to get a couple of words on board, and you're right, just to get yourself out of what is a really intense game. Concentration levels off the charts. Don't want to make any mistakes, otherwise you could find yourself in a position like this, where if you blink, you'll concede. Real Valladolid and Nice back in front again.
The roulette into the pass. I mean, roulette cancellation into a pass.
And by that point, the goalie was gone.
I mean, obviously, because you expect a roulette to be made because he has been doing the roulette for pretty much the whole tournament. The thing is, he cancelled it, in the middle of it, finds Sorlov open. He's not missing that chance. Not a single time.
Well, we're back in the pause, Benny, no surprise, because changes need to be made. Offensive changes too, you can just see jumping between game plans. And it's a case of who fancies coming on. I mean,
Araujo is a right back. Jimenez as a centre back is coming on the pitch for Valladolid.
I love the loyalty there to Negredo. 75 rated, I haven't seen him for a long time.
Álvaro Negredo.
A long time.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll be seeing him anyway. We will not be seeing him, don't worry.
It doesn't seem like it.
No, I don't think he's got much pace.
10 minutes left to play. Let's see if Fernandez is able to create a few good chances to try to equalize the game.
Well, the part of the game that we haven't never really seen from Nee, Gravison, is one, a really solid defensive display, but also Gravison, I don't feel like him seeing out a game like that. It's something that he'll often do, is Gravison just jumps off the desk as he comes forward. Sorlov, game over. 4-2. And he finds another one. As Ryan Pessoa joins me on the commentary booth. I mean, the timing's perfect there, Ryan. You've come and you brought us a goal.
Yeah, right on cue. Meek seals the game with that little dink into Sorlov in the box. And when he's in the air, no matter who he's against, even a centre-back like Laurent Blanc, he's always going to win the header.
Well, I was just saying, it's not really in his DNA, Ryan, to see out a game with one goal. He needs to go and score another one.
Yep.
And it could be the end of the road for Di Fernandez. As Real Valladolid and Nee are on a mission. There's one trophy missing from his cabinet. He's got the Super Cup, he's got 2 league trophies. He's never won the Cup. Potentially, San Sebastian could be the home for him to go and do that. As he can take more minutes out of the game here.
Tries to turn back on himself there. 4 against 2 or 5.
Has to score this. Back post. Could be a serious option. Bruce Aguero. Araujo defended well.
Put Griezmann in behind.
Conclude it now if he wants R9 all the time in the world. Ball roll inside. Neat. Well read.
Had more time, in fairness. I think Nee could have gone a bit more further towards the goal.
Saying to Gravison, Ryan, I don't think he's in a player that just abuses skill moves as much as this man does in the final third.
He's not afraid to. He does it in practice games. He does it on the main stage as well.
But also, it breaks up the crossing meta. It certainly shakes things up ever so slightly. It's been really entertaining to watch. Only time of 2 minutes to come in, but Real Valladolid look like they'll be in this year's LALIGA FC Pro Cup final here in San Sebastian. €10,000 guaranteed, but a chance to double it. Plus an extra 5 on top. Commiserations to Di Fernandez, who's given us a great tournament through penalty upsets to some really tightly contested matches. But it will be Real Valladolid and Neat that will take one of the grand final spots. He just loves playing on this stage, so it seems. Commiserations to Di Fernandez. He was in the game for such a long period, and he was doing so well to stop Neat from getting forward and really make the most of his chances. He's 1 game away now from lifting that trophy.
Yep, 1 game away, Brandon, of course. It could be up against Nicolas or Nacho Abella. The stats tell the story. 4 goals scored, 4 goal, or XG, I should say, for Neat in that game. Offensively, Brandon, he's just unstoppable.
I think at half-time in that game, Fernandez had 6 shots, so that whole second half he had 1 chance.
Yep.
Which goes to say how the game completely changed for him.
Yeah, I think Fernandez, of course, started off very well. He had a few chances, scored a few goals as well. But Neat, as we said, we saw the goals. He's unbelievable.
He really is. Again, massive congratulations to Neat. He is in the grand final. He'll be waiting patiently to play either Nacho Abella or Nicolas. I mean, whoever gets through to that grand final, it plans to be a really exciting one here in San Sebastian.
Yep, it'll be a big game, I'm sure. Both players will be excited, ready to go after just seeing that semi-final now, and yeah, I can't wait to get into it.
Absolutely, I'll be speaking to Nick very shortly indeed. In the meantime, we can see a bracket potentially of what has been happening here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. As we said, 24 teams were here yesterday. We'll have a look at the highlights first, but more importantly, some of those big replay moments. That was 10.5 minutes into the game where we could argue against the run of play. Fernandez got into the game and it forced a reaction from Neat.
Yeah, and it was a quick response to see Xavi into R9, the reverse elastico and the shot near post from Neat.
That made it 1-1. And then this here from Vinicius Junior, Ryan, the extra fake shot made all the difference. One ball over the top, 37 minutes into the game. Allowed Cruyff to recover.
Yeah.
From there.
It's fortunate, but then what's not fortunate is just the composure to turn back. The slide tackle from Fernandez. Missed time. The cancel there from the roulette was beautiful. The goalkeeper movement sort of made Neat's mind up already, and this was the goal to seal it. Cruyff twisting and turning, reverse elastico. A little dink up in the air, and of course, Sorlo. The aerial plus play style. 6'5" stature is never going to miss from there.
And it certainly seems like Neat has enjoyed himself here in the LALIGA FC Pro. After, as you said, peaking in 2021, winning it 2 years in a row, he may have lost a little bit of love for competition, but seems like he's back at his best. And speaking of Neat, of Real Valladolid, he's in the grand final, and he's joined by our very own Jaime Alvarez now.
He had a really difficult start to the...
Neat, this was a really difficult match against one of the best players in the competition. Why do you think you were able to win this match? Vale, Neat, este partido fue un partido de semifinales contra uno de los mejores jugadores de la competición. ¿Por qué crees que ganaste?
Bueno, al final yo creo que por el nivel que llevo yo mismo, como tú has dicho, es uno de los mejores jugadores de la competición y he conseguido ganarle y creo que a un muy buen nivel, así que contento sobre todo por mí, por estar en una final más, que al final siempre es muy bonito jugar las finales.
I think it was one of the best games I've played in a while. I'm happy because I won, as you said, again, I won against one of the best players in the competition, but it doesn't matter, I won because I think I played at my best, and now I'm happy to play in another final. Okay, Neat, which one do you think it was the best goal you scored in the game against Fernandez? Neat, ¿qué gol piensas que es el más bonito que metiste de todos de Fernandez?
Estoy tan concentrado que ni recuerdo los goles, pero bueno, yo creo que el último gol, aunque haya sido un gol de cabeza de Sorlo, creo que la jugada que hago con Cruyff y cómo salgo de su presión es muy buena, así que solo por la jugada de Cruyff creo que ese ha sido el mejor gol.
Sometimes it's really hard for me because I'm so concentrated that I don't remember the goals, but I think the knockdown from Sorloth, even though it's a knockdown, I think the play from Cruyff was really good, and I think even if it was a knockdown, it was the best goal I scored. To end Neat, Nico against now Nacho. Who do you want to play against? Vale, Neat. Nico, Nacho, ¿contra quién quieres jugar?
Sí, es que sinceramente me da igual, son dos de los mejores jugadores también de la competición. Me hace especial ilusión jugar con Nacho por esa final que tuvimos en el 21, pero también me hace ilusión jugar contra Nico porque es uno de los mejores jugadores del mundo y jugar una final contra él y poder ganarle pues sería algo muy bonito.
I think it's really beautiful to play against both of them. Nacho because we played back in 2021 in the final, and I think it's pretty good. And Nico because in my opinion is one of the best players in the world. So that's all from us. Thank you so much, Neat, and back to you guys.
Thank you very much to the both of you. And look, he'll play any of them, and whoever comes through, it's going to be a great final anyway. The two on the other side of that bracket, Ryan. You got Nicolas, first time in the LALIGA FC Pro, but doesn't need us to go through and explain all his accolades. And you've got Nacho Abella, who is a veteran when it comes to the Liga.
Yeah, exactly. Take a look at the bracket from what we've seen from the start of action. We're all the way into the second set of semi-finals. Real Oviedo up against Sevilla will be next. As you mentioned, Nacho Abella up against Nicolas is a huge, huge game.
Absolutely, again, it's been a crazy, crazy bracket there. 24 teams down to our final 3 technically now, as we've got another semi-final coming up very shortly. Before that, we've got our play of the match. I mean, I don't know where we're going to go here because there were so many well-taken chances. I mean, in terms of skill moves, but it will be the important goal, which was the 3-2.
That cancellation there, Brandon, of the roulette, and then the goalkeeper movement. I thought Neat played extremely well, and it was very efficient in front of goal.
Absolutely, again, a massive congratulations to Real Valladolid and Neat. They're in our grand final. We're going to be going to a quick break in just a second. When we're back, Nicolas is in town up against Natra Bay, Real Oviedo against Sevilla to find out who will be this year's LALIGA FC Pro Cup grand final. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
You shine like a neon light.
Time for our second semi-final of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, and it might be one of the biggest games we've seen so far in the tournament, Ryan.
Yep, Natra Bay up against Nicolas. Of course, Natra having a lot of experience in this competition. Nicolas, a lot of experience internationally, not so much in these domestic cup competitions.
He's got the resume, Nicolas, hasn't he? Champions League winner. Of course, it's his first actual FC Pro League that he's ever participated in. So certainly this one is an interesting one. We're going to have a look at some of the highlights from the previous games in the previous rounds. Natra Bay, as we know, took down Ethan of Real Sporting in that football derby between the two clubs. This was the goal that got things moving 3 minutes in. And you heard him saying in his interview, Ryan, that in the early stages of the game, I just want to let my opponent know what I can do with the final third and potentially what I could be throwing here.
Yeah, exactly. And for me, it's been the goal of the day so far. Of course, he conceded straight away there against Ethan. He was calm and composed in this moment, though, to score what was to be the winning goal in that matchup.
Well, that was the narrow result in the end, as there was a huge chance for Ethan. 71 minutes on the clock. That was to make it 2-2. He missed the chance. And in the end, as we said, Nacho Abella went through to our semi-final. Who stands in his way, though, is the Iceman of Nicolas. Last time we saw him was back in November, trying to qualify for the FC Pro Open, where he didn't make it through there. And for him, it was a case of, I need to play in the league.
Yeah, that's the only way for him to reach the World Championships or the E-Champions League. And speaking of Nicolas, here are his highlights from the previous rounds. And that was the great goal, the roulette with Sorloth. Green-timed finish from Nicolas.
I mean, he scored 2 goals pretty much the same, didn't he, Ryan?
Yep, he did it. This was a goal that, slightly fortunate, fell back to him from a shot off the inside of the post.
He timed that green still.
Yeah, exactly. Mistimed the initial shot, timed that one, and then ended up conceding just before half-time against Flippercito. But he ended up seeing out that game, of course, to find himself a spot in the semi-finals now.
Yeah, that was a big 4-2 result in the end. Flippercito crashing out in the quarter-final stages. Nicolas, as we said, just seems to be energised at the moment. He's got 2 coaches with him as well here in San Sebastian. He's got his coach Juan and he's got his coach Fer as well, who helped him into an E-Champions League win as well. So for Nicolas, it's just there's a good vibe in the air at the moment for him. I mean, look, he's already done the big job, Ryan, of qualifying for the Grand Finals in, 18, 19 days' time. He's going to be in Barcelona for the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals, which could be his ticket through to qualifying for the E-Champions League and the FC Pro World Championships.
Yep, exactly. That could be the way, but I'm sure his eyes will be on the prize today, and that is to win the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. He has to overcome Real Oviedo and Nacho Abella in order to reach the finals later on today, where Neat, of course, secured his spot just recently.
Yeah, that's our bracket. As we said, only one player can come out as champion here in San Sebastian. We have got a live crowd in the building as well. They'll be cheering these players through all the way. But look, let's try and get these players out as soon as we can. We are hearing they're coming out to the stage very, very shortly indeed. Nacho Abella, I mean, look, he said in his interview, I've got to beat the best if I want to be the best, as cliche as that quote sounds. He didn't care who was in his way. He knows at some point he's going to have to play more and more difficult matches throughout this tournament process.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's overcome fantastic player in Ethan already today. And trying to get on into the finals would mean you'd have to defeat someone like Nicolas, which is honestly arguably one of the best players of all time, let alone in this competition.
I mean, I'll save the question for me jump into the game, but it's a case of how on earth do you beat Nicolas? Because you can honestly count on probably maybe just under 2 hands of people that have beaten Nicolas in big knockout games like this. I think the obvious one is you have to score first in these individual single leg matches. 9-minute halves, no 2 legs anymore, no aggregate score lines. You just got to make him very uncomfortable, and any game plan that he's got, just throw it away.
Yep, exactly. And Nacho's been starting very, very well. So players are getting ready to walk out now for this huge semi-final affair. As you mentioned, Nacho needs to start well. He's been doing that in the most recent games to get to this stage.
He's locked in. First player out, and on the opposite side of the stage will be Sevilla's Nicolas, 99 FC, a multiple-time world finalist, a player that's won the E-Champions League and has been a playoff champion too. Got a handful of fans in this arena as well. Players are out and getting in the zone before they lock in to, if not one of their biggest games so far in this competition today. Real Oviedo, former FC Pro LALIGA Cup champions back in 2021. They actually won the first ever cup that came into this competition through the pro player of Adriman. 4 years on, we can confirm there will be a new winning name on that cup trophy. As we said last year, we saw Atletico Madrid become champions with Tuga and Andoni. The year before that, it was a down with Deportivo Alaves, and then of course Real Oviedo. We could be looking at a new pro player though to go and lift that trophy. We are getting ready to jump into this second semi-final. Admins over Nicolas getting locked in. I've always just wondered with Nicolas, and I still can't understand today. I spoke to him for a long time earlier. He just doesn't show any emotion.
Zero.
He doesn't show if he's happy, he doesn't show if he's annoyed.
You don't know. even if it's a last-minute winner, it's very rare. Have we seen like an uproar? I think I might have once.
He scored one for like a 90th minute goal in a World Cup swim. He didn't even react. Anyway, enough from us. We're going to go to the draft screen now with Frankie and Gravison. We can't wait for this second semi-final.
Thank you so much. My thoughts exactly, Brandon. I can't believe we've only got 2 more matches here in San Sebastian before we find out who is going to be raising the trophy. But without further ado, let's look at the first draft heading to the virtual pitch in just a few moments. Nacho Obella, this is a player that's definitely taken the competition by storm. After initial shaky first half here on this stage yesterday, he has now come out fighting, and I feel like we see something new from him every single time he plays.
Yeah, I do think this is going to be a different match for him because he's played against offensive players, players that like to find themselves in end-to-end matches, and I think the match against Nicolas is much more different because Nicolas likes to keep possession, Nicolas likes to switch up the play a little bit, and then when he gets to the left back, attack with Bellingham as well. So in this situation for him, I don't think the draft is much more important than the ones we had before because, I mean, he was aggressive with Yuri, for example, which I think is going to be a good factor in this game, but in my opinion it's all going to be the matter of will Bellingham, Team of the Year, as a right back defending with Nacho, will it stop his opposition? Will also be Team of the Year Bellingham on the attacking side. So I guess we'll see in a few minutes, but for me that's the most important thing because Nicolas to overload the left side. I think it's going to be difficult to stop him.
Well, let's take a look at Nicolas's draft because there's something quite interesting about the way that he has set up his sides of the pitch. So talk me through it.
Yeah, pretty much. This is the chemistry, so don't take into account. But as a left back, he's using Team of the Year Bellingham, and as the centre forward, the left one, he's using Sorloth. So in a way, you would probably expect to have them in different wings because you like to have, for example, as a right back, Team of the Year Bellingham attacking with him and then crossing to Sorloth. But he doesn't use it that way, which is interesting because he likes to overload the left wing with the centre forward, the left one, Sorloth in this case, the attacking left back, and then a couple of midfielders. It's interesting and it's working out well for him, so let's see what he can do about it because I don't think any of his opponents have found a way to stop it, and maybe Nacho has the chance to stop it, but I think it's really hard. You have to be really good defensively and you have to switch very well.
We know that both these players are going to be appearing in the LALIGA finals coming up in Barcelona in just a few weeks' time. Do you think that Nicolas is going to be bringing a similar draft? I mean, we've got Golazo at Team 2 has just been released. We're going to have another promo before then, so there could be more items on the table. Do you think, for example, he's going to bring this Acuna again?
I mean, probably, yeah. I do think Acuna, in just to say 3 weeks' time, probably won't be as effective as it is now. But apart from that, Cruyff is going to be the same. Team of the Year Bellingham, Xabi Alonso. I think it's going to be similar, but maybe a couple of changes.
It will be interesting to see if any of the final 16 also have a look at what Nicolas is doing, maybe do a cheeky copy paste. We are ready, though, to get our second semi-final underway. Who is going to be facing Neat in that all-important match to lift the trophy? Let's head over to Brandon and Ryan and get this semi-final underway.
Thank you so much, Frankie and Gravison there. Again, I mean, look, you look at Nicolas's draft and being the player that Nicolas is, you just sit there and think, especially you at home watching, what can I add into my ultimate team of how he's playing? One player you could probably add into there is that Acuna.
Yeah, cheap and cheerful.
He's the only one that really starts him, and he plays as a midfielder. He really is the inverted fullback.
Yeah, he makes Acuna play midfield. Jude Bellingham slots in at left back. But it's been working very, very much so for Nicolas in this competition today.
What do you expect from this one, Ryan? Do you expect it to go one way, or do you expect potentially this one to go into an extra time scenario? I mean, we've seen levels from Nicolas.
Yeah, I think
we've also seen some really strong performances from Nacho.
I think on paper we'd assume Nicolas will be the heavy favourite, but Nacho's been playing very, very well, especially going forward. As he said in his interview, he's been starting well, trying to show his ability to his opponent from the get-go. And if he can do that in this game, it will definitely give Nicolas a tough ask of trying to overcome him.
Well, then Nicolas, one match away from a grand final. It's been quite some time since we've seen him back at the top. Well, there is one man that stands in his way of Nacho Obella. Real Oviedo against Sevilla. Nacho Obella against Nicolas for a spot in the grand finals to play against Neat in this year's LALIGA FC Pro Cup. Dispossessed already. There's Acuna getting his first real touches of the game. All over the top finds Bellingham, who is up against the defensive side of Bellingham into Sorloff, and already Gundogan is needed to be pulled back as an extra defender to stop the ongoing press. It's worthwhile saying as well that, I mean, as much as he's got Acuna in there, he's one of the few players to really make the use of Jude Bellingham as actually a left back, not a right back this time. Richard Gordon chips it up. We know where the flick down's coming back to Cruyff. And speaking of Bellingham, he's there to make the all-important block.
I think that's a common thing we'll see from Nacho Abera in this game, using Sorloff, the player locks as well, just to move him into position for those little knockdowns in the area.
Acuna. Back to Cruyff for Nicolas, defended again really well. 5th time in the league it is for Nacho, 5 years as well consecutively. He has qualified for the grand finals, which take place at the end of this month, later in April, in Barcelona, where there will be tickets to the Champions League and tickets to the FC Pro World Championships on the line. As we've been saying, this event here is just a bonus €100,000 competition. Why the LALIGA FC Pro is just so different in so many good ways, we'll never know. Could be a huge confidence boost heading into that next competition. Bellingham, back to De Jong. Cheeky chip, there's the flick on into Cruyff.
Oh.
And Nicolas, 12 minutes in, is creating his own luck now.
It's a smart finish, Brandon, from Cruyff. I thought maybe he was a little bit too close to the goalkeeper. It was going to be saved, but just lofted gracefully over the goalkeeper to give him the 1-goal lead.
It's just he gets in that area. You know he's looking for the little chip into Sorloff. But it's what he does from there. He has spent big on that, Cruyff. 7 million plus for the Galaza Johan Cruyff.
Great ball.
Could be in for an instant reply here from Nacho Abera. Cruyff. Back to Butragueno again, Militao. Times it right. Look, we always say this, but for Nicolas, defensively, he's often so sound. He's so hard to break down. Sorloff, ball roll. Back inside, Cruyff wins a corner where Nicolas is also very much known for set pieces. And how dangerous he could be from here. He always seems to have a plan for these sort of areas. And let's see what plan he has now to put into use. Whipped in towards the front post. Still very much alive for Cruyff to have a go at goal. Although possession has ricocheted a few times off a Real Oviedo shirt, Sevilla still very much in possession. De Jong, Sorloff.
Oh, it's beautiful again.
Acuna, who's having the shot, Alonso of all people. Still, it's back again to Nicolas. And eventually now a chance to break another wave of pressure. As Nacho Abera, just you're right to say, Ryan, cannot get out. And eventually he can have a breather.
Yep.
The player switching is ridiculous.
Great turn.
He's just on you from all angles. Nacho Abera has to try and be creative here with Sorloff, which he will! From absolutely nothing! He pulls himself back into the tie.
One of the very few times we've seen Nacho Abera not only leave his half, but get into the final third. And what's commendable there is he green times the header, but headers are manuals. You have to aim them perfectly, and he done right in that moment in time to get back into the game.
Well, it's important he did get back into the game, because before you know it, if you're 2 goals down to Nicolas, you're asking a lot from yourself. Nacho Bayer again. Showing what he can do. Year after year in this competition was a runner-up to Neat back in 2021. I mean, that would be one hell of a rematch if he wanted to get it in the cup for this year. Dispossessed. Player looks nice, finds Buchagueno. That's where he goes from here. Ball roll scoop turn. Doesn't get him any further away from the defender. The amount of success he's had on this side of the pitch, Ryan, with Bellingham and Acuna has been phenomenal. Another massive switch of play.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot from Nacho today. The player locks as well, we've seen. Getting the ball to Sorlo. There's just nowhere to go. He turns back into trouble, manages to fortunately get the ball back.
Stoichkov. Buchagueno needs to be smart now. Nacho Bayer, show us a skill or two. Can he outsmart the Iceman? Not that time. Blanc reads it well. It's difficult because you're playing against a player that's already guessing 3 or 4 times down the line of what you're going to do. Kuna again brushes into the midfield. Stoichkov, does he need one more pass? He's trying to find someone. Acuna, not really the player he wants to use, or is he? Back to Acuna again, times it green, just about gets rid of it. The ball's bouncing around the box, and Nacho Bayer remains calm enough to get himself out of that. That could have been horrendous.
Yeah, Nacho is struggling to get out, and he's struggling to read Nicolas defensively anyway, because Nicolas he's sort of baiting the extra pass across goal, and Nacho's he done well in that sense to not overly commit, but he's still committing enough to be fooled by Nicolas.
Is he onside? Bellingham, yes he is. Sorlo for Kuna. Corner. 38 minutes on the clock, what can we see this time? Ball goes out to the edge of the box and expect it then to be worked. And reworked until he can find the right passing lane. Right back, see you later.
Panicking defensively there from Nacho. Nicolas didn't sort of expect it. Well, he would have liked to expect someone to be in the box to support Sorloff in that area there. But Nacho's not been really able to get a foothold of this game until he has, of course, scored a goal. Is one of the most important things to do, but he needs to.
Oh, I could have been through that.
Yeah, I was going to say he needs to be more decisive when going forward.
Nacho whips it in deep. Look at the space for Gundogan. He had no real chance, did he, of trying to win a battle against Araujo. And his ultimate birthday in game item, which is the most popular pick player here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. He's been chosen in every single player's team yesterday. Now the 24. No surprise, the FC Barcelona defender has been phenomenal. Last chance of the game. I mean, this is Nicolas' special. Making the most of added time if there is any. I don't think there is any. He'll still work a chance though, won't he? Bellingham. Back to Acuna. Back to Cruyff. It's a wicked deflection. But it's given Nicolas an all-important advantage.
Felt like it was coming, Brandon, I'll be honest. Just the build-up from Nicolas is probing consistently throughout that first half. And of course, as you mentioned, a slice of fortune deflecting off the defender. But sometimes you create your own luck.
He's one of the few players as well, Ryan, that he always plays for the last attack in terms of every ounce of additional time. He will try and make it work. Nacho Bayer finds himself 2-1 down. You can understand the frustration because it was a deflected goal.
There's Sevilla the lead by 2-1. We can see some half-time match stats if possible, but just get a little insight of how many chances have actually come the way of either of these two. Like 7 shots for Nicolas to the 2 of Nacho Bayo. I mean, he's had a lot to deal with, Ryan, but you've got to try and create more. I know it's difficult.
2 shots, of course, one being the goal. The second one I can't remember, but as we said, in terms of just creating chances itself, even that goal came with against the run of play. It came when he was penned into his own half for at least 10 minutes in game time, managed to get out and score. But he just needs to sort of assert some sort of authority or just something to scare Nicolas, to make him cautious about. Because Nicolas is just going to keep on pressing high up, winning the ball high up, and knowing that sooner or later, Nacho will crumble.
You can just see on the opposite side of the screen there, Nicolas's coach Fer is on the screen pointing at individual players and their position and their role in the team. It was actually a decision that Nicolas made earlier this year to bring back Fer. They actually departed ways a year and a half or so ago, a couple of seasons ago, off the back of the Champions League success, and obviously Nicolas coming so close in that penalty shootout against Umit in the World Championships. Tried to freshen things up from a coaching standpoint, but this year he thought, you know what, let's bring the old band back together, and he's actually got 2 coaches now. And so far, it's been working well to him, but we have to remember, Ryan, the group stages didn't really go to plan from him.
Yeah, not at all.
I think if it wasn't for Chasita apparently scoring 1 extra goal, he wouldn't have qualified for these knockout stages. He had a really difficult group run.
Yeah, it's crazy that it goes to show how small the margins are. From behind, is he going to get there? And when I think the defender's done enough to Jude Bellingham to get back. As you said, Nicolas, 1 win in the group stage is very, very close to being eliminated if it wasn't for goal difference.
And if you have just tuned in, you are seeing Jude Bellingham, yes, play as a left back and a right back. It's his team of the year item, which these pro players have deemed good enough at the price tag too. Hello, Nacho, stop it. Very nearly created a chance from nothing there, right?
Very, very nearly. The roulette, similar theme to what we saw him score in one of the other games as well. Ball over the top. The defender does just enough there. Jude Bellingham in front of Solo.
Proving his price tag again.
Yep, absolutely. And for Nacho, he had to actually lose a game. Didn't lose in the regular season. 1-2, drew 2, finishing second in his group.
Cruyff. But Nicolas sort of got in a little bit of a kerfuffle there. Didn't really know what he was looking for. That's a great flick on there. Sorloth could be through. Big chance for Nacho. Too predictable.
Oh, that's a big mistake.
It could be off. The 7 million coin man, Gonzalo Cruyff for Nicolas. Big save. I mean, could he have done anything more from that?
I think the goalkeeper movement, you had to take the shot there. He was getting caught by the defender. It's just about picking a side and green timing it. And in that case, he's decided to shoot across goal. The goalkeeper movement from Nacho Bear read that in that case. And for those situations, I just think it's a 50-50. You have to pick a side to shoot. You're going to get caught.
Corner to come in. Nicolas, normally so good from set pieces. Let's see what he's got this time. I can imagine it will involve Sorloth trying to get onto this one. You can see him now queued up towards the back post. There he is! That's what Nicolas does! He always has something up his sleeve from a set piece.
Goalkeeper moved out there as well. So the moment there was a lot of loft and elevation on that cross. So the goalkeeper's not going to get anywhere near it. Goes to Sorloth, an open goal, green time finish as well. Just to guarantee the goal for Nicolas.
And look, if you're making 2 chances, Ryan, by half-time and you need 2 goals, it's really asking a lot for Nacho Bear. Can he get one now? Buchagueda loads of space, but he needs an option. Cuts it back inside, off the woodwork!
Wow.
How on earth has Laurent Blanc got a knee on that, a shin pad on it? somehow kept it out.
Huge moment in the game, and Araujo winning the header for the rebound back post to prevent Sorloth at the back post. That's why he's needed, though. The aerial plus play style. That is why he is the most selected player in the drafts for the players.
(3-1) Sevilla lead. And you're absolutely right. As much as we can keep talking about the group stage performance from Nicolas, which wasn't really a standout performance by any means, but you know what he's going to bring at a LAN event in a knockout tournament, a straight knockout tournament. And at the moment he has delivered since round 1, round of 16 quarterfinals and this semi-final. He might just be on his way to a grand final. Him against Neat, what a game that would be. But Nacho Bayer has got other ideas before that, though. If he can try to unpick the puzzle, which is so hard to do. As for Nicolas, Ryan, he's just going to... He knows how to see this game out.
Great ball again. It's onside.
Into Dion.
Good offside traps as well from Nacho Bayer.
Doesn't need to score again more happily. Take more minutes out of the game. And into a pause we go again. Let's have a look at the both POVs here, especially Real Oviedo, because they are chasing 2 goals now. A 4-2-4?
Yep, 4-2-4 setup when he wants to go constant press. See for Nicolas though, having his tactical variations. I wonder if there'll be any subs to be brought on the pitch as well.
Let's see the stats again there. 9 shots from Nicolas on the right hand side of your screen. 3 for Real Oviedo. I mean, that's 1 shot extra, Ryan, that we've seen really. It's not... He's not creating enough.
Nowhere near, but we're approaching the last 20 or so minutes in game.
And he's struggling to get on the ball. He's had 0 corners, so he hasn't even been able to try and score a header from those sort of scenarios. He's only had just over 40% possession of the ball as it currently stands now. Let's jump back into it then for the last 25 in-game minutes. As it currently stands, it will be Neat against Nicolas in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup Grand Final, which will be one to remember.
Oh, it's onside.
Bellingham lofts it in to Cruyff. He should have really put the game to bed.
Yeah, support offside trap there from Nacho. Don't think he expected the ball to be played in behind from Nicolas.
Time ticking away for Nacho Bayer.
Great play.
What has he got? Oh, that's superb. Cruyff still.
Oh.
Wins a corner. First corner in the game he's had. There's Sorloth. There's a chance. And just like that, he's straight back in the game.
That came from being direct. Directing the build-up play. They're getting the ball to Cruyff. The skill move out a corner from it. Took it quickly as well. Didn't give Nicolas enough time to respond. And Sorloth won the header there. And he's back into the game.
I mean, it's his first corner he's had, Ryan.
Yep.
Which makes you think if he had a few more in the game, what could have been? Well, we have to talk about the build-up there. The Cruyff, the couple of skill moves you saw in the box was superb. And now we've got a real game on our hands. 20 in-game minutes, which is a long old time in 9 minute halves. Sort of feel like Nicolas needs to get another one. Manchester flying bodies forward. Bellingham up against Bellingham on the opposite side. Jude Bellingham, team of the year, power shots. Will get a corner.
Yep. Takes it quick again. Keeper gets there this time.
That one routine for Courtois. Saul off Bellingham. Cruyff, nice step over X. It gives him that little acceleration boost he was looking for. Couple more from Nicolas, but just loses possession for him.
Yep, turned straight back into danger. Butcher on the overlap. Or the running behind, I should say. Player looked from Nacho. He doesn't have a lot of players to support him. He's just trying to slow it down.
Alonso will get it again. Not for Solo. This is a chance for it. Look at Sorloff. Can he get around Rudiger? But has he got the legs? Yes, he has. Just about duck and dives about 2 or 3 ongoing tackles that were coming at him. Into the final 10 we go. Cruyff. Kuna doesn't come of anywhere. I mean, he's getting more of the ball now.
It's uncharacteristic. Loss of possession. That's just.
Oh my God!
Is that onside? I think it's off. Yeah, just offside. We saw that in the previous game from Nacho as well. He tried to tee that up, but that little dink and then the first time ball over the top.
It's ever since that corner's happened, right? He's just looked like a different player, Nacho.
Yep, he's having a lot more opportunities to get forward, playing a little bit more confident. With to keep his dream alive of getting his hands on the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. He's going to need another goal, and he's going to need it soon.
It's about 9 in-game minutes left. You can see Nicolas' custom tactics there on screen of what he's changing. I think I've ever put those two together, Nicolas and long ball. Well, that's the scenario of how he's going to have to try and play out these remaining 9 minutes. Last couple of words from both players. 9 minutes. The Nacho Abaya to send us maybe into extra time. He will get a chance, at least one of them. It's just when.
Good press.
Could that be this now? Araujo wins the ball so high up the pitch. I mean, he's out of position now, but he's offered an overload. Acuna finds Cancelo fresh off the bench. This is trailblazer in-game item.
Good defending from Nicolas again. Could counter-attack.
I mean, this is the moment, right, where it just depends if he wishes to fall into a trap or not, because he doesn't need to find another goal, and he doesn't necessarily need to give away possession, which he has. Sorloff will continue his run if he can be man-marked by Araujo. Huge switch of play out to Bellingham, just to try and open up the side of Nicolas' defence a bit more. Nico Williams, ball rolls past 1 or 2 players again. Back in possession, Nicolas. What a poor pass. Did he keep it in? Yes, just about. 2.5 in-game minutes left. Again, possession.
Rushed.
Given away from Nicolas. Is this going to cost him or not?
Look at Nico Williams. He's in.
He could be through. Nico Williams. 1-on-1 against the goalkeeper. Can he get round? Power shot comes in. It's down the goalkeeper's throat. And Nicolas may have just got away with that one.
Just about. Thought he was going to get punished with the pace of Nico Williams off the bench was going through. He's cleared it long. Cruyff is not going to win that. Nacho Bay has another chance.
Added time of 2 minutes. Now this is Nacho Bay's final chance. Jude Bellingham makes an ongoing run forward, player lock, finds Cruyff, shot comes in. It's another ridiculous save from Courtois, but a corner will come in.
Watch, he's taking it quick again. We've seen it.
91 minutes on the clock. Towards the front post it goes. It's another save from Courtois. Nicolas hanging in this game. And this really will be the final chance. Sorloth triggered towards the front post. There he is, Courtois again. This is only the goal, Courtois, but he's playing out of his skin.
Keeper's got there.
And again, Courtois, 2 hands on it. Nicolas does enough to get into this year's the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Final, but it was not made easy.
I thought Nacho was destined to score there, Brandon, at the end when those corners in quick succession kept coming in. Sorloth getting on the end of it. Couldn't beat Nicolas and Courtois, but
that was nervy at the end there.
Yeah, the moment Nacho got that second goal, it felt as if the tide was in his favour to surely get another one, but Nicolas done well to hold out.
There's a few moments there, Ryan, that we spoke about in commentary where Nicolas just he rushed things a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, there was one way he lofted it clear, aiming for Cruyff. I don't know, maybe he meant to aim it to Sorloth, I'm not sure.
I know he had long ball in the custom tactics, but you don't want Cruyff at the end, do you?
He's not the person you want on the end of an aerial battle with a defender, so yeah, he got away with one for sure at the end.
Absolutely. Well, look, 24 down to our final 2. What a grand final we've got, by the way. We've got a player that has dominated this season, Nee, who's won 2 of the 7 seasons for the LALIGA FC Pro competition. I mean, look, back-to-back he won in 20 and 21 against Nicolas, who has been so good outside of this competition. Now he's come into the competition this year because he knows the lay of the land in the FC Pro ecosystem. He has to go via a league if he wants to try and get to an E-Champions League or to an FC Pro World Championship.
Yep, he does, and he's doing Sevilla proud. He's found himself in another final, something we always associate of Nicolas reaching the latter stages of any tournament he takes part in. But he has to overcome Neat, as you mentioned, somebody that's been very dominant in this country.
And again, it's nothing against the players that he's played against because he's had some really tough games, but you just know what Nicolas brings to LAN. He can have a terrible group stage. He can have a terrible day one of a tournament. If he's in a knockout bracket, you know there's a very good chance that he's going to be on it.
Yeah, it's different when you play Nicolas in those all-important games, and you have the fear factor. He has that aura of someone you play against where you know it's going to be a tough game, irrespective of whatever stage of the tournament it is going to be.
It's like that away day you never want to play with Nicolas. Let's have a look at our play of the game in that last match there between these 2 juggernauts in our second semi-final, and it is going the way of Nicolas. It was his opening goal 12 minutes in, and it was just the use of Sorloth, Ryan.
Yep, Sorloth was important there for that knockdown. Again, that finish from Cruyff was so delicate just over the goalkeeper. And from then on anyway, I thought Nicolas was going to run away with it because Nacho couldn't find a foothold in the game, but Brandon, he came into it well.
He really did. I mean, look, Nacho at half-time had 2 shots. By the 70th minute, he had 3 shots, and then he got a corner, scored from the corner, and he was creating. And if it wasn't for Courtois, as we said, the 3rd most used player in the draft format here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, he only cost 35k, Ryan.
Yeah, I think obviously the best goalkeeper, the tallest one as well, available for selection, so I think he's almost a guaranteed choice.
Yeah. If you're watching now and you've got Ultimate Team Champions games, get him in your team. He's 35k and he's been unbelievable. Right, we're off for a quick break now. When we're back, it's grand final time here in San Sebastian. Who is going to be crowned this year's the LALIGA FC Pro Cup champion? Only time will tell. We'll see you after this short break.
So you want to be the one who can bother me. So you want to be one step ahead of me. That's what you seem to me. And your life, try to make it as good as it can be. So your life that you're living just can't be
Look at all the vultures hanging in the wings, trying to make a buck on the cool kids, but it's snake oil, smoke and a breeze. Back up, give me some headspace. Look at us, ones and zeros in a rat race, yeah. This is a young man's game. Some things, baby, you might know. But let me show you how it's done. Let me show you how it goes. Like this, like this, like this. Next thing's bigger than the last one. On the mountain, gonna pitch you a fast one. Don't swing for the fence, aim for the parking lot. Ready or not, here I come. Give me some headspace. Look at us, ones and zeros in a rat race. Come on. This is a young man's game. Some things, baby, you might know. But let me show you how it's done. Let me show you how it goes. Like this, like this, like this.
for our grand final of this year's LALIGA FC Pro Cup. We've come a long way since yesterday. 24 clubs were here, now only 2 players remain. Real Valladolid against Sevilla, Neat against Nicolas. You've got 2 absolute giants when it comes to this matchup, Ryan.
Yeah, 2 players that have heaps of winnings and heaps of trophies in their cabinets as well, and they've had to come a long way to get to this stage. Neat going through in the regular season, top of his group, so he's played a game less than Nicolas, who finished 3rd in his group and has already come all this distance into the final. These are the highlights from Neat's games earlier on, or some of the games earlier on that we've seen, and Neat's been incredible in front of goal.
He really has been, Ryan. He's been superb. This was today against Granada, one of his games. Look at this roulette here.
Unbelievable goal.
So much composure in the final third, and so many skills. If you're all, willing to watch a true skiller on this game, and someone who was not scared to chain an elastico together with a La Croqueta and a couple of ball rolls in there too. You need to keep watching this guy. Look at that reverse elastico. That was in his semi-final, by the way. In a semi-final, the reverse elastico from Marin was able to pull him through there again. Massive result for him. Look, for Neat, it's the trophy that's missing from his cabinet. It's the unfinished story here for him, Ryan. 2-time champion of the regular league format. He's won the Super Cup as well. On the opposite side, though, Nicolas, again, did not have a good group run in this tournament, but did enough to be in the top 24 players to come into this tournament.
Yep, scraped through, but he's done nothing of the sort in this tournament, well, in the cup so far. He's been dominant. He's had to overcome some top players as well, but in order to get his hands on the trophy and 25,000 euros, he'd have to defeat Neat, who of course has huge amounts of pedigree in this country.
And the goals kept on coming. This was the semi-final. This was his opening goal. The saw-off header that we've seen so many times. Found his 7 million coin plus player in Johan Cruyff, one of the few players to spend that much on the Gallardo icon there. This is our bracket. This is how the tournament has concluded across the last 2 days, but there is one game left to conclude, and it's this one here. Real Valladolid up against Sevilla. 25,000 euros on the line again. By winning this competition, there is no link to the FC Pro World Championships or E-Champions League. That will happen in 2.5 weeks' time in Barcelona, but still, what a way to just build confidence, Ryan, going into that.
It's a huge way to build confidence. It's a way to put the fear factor across all of the competitors left in this tournament. We walk in with Neat first up. He's been incredible. He's been one of the favourites coming into this competition. As we said, he's going to have to overcome the Iceman, somebody that we know very, very well, Brandon.
I just spoke to him as well there backstage. I said, was your Courtois team of the year, Courtois? And he went, no, they were just normal saves.
Yeah.
He was so confident in himself. And in those last sort of 5 in-game minutes where we thought maybe he was going to be throwing away that lead, that was not the case at all. Neat against Nicolas, as we said, will be an absolute cracker of the game. Let us know your predictions at home in the chats of wherever you're watching from. Very simple, 9-minute halves, no best of 3, no aggregate scoreline over 2 legs. It's a one and done, but by any means, I feel like this is going to be great because you've literally got attack versus defence in so many ways. Such a cool, calm customer in Nicolas against Neat, who by any means, he doesn't pride himself off being defensively great. He prides himself off just being so fluid in the attacking third.
Yeah, not at all. And I think Neat has impressed me quite a lot defensively as well. I think he's done well defensively, but he's been complementing that with his just attacking prowess. Has been completely dominant, Brandon. He's creating things from nothing. The skill moves, the sequences in the box, the extra pass. He's just making the right choices in those right moments.
Absolutely. Well, look, we are ready to get into our game, but as always, we have to see the drafts for both these two teams. You can argue these are the 2 best drafts that we've seen throughout this LALIGA FC Pro Cup. But for now, it's over to Frankie and Gravison for the final time to get us through the teams.
Tall boy at the front, Soloff. He might be 5'4", but he is clearly paying dividends in his position in front of the goal. So let's talk about who is going to get the most out of him today. What do you think, Neat or Nicolas?
I think it's probably going to be Neat. I mean, don't think we've seen a lot of chip shots, really, because this year they're not meta. You can only use them if you have a chip shot plus, as Sortlov has. I think we saw a goal from Flippercito, so the chip shot is not something we're going to talk about, but obviously aerial plus, I mean, it's pretty much the whole thing we've seen today, and also a rapid as well. I mean, it's the wide one, but I do think when Sorloth gets into the counter-attack, he's really quick. I don't think Nico is going to cross too much to Sorloth because, as we saw, he's attacking fullback on that side, on the left side, so I don't think he's going to use him. Sometimes, as we saw on I think it was the quarterfinal, he did a beautiful roulette, so sometimes you don't expect Sorloth to do some skills, especially with 4-star skills, but he does them really well, the roulette, the Berbatov spin, so I do think the crosses are going to come from Need, because obviously I know both of them, I know they have been trained the whole week, and I know Need doesn't like to cross, but Diego is like, I really don't mind, you're going to cross for your life.
Let's take a look at Neat's draft. I mean, you mentioned Nicolas on the skill moves, but Neat as well is absolutely on fire, especially in the final third with the skill moves.
He is on fire.
He's come to talk through his draft.
It is his draft, so Neat apologizing to us for interrupting his own draft. This is what happens in LALIGA FC Pro.
He was just saying his draft's really fast.
It is really fast, especially with R9, with Krov, Stoikov, and pretty much all of the strikers, because Sorloth might not be as fast as the rest of them, but I mean, his draft is effective. I know he was keen on using Cruyff 97, but Diego on the other side, his coach was like, I mean, you gotta do something else, and he decided to go for R9. The rest of it is pretty standard, we could say.
That's the thing, don't splash the cash on the Cruyff Galazzo, and you have money for R9, you also have money for a pretty solid bench, and that's something that Nicolas doesn't have. However, he does deliver the goods elsewhere, especially with the starting 11 that we're about to see here. I actually wanted to talk to you about Courtois, because this is a goalkeeper they're both running with. It's the third most picked item of this entire weekend. And so far, the goalkeeper movement we're seeing from Nicolas is fantastic.
Yeah, it's interesting because Brandon always reminds us of how Courtois is the third most picked item here in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. And it makes sense because he's just 30k, but he's so tall, he's so fast. And as we just saw in the last chance that Nacho had against Nico, it was a brilliant save by Courtois. So the goalkeeper movement is going to be a huge factor. Trying to intercept the crosses and trying to intercept probably some shots as well. I do think Nit moves the keeper really well, but Nico is just a step above. So probably the goalkeeper movement is going to come from Nicolas, and the crosses are going to come from Nit.
So do you think this is going to be a high-scoring game?
It depends on Nit. I don't think Nico is going to score a lot of goals because I think he's going to keep the possession. But if Nit builds up really well, finds an end-to-end match and just attacks, I think it's going to be loads of goals.
This is going to be such an interesting game. All weekend we've seen players playing to counter what Neat wants to do, but now the shoe is going to be on the other foot because he's facing none other than Nicolas FC in our grand final here at the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. So let's head over to Brandon and Ryan to start this grand final.
Yeah, here we go. What a crazy couple of days it has been. Neat is back in his seat after a quick break across the draft screen there. Look, this is what it's come down to. Nicolas up against Neat. Real Valladolid against Sevilla. This is the bracket run that's happened. One of these two teams and players will be writing their history in the LALIGA FC Pro because neither team has won the cup before. This is the fourth year the cup has unfolded as part of the regular season. We've seen Real Valladolid be champions before, Deportivo Alaves, Atletico Madrid, who weren't even at this tournament this year to defend their trophy. This one really plans to be an exciting grand final. And then we'll be unfolding very shortly indeed. €25,000 prize pool for whoever can come out on top between the two. And he's fresh from the draft board, but he's in the commentary booth with us for this grand final. Jaime Alvarez, you've been in finals before. You've won this competition before in the regular league. I mean, how are these players feeling coming into a game like this?
They were feeling confident, especially Nico. I tried to get some words out of Nico and Fer. They wouldn't talk to me. Back to me. They were just.
That doesn't sound like Nicolas.
They were locked in. So I kind of asked them how they were feeling about the build-up from Nico and stuff, but they didn't answer to me. So they are locked in.
They're certainly locked in. Right. Well, here we go then. The LALIGA FC Pro Cup grand final is underway. Nicolas against the Spaniard Neat. Sevilla against Real Valladolid to be crowned this year's champion. I'm really excited to see how on earth this game is going to unfold, the pace of this game. How is Neat's attacking prowess going to challenge Nicolas, and how's Nicolas going to be able to contain it?
That's a good question. I think we're gonna. I think the most important thing in this matchup is it has probably the most effective build-up, and that leads up to many chances. Is Nico gonna be able to stop that build-up, especially with the passes into Bellingham and Stoichkov in this instance?
Well, speaking of Nick, here comes Bellingham down the byline for him early doors. Going to be the first chance to break forward. De Jong chips it up. Is he onside? Cruyff. Yes, he is. Xavi will get in the way. Just on that grab, I feel like one thing that we could probably agree with Nick, he's not one for a clean sheet. He is going to concede goals, but he's going to create a lot of chances and probably outscore your opponent.
So we saw Bellingham was triggering. They're on a run. Balde as well. You got to press Xavi as Nico did there.
Nicolas looking to get into the box for the first time in this grand final.
Nice press.
Balde does well. Really good call from Neat. Wins it back again. Stoichkov. For Nicolas. Dinks it into Sorloth. Heads it back into Cruyff. Then Nicolas will break the deadlock.
It's difficult to stop there, Brandon, with the cross. I say cross, a lofted pass, dinked into Sorloth and headed down to Cruyff, and he's been the Mr. Reliable in front of goal for Nicolas throughout this competition. He's been the player that's cost a large amount of coins, considering that they have a 20 million coin budget. He's someone that he's put the trust into offensively, and he's helped him there.
And Nicolas already showing, Gravison, how he intends to use Sorloth, as many have. Just with the knockdown, it's so important.
Especially in that instance against Leeds.
Great movement.
Balde does well, outsmarts. Handful of players there. One thing that's interesting about Nicolas's drafted team, as we saw on the draft board, he does use a Kuna as an inverted centre mid, really. Bellingham plays as a left back, many use him as a right back. And you'll see time and time again Acuna and Bellingham just link up on this left-hand side, as you're seeing now. Acuna into Sorloth. Is it a second for Nicolas? Pass De Jong! It's 2 in 5 minutes for Nicolas.
Talk to me, Gravison. That is unbelievable from Nicolas.
It all started with Acuna and the pink pass inside the box, but I mean, we haven't seen the croqueta pass really this year at all. But when
the extra pass as well there. De Jong on his left foot puts it into the bottom corner, and Gravison, wow, Nicolas has been outstanding in his first 16 minutes.
Which is interesting because he just played, what, 15 minutes ago? And you would have expected him to just start slowly, but he didn't. I mean, he started fast and strong, really.
Well, this is a really crazy start to this grand final, because it's dangerous. If Neat was to go and concede again, he's suddenly got such a mountain to climb.
Defending.
Yeah, brilliant. It's interesting the way Nicolas attacks with Bellingham. And as I said before, in the quarterfinal, he builds up with Acuna as well, with Sorloth. It's just too many players.
Yeah, Jude Bellingham is one of those as well. Couldn't find Sorloth there.
And the one thing about Nicolas, from seeing him, especially today, Gravison, when he gets out wide, he doesn't really cross it. No, he works down the byline and then works his way in, as we just saw that second goal.
That's the thing. Like, you could have seen Sorloth probably in the other wing if you're going to attack with Bellingham, but he doesn't care about that. He just cares about overloading. And then, I don't know, but Sorloth had many assists for Nicolas throughout the whole tournament.
Neat. Looking for a way back into this one before he gets ugly. Cruyff, a couple of step overs. Angles are interchanged with Stoichkov into Arnott. Step over exits. Went the close near post of the goalkeeper, which was matched up with a save.
Great goalkeeper movement there from Nicolas, preventing a definite goal there from Neat if he didn't move the goalkeeper.
Nice tackle.
That was brave, because if De Jong doesn't make that tackle, there was a huge overload on the left-hand side. Now that's poor touch from Cruyff, gives Nicolas possession back again. If you have just tuned in, this is the LALIGA FC Pro Cup Grand Final. Neat against Nicolas. It was 2 goals in 15 minutes for Nicolas. And it's put him into this very comfortable position.
I'm confident this is the first time that they are playing against each other in a LAN environment. I know they've played against each other online.
I think it was back in 2023 they played in an online qualifier, Gravis, and you'd be absolutely right. Other than that, you are spot on. First time they've played offline, and they meet in a grand final.
It was also the first game between Nicolas and Nacho in a LAN environment, but they played online and Nacho beat Nicolas. I think beat Nicolas as well, so is he going to get revenge of both? Looks like it.
Soloff, Xavi, Stoichkov, he's trying to step over his way out of that one, Ryan, but just got bundled.
Yeah, it was well played there from both players, in fairness. Neat with the build-up, Nicolas with the defensive play there from him.
I like this from Nicolas. It's been quick, it's been efficient.
Is he on for a third? Within 30 minutes.
That's all off.
Cheeky chip. There's the flick down. There's Johan Cruyff! It's 3-0 in a grand final with about 32 minutes on the clock.
It's dominant, Brandon and Gravison, and the moment Soloff jumped up for that header, we both know that, all three of us know that it's almost destined to fall to the feet of another attacker in the box. A little knockdown, and then the winner, the goal, it seems to be, it could put him in a position to win this game. 3-0 is a very advantageous position to be in a grand final.
For me, what's important about this goal, because the first and the third goal was pretty much the same, it's the control.
Yeah.
How he orientates himself.
The turn and then the shot is perfect.
It's perfect because as a centre back, you're not going to be able to tackle.
Well, you two know better than me. You're in a grand final when you're 3-0 down. Mentally, how are you picking yourself up?
Pause. I mean, first thing you got to do
against
is pause.
Nicolas.
You got to pause because you need to hype yourself up for a bit. You need to talk to your coach. You need to see what's happening probably, because as we can see, there's a lot of stats now when you pause it and you go into the stats of the match. You can see passes, you can see the pressure. So I think he needs to stop the match.
Ball over the top.
Is this a goal back or at least a good chance? Power shot faked. 1-2. Blanc is there. I don't know how Nicolas has potentially saved his best performance of the tournament for a grand final.
Just what he does, Brandon. Honestly, it genuinely is what Nicolas does. He always seems to find an extra gear to go up.
Yeah, it's interesting for the people at home that might be watching Nicolas for the first time this weekend. I mean, it's just like he wins some matches in a 2-1, 3-2, 4-3 cushion, and then goes to the final and he destroys his opponent.
Well, I did speak to him earlier today on the way to the venue, and he did tell me openly and honestly that he just wanted to destroy players. I'll be honest, he did say those words. He said to me at the start of play, I spoke to J.R.A. Lyon, as we could be in for a fourth for Nicolas with Soloff. No, get rid of that. But basically he said to me yesterday, he spoke to J.R.A. again, they're good friends. He went, I'm going to destroy you. Beat him. Wasn't a destroy performance. Then was openly honest in his next game and said the exact same thing. And then coming into Pito today, he went, look, enjoy the game out there, but I'm going to take you down as well. And look, he's backed up all of these performances that he's saying. He seems like he's found this new wave of maybe motivation again to really give this season a go. I mean, look, he was disappointed in the November month when he didn't qualify for the FC Pro Open, didn't get one of those spots there for the weekly competition, and he had to wait 4.5 months to come back in a virtual league with the La Liga. He could be on for 4 here. Acuna, time the shot, Reds. Cruyff. Added time of 1 minute, Nicolas. Seems like he gets Nicolas time in these moments. Is the referee still playing on? Oh, that could have been horrible. That could have been horrible. Half-time, Nicolas leads by 3-0. It needs to be a masterclass from Real Valladolid and Neat if there is a way to pull this grand final back.
It's tough. It's a tough situation for Neat at the moment because he's not playing bad per se, but in the last third, not really anything.
Yeah, he's been a shell of himself, and that's credit to Nicolas, because he sort of nullified him in every sense of the word. Offensively, just building up down the wings. Even those balls over the top we saw with Neat in the previous games, the triggered run, we saw it once in that first half, and it led to the ball over the top. Didn't lead to a goal, of course, but in the other games, we saw him do that 5, 6, 7 times a half, let alone in the game.
Yeah, I think it all starts with you trigger a run to Bellingham, then you pass it on the inside to the midfielders. You kind of pass it back and forth until you get to Xavi, and then with a long ball pass, it goes to the right back. It seems like Nico is pressing really well with both his midfielders in that situation, and the ball seems to not get into Xavi.
Well, you know Diego more than us on the side of Real Valladolid. What is he going to be saying to Neat to G him up after he's going to be feeling pretty deflated at half-time, isn't he?
Dale, Neat, dale. Tienes chances todavía. Espabila, por favor. Which means
basically, come on, get up for it.
Come on, man. Come on, man. It's a grand final. You're losing all 3. This is your chance. I mean, the thing is, when you're playing a final, it goes by so quick.
Yeah.
But then you train for months and hours a day to get
for
to
this one moment.
And if you, let's just say, if you don't play at your level in a final, I mean, it's the worst night of your life.
Yeah, there's always a way to lose, we always say, especially if you go in knowing that you practice for months on end. You get to that moment and your opponent was just better, but you tried everything, you've done everything you could, but then just to go out on a whimper is always the worst way, and Nicolas is in on goal again.
It could be on for a forfeit. Raccoon at times in green. If it wasn't for Courtois.
Which one are we going to see? Sorloth? Araujo?
Nicolas, what we got from this set piece? Sorloth!
Wow.
4-0! I think the Iceman might be back.
What a header that is from Sorloth. I thought maybe he's a little bit too far from goal.
He should be scoring that.
Keeper. I think you saved that, Brandon.
Yeah, I don't play a goal, right? I think I could save it. Courtois, I mean, it wasn't even time green, but the angle of it just looked like it was too much. Courtois can't get near him, and things are just getting worse. 4-0, Nicolas leads in his grand final.
I'm confident it wasn't even timed.
It wasn't.
Right? That
Lost
press.
it again. Look at Sorloth, and then he's got Cruyff up with him. Sorloth isn't going to get there, though. Militao does enough.
But now the press comes in.
I think it's scary for every competitor left in the LALIGA finals in a couple of weeks' time is Nicolas is hitting form. You don't want him to hit form.
And they know their matchups because, I mean, I'm sure they have been trying the goal difference and the seeding.
Yeah.
So there's someone and the crowd in there who knows he's playing Nicolas the first round of the LALIGA finals. I mean, that has to be scary.
Great ball. Couldn't do enough. It's just very compact there from Nicolas. Another counter-attack. Stoichkov on the run in behind the defence. Can't get past Militao.
For me, it's interesting that Nico is not crossing. He's not player locking into the wing. Like, he's not doing those mechanics that every FC 24 player should be using. He's just keeping with the fundamentals. And it's working out fine for him because he's winning 4-0. No.
He hasn't really been able to do any of his typical play style as well, Graham. He's not really had a chance to pull out a skill move or two or try and make things difficult. Nicolas could be on for goal number 5 here. Frankie de Jong stopped in his tracks.
He's been defending really well.
Yeah, even there, just tracking or selecting the last defender and running back is
everything.
incredible.
Everything. The thing is, he's not player switching much, but he's doing it correctly.
Bellingham, Sorloth needs to go now for Neat. Stoichkov, nice roulette, matched up with Blanc again.
For example, in this attack, he just stayed with De Jong the whole way, and then when he had to change and switch into Blanc, he did it.
And changed and then manually tackled as well.
Yeah, but it wasn't like, because sometimes you understand me, Ryan, you play switch too much. Yeah,
and that can mess you up. You're just bouncing around, and then sometimes you select the wrong player, and then it leads you to make a mistake.
Nicolas runs it out of play. 30 minutes left, time ticking away. 4 goals needed for Neat.
Brilliant.
Oh, great.
Everybody fighting for Sevilla. I mean, what a position to be in a grand final. 4-0 up with 28 minutes left on the clock.
The thing is, Nid has scored like what, 4, 5 goals per game? He hasn't scored once.
And why is that? Obviously, the obvious answer, he's not been able to find the back of the net or really get on the ball, but what's Nicolas done so well?
For me, he's been able to counter the Nid's build-up. So in this instance, he's pressing Xavi, and he'll be able to switch to the left back as well. And defending those things at the same time is quite hard.
Cut back, needs to go now. Oh no, there's one! Still 25 minutes left. And that goal could certainly bring some confidence.
It will bring confidence in this game, whether or not it's enough time, but I would definitely say there is to score 3 goals, 9-minute half, 25 minutes, of course, is definitely possible, especially if you have the ability like me, and that goal from R9 there sort of gives him that lease of life, and maybe you can see a comeback.
Has to play perfectly.
Yeah.
For the last 25 minutes.
Because it's not just about scoring the 3 goals, it's about not conceding as well. You have to shut out Nicolas, and you're going to end up leaving a lot of gaps defensively.
Ooh. It's a big win back there for Nick.
Oh, he's lost it again.
Doesn't mean too much though, because Nicolas is on him like a rash. They might be on to get a 5th. Cruyff, unbelievable position for Nicolas.
Good keeping movement.
Yep.
Giving it straight back.
Still, back to Stoichkov. It was fastest to react. And Nicolas finds himself a 4-goal cushion once again.
That's a big moment in the game. I feel like the goalkeeper movement from Neat there was superb. It completely confused Nicolas, but then giving it away straight away, trying to clear it out of defence, and Stoichkov makes it count for Nicolas.
For me, what's interesting now is that Nico is not using the direct passing instruction, and I don't think he's...
Is he back to long ball yet or not?
Maybe, because he did try it before, but I don't like the way Nico is playing against the constant pressure, and I think he's not happy either. So it's interesting to see if he's going to change to a 4-2-3-1 formation. He's going to keep playing the same, just change the tactics. Because I remember Nico, when he was leading by a goal, you couldn't attack in the last 15 minutes because the press was too much, you didn't see the ball. But now he's giving a chance to his opponents, and I'm curious to see if in this final he's going to change something up.
4 goals, 22 minutes. It's a big ask for Neat. And honestly, if you look at all of Nicolas's matches, this is by far been one of his best. From round 1, round of 16, quarterfinal, semi-final.
I think it's either this one or the one against Yago, Real Betis. He was dominant in that match as well. Oh, that's a big mistake. He's pressing Xavi every single time with a Stoichkov.
Yep, he's not letting Neat play his play style at all.
More minutes out of the game, now it becomes 19 minutes to try and find 4 goals. Nicolas looking for number 6. And what a tournament it's been to him after, as we said, a really rocky group stage. He qualified for this cup on goal difference, which meant that he was able to then qualify for the LALIGA FC Pro Grand Finals on another day. He's not even here. Towards the back post, if he wants to find it to get one more. It's a bit of a weird angle there for Stoichkov.
Yeah, interesting for him to not knock it down into Cruyff. But I mean, he's leading 4
goals, so you can afford those mistakes.
Javi. 3 players on him there, Gravison, on an instant.
What a pass. What an awful pass, I must say. Worst pass of the competition, maybe. It goes to Sorloth.
Yuri Pachercho. Sorloth. Back to our eyes. Stoichkov. Laurent Blanc is there again in the way. I mean, it often goes like this as well, Ryan. Often a grand final, it was so tightly contested or occasionally, it's just a blowout.
Yeah, complete blowout, and from start to finish, Nicolas has been dominant. Can he get a goal back here? Yankuto.
Wrong player.
Wrong player, wrong place.
Yeah. Certainly could say that. I mean, look, I don't know about you, gents, but we're 2.5 weeks away from Barcelona and the La Liga Grand Finals. The form that we could be seeing Nicolas coming into that with.
It's interesting to see if he's going to stay here in Spain or he's going to go back to Argentina, because I don't think
I think he's saying.
We're in Jago's house.
I think he is.
Sleeping outside.
He told me that he certainly won't be invited in after that performance, will he?
Great ball.
One more pass inside.
The idea was there. I think he meant for Stoichkov, maybe. If he did, I understood that play there. Sorloth with the pace. He's just going to knock it. He's going to be in.
He's through.
Look at this.
Nicolas to seal the deal now with Alexander Sorloth. Is it goal number 6? Yes, it is. He is cruising towards another trophy.
That pace.
But just back to the point, Nicolas told me today that he's got a flight booked to Buenos Aires, Argentina, on the 28th of La Liga. 28th of this month, which is the day after the La Liga Grand Final. If he was to go and get a top 4 in that tournament, he would then qualify for the Champions League. So he'll be cancelling that flight and staying in Europe for a bit longer. But what I mean on top of that as well, Gramson, he's got 2.5 weeks to grind the game again.
I mean, if he wants to stay at my home...
Is he invited?
He's invited. If he shows me how to play the game. Whoa. This has been a flawless performance in the final. I mean, 6-1, but not only 6-1.
Just the start, wasn't it?
Everything.
2 goals in 15 minutes. Shows the work he's been putting in with his coaches as well. Marin, they've really prepared him right for this one.
Again, pace. He's gone.
Is he on for 7?
He's gone.
I think he's on for 7.
Go on.
Alexander Sorloth looking for goal 7. Nicolas with a 7-1 win. Looks as if he's going to be crowned this year's LALIGA FC Pro Cup champion.
Do you think you're going to try Sorloth at home once you're flying on Monday there?
It's half your coins, Brandon.
I mean, there's a few things I've taken from this weekend. One, I can afford Courtois, so Alisson's out, Courtois in, and number 2, I think Sorloth is a very clever buy to anyone that is listening to this broadcast. What he can do for 25k, you'd be silly not to get him on your bench at least.
He's not going to stop, right?
7-1. Nicolas also did say to me earlier today he wants to try and retire players from his performances.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I don't think Nick will be retiring, and I'm sure there's a lot of mutual respect between the two of them. A 2-time La Liga champion, but he's just met his match in this grand final. We're into added time now. What a run it's been from him. Was fortunate enough to qualify for this competition on goal difference. He's gone through the extra rounds, he's gone through the difficult rounds. He qualified himself for a grand final which kept his FC Pro season alive, and he's on his way to be crowned this year's La Liga FC Pro Cup champion with an 8-1 win.
8-1. Sorloth. I mean,
he's an absolute.
How is Sorloth this fast in the 85th minute?
He's a joke. I can't believe. Obviously, we are commending his aerial prowess, but the pace is ridiculous. And Nicolas has just been flawless in this game.
Well, we're waiting for the final whistle, but we can confirm Sevilla will be cup champions here at the La Liga FC Pro in San Sebastian. And what a signing it's been for them, putting pen to paper with the Iceman. Nicolas, who is back to his best. And what timing as well to get into form like this, Gravison?
I mean, this is what we expect from Nico. Coming over to Spain and dominating. He did it in fashion, 8-1 result. He's back with Fer again. He was playing with Juanma for a while. We can see Fer is being sentimental there because, I mean, they did great things together back in 2022. Runner-up World Championships. I mean, ECL champions of the world as well. I mean, those two, when they're together, how can you stop them?
Come on, Nicolas, crack a smile, man. Just a little smile at least, Nicolas. Just one, just something.
He might give us a smile when he lifts the trophy.
Just one, just something small, Brandon.
Oh, little smile. No. Nicolas?
No smile.
Well then. This is his moment. We haven't seen him. It's not been the best start to his FC Pro season, but he's in the conversation still, and he's on fine form, heading into the La Liga Grand Final. There is one man that stands above the rest. The Iceman, he's back on LAN, he's back to his best, and he will be crowned champion of the La Liga FC Pro Cup for this year. A massive congratulations to Sevilla. He has done enough.
We have Ainhoa Aldasoro Langa, Head of Innovation and Competitiveness of the San Sebastian Economic Development Agency, giving the trophy to Nico as he's lifting it.
Champions of the La Liga FC Pro Cup, Nicolas might just be back at his best again. And it couldn't be any better time, could it?
Perfect time, and he's reaching form, he's reaching the levels that we've associated with Nicolas from years gone by, and he needs to. You have to do it all over again.
Yay!
There we go, that's more important than the trophy to me. I just want to see him smile.
Back to serious mode now. He knows he's got a big grand final in a couple of weeks' time, but it's always nice to see him back at LAN, isn't it? But look at him. He just won 8-1 in the grand final, Gravison.
He's won it 8-1. Stop recording, Fer, come on. And go over there and get with the title as well, because yay! We're going to clap Fer as well. He deserves the trophy as much as Nico does. And this has been an amazing tournament.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of hours of FC. Congratulations to Fer. The thing is, we're just getting started because, I mean, the Cup has been amazing. We've seen comebacks. We've seen some players, sadly, eliminated of the competition. But then, in 2.5 weeks' time, final time, baby.
The timing of all this tournament and where we are right now is just incredible. We are going into a really exciting period of FC Pro. We've got so many leagues concluding from all around the world, but we're going to be in a couple of weeks' time, as we've said, concluding our grand finals. Here's the highlights from our final matchup between Nicolas and Neat, and it was just
beautiful. Beautiful.
Come on. I have a question for you, best goal of the day. Do you think that in the first and third goal, when the knockdown is coming in, maybe switching into the left back instead of the centre back? Because that's the only possible way I think you can stop. So in this instance,
yeah, I think that's the only way, but it's so hard at the moment to think of it. There's so much going on you have to be aware of, and we also think about moving the goalkeeper, and it's tough.
I was just thinking of ways to stop that possible crossing to Haaland, but I mean, there's not much you can do really. But yeah, as we can see here, R9 did score a goal to try to cross it, but this mistake.
Yeah, that was the costly one for me, where if there was any glimmer of hope for Neat to get back into it, it was gone from there. And look at Solo. These last moments, 3 goals late on, just from the pace.
How is he that fast? 82 minutes in. He didn't do it once though, right? This is the crazy thing about Alexander Sorloth. Look, that's 1, that's 2, 86th minute.
Wait.
And you're thinking, has he got any more energy left? The Norwegian striker. 25,000 coins, remember. If he's not in your team at home, get him in your team. And then last but not least, he's still fast enough. 90 plus 2, that made it 8-1. 8-1. Sevilla were crowned champions in that grand final.
And for me, the main thing about this is rapid, the play style. Because he has it on the white one, not the plus. He's fast.
So quick.
Because 92 pace plus the rapid, come on.
I think he's got 92 physical as well. And he's so tall, we know the aerial plus play style there. Here's our top goals of the day. I mean, surely Nicolas has got to be in there at some point. Gravison, Ryan, take me through our top goals of the day.
Yeah, we'll start with number 5. And it's the way of Di Fernandez in the box with Ronaldinho, twisting, turning, the La Croqueta, and then the top corner finish against Danny Aguirre, a former teammate of yourself, Gravison. And yeah, it was a fantastic, fantastic goal.
especially the croqueta, right? Because he's twisting and turning.
Yeah,
Then
it's
he
here.
knows the player switch is coming and
Yeah.
the tackle is coming, and the way he's just croqueta and a typical vamos twice in Portuguese. I mean, it's for me it's this croqueta.
Yeah,
there.
just there.
And it was just too much. In the fourth goal, we're gonna see Valladolid playing against Granada. Oh, come
It's
on.
roulette.
Oh,
See ya.
you knew it was coming,
Yeah.
right? I mean, we were commentating this game, Ryan, and I do think the Magidi cancel was really good.
Yep.
But then the roulette, you can see the smile in its face. Great goal.
Roulette was even better there. Goal number 3. And it's going to be the one of Nicolas again. Another roulette, green timed finish. We've seen that on repeat today. And that was a huge game against Flippercito. The first game of the day for Nicolas, and he started off as he meant to go on. Goal number 2, Brandon.
Yeah, into our final 2 now, and it had to come, of course, from Nicolas in that semi-final game against Nacho Bay. It was the head-down pass. That's how you can also use Alexander Sorloth in your favour. He runs, he scores direct headers, he flicks it down for an extra pass, and this was our top goal, which I'm guessing may have come from our grand final. It did, and it came from this goal here, the one that you two were loving.
I mean, it's just the extra touch by Stoikov. I mean, the croqueta pass from Sorlov into Stoikov, good, but that was just something else. Really nice finish, and the title for Nicolas.
Title for the Iceman, who has just provided one of his best performances so far. Commiserations to Nick. Look, he's not going to feel good right now, but he's got a cup to prepare for in a couple of weeks' time. He'll be there in the top 16, and there's no reason why we might not see that rematch again, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. He knows he'd have that sort of sense of wanting revenge and wanting it as soon as possible, and there's no better place to do it than in the finals in a couple of weeks.
And in a couple of weeks' time, Grab, it's going to be a really exciting cup, isn't it? 16 teams there. We'll have E-Champions League spots on the line and the FC Pro World Championship tickets too.
For me, it's the finals are going to be amazing, and even better than this tournament, because we've seen some players that didn't play at his best. So I do think in the finals, players such as like Tuga, Chusita, Yago, I mean, they just played one game and lost.
Yeah.
I do think when it comes to the finals, they're going to perform at their best, and I don't think we're going to see Tuga playing 2 games in a knockout form and losing both of them. No chance.
Well, look, gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure from us. I think we're going to pass over to Frankie now. He's joined by our cup winner, Nicolas 99 in Sevilla FC.
Nicolas is just telling me, you heard me this morning, I said I was going to destroy the competition. And Nicolas, that's exactly what you did. An incredible 8-1 result in the final. What does it mean to absolutely dominate the competition here in San Sebastian?
Yeah, I'm so happy because the group stage I was so bad and I was very close to get eliminated. I think if Chosita scored 1 goal, I should be eliminated. But yeah, I am like a cat, maybe I have lives. I use 1, but yeah, I'm so happy because I achieved this, I think, because I practice a lot. Also, yeah, I think it's practically like hard work pay off.
So how hard did you have to work to come back from the disappointing start to the season? Why do you think you were maybe struggling at the start of FC24, and how have you got to now?
I think it's in my mind, I think, the motivation and everything. I think that's the key, the mental is the key. And at the start of the season, I wasn't too good. Right now, it's not that I'm not really good, but at least I'm creating enemies with them. Like with the Spanish guys, I want to destroy them. I want to destroy everyone. Yeah, I did it, and I think I did really well.
I love that. I'm not playing really good. I do think I did really well, and what I needed was to come to the LALIGA FC Pro Cup and destroy the competition. But do you think you can do it again on April 27th in the La Liga's finals?
Yeah, I think so, and I think I'm playing good, but I think I can do better. So they have to train a lot because I will do it.
Something tells me you like having a target on your back.
Yeah, maybe.
Are you still the Iceman?
Yeah, I am.
He is the Iceman. In fact, I feel slightly chilly standing next to him. So I'm going to warm up as we thread through our casters.
Nicolas back at his best again. So maybe he feels that there is a little bit of pressure on his back. I feel like there's an unwritten story there that needs to be concluded with him winning a world championship and then just retiring on the spot and saying, I'm done.
I'm confident if he wins the world championship, he'll retire.
Yeah,
I agree.
We might get one of the greatest interviews of all time.
Honestly.
And this was the bracket from the start. Of course, we started with 24 teams in round 1, or 16 teams, I should say. 8 teams were in round 2 from their performances in the regular stage of the season. There's only going to be one champion, and it was a resounding final. Sevilla 8-1 victors. Nicolas, the man himself, the Iceman, champion of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. And Brandon, he was unbelievable.
He really was. Incredible, incredible grand final. 8-1 win it was in the end against NEET of Real Valladolid. And it concludes what was an exciting 2 days of FC 24 action. Again, we have got tournaments coming thick and fast right now, all over the calendar. And it's an exciting time for the FC Pro scene now, Ryan.
Yes, it's the best time of the year for me. I like seeing a lot of tournaments in quick succession. I like them in compact times of the year, and it proves to be a top calendar that we're waiting for.
Absolutely. Well, these are the clubs that have made it to our grand finals as well, Gravison. Obviously, you know, it sounds crazy that there's a couple of clubs not there, like Atletico Madrid, for example. Andoni, not really at the races this year, didn't do enough to qualify. Hidalgo, he's not there as well.
JRA in Real Zaragoza as well. I think it's the first time he's missed the finals since never, because he's always been in the finals. So this has been pretty much it from the FC Pro La Liga Cup.
Yep.
And guys, I think I'll see you in 2 weeks' time for the finals.
Is it time for us to say adios from the commentary desk?
Yeah, I think I'm not going to say adios. That's all from you.
Okay. Well, Gravison, it's been a pleasure. Ryan Pessoa, superb work this weekend. Myself, Brandon Smith, I've loved commentating on all the action, but for our final closer of the show, it's over to Frankie Ward.
Thank you so much. I mean, our cars have been absolutely phenomenal this weekend. We're so lucky to have nabbed Gravison as our local Spanish lad, and of course Ryan Pessoa and Brandon Smith. We have to say a massive thank you to our sponsors, and an escaricasco to the city of San Sebastian. Apparently that is Basque for thank you. Apologies if I mess that up, but you have been a phenomenal host, and honestly I can't think of a better place to hold the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. We will see you in just a few weeks' time for the LALIGA Grand Finals on April 27th. I can't wait. I imagine you can't. So let's keep our fingers crossed for an epic final. See you then.
Yeah. I remember back when mama told me I was great. Told me keep my head up, cause haters gon' hate. Had to work hard for it, sorry for the wait. Now everywhere I go, they do a double take. Yeah, this the life I was born to live, not the life that I chose. Now they snapping, I'm posing, they call me star cause I glow. Ain't no flexing, this motivation, I've been there before. I'm powered up, staying on top like I'm stuck. This is meant to be, never love. We don't give up, we get tough. I ain't turning down, I'm powered up. First you gotta hustle, might be a heavy lift, but repetition builds muscle. Tune out all the noise, focus on your craft. This is now or never, so you gotta make it last forever. Like Keith say, treat memories of hard times like a keepsake, like camera action, but it ain't no retake. You only live once, so be great. I'm powered up. This is meant to be, never luck. I ain't turning down, I'm powered up. Staying on top like I'm stuck. This is meant to be, never love. We don't give up, we get tough. I ain't turning down, I'm powered up. Yeah. I remember back when mama told me I was great. Told me keep my head up, cause haters gon' hate. Had to work hard for it, sorry for the wait. Now everywhere I go, they do a double take. Yeah, this the life I was born to live, not the life that I chose. Now they snapping, I'm posing, they call me star cause I glow. Ain't no flexing, this motivation, I've been there before. I'm powered up, staying on top like I'm stuck. This is meant to be, never love. We don't give up, we get tough. I ain't turning down, I'm powered up. First you gotta hustle, might be a heavy lift, but repetition builds muscle. Tune out all the noise, focus on your craft. This is now or never, so you gotta make it last forever. Like Keith say, treat memories of hard times like a keepsake. Lights, camera, action, but it ain't no retake. You only live once, so be great. I'm powered up. This is meant to be, never luck. I ain't turning down, I'm powered up. Staying on top like I'm stuck. This is meant to be, never luck. We don't give up, we get tough.